Chapter 1 of Mary Ware in Texas. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Mary Ware in Texas by Annie Fellows Johnston. Chapter 1 in San Antonio. The musicians were tuning their instruments somewhere behind the palms in the hotel courtyard. It was one of the older hotels of San Antonio, much sought by northern tourists on account of that same inner garden, around which the big building stretched itself. The rooms opening onto it had vine-covered balconies, and, looking down from them into the tropical growth of palms and banana trees and roses, one felt that it was summertime, no matter what the calendar said. It was on one of the second-floor balconies at the close of a November day that Mary Ware stood looking around her with eager eyes. Queen's wreath and moon vines made such a thick screen that no one could see her, so she might lean over the railing as far as she pleased to watch the brilliantly lighted scene below. Electric bulbs were strung through the cacti and devil's ivy like elfin lamps. There was a shine of brass buttons as coloured bellboys scudded across the open space with clinking ice pitchers or jingling keys, and through the glass doors beyond came the gleam of silver and flowers where the waiters were arranging the tables for dinner. There was to be a military banquet in one of the private dining rooms, and already the guests were beginning to arrive for the reception which was to precede it. So much bunting was draped over the arch between the office corridors and this inner court that the view was somewhat obscured, but by leaning dangerously far over the railing, Mary could catch a glimpse of the legs of a uniform now and then, strolling along beside the trailing skirt of a dainty evening gown. All this warmth and life and colour was in sharp contrast to the dreary solitudes of the snow-covered mining camp which she had just left. It had been winter for nearly a month up in the hills of Arizona, and Lone Rock in the winter was such a barren waste socially that her present surroundings seemed wildly exciting. In Lone Rock it was a matter of comment whenever a human being passed the house, and even a stray mule stumbling along with a bell on its neck was enough to call one to the windows. The orchestra behind the palms, having finished its tuning, swung into a gay two-step. At the sudden burst of music, Mary drew a long breath and stood up straight, her pulses a-tingle. Something delightful was beginning to happen. Two girls, one in white and one in pale lemon yellow, attended by a young lieutenant and a still younger man in civilian's evening dress, came out under the bunting-draped arch and strolled along past the banana trees to the garden seat just below her. From her hiding place behind the moon vines, Mary watched them as only a sociable little soul could watch, who for months had been hungering for such companionship. She clutched the railing with both hands, hoping fervently that they would stop. They did pause for a few moments just under the balcony, so near that for the little while they stood there she could almost feel herself to be one of the party. She could even smell the white violets that the girl in white wore on her corsage, and was close enough to see that an amber comb was slipping out of the soft auburn bronze hair arranged so becomingly on the graceful little head. Each laugh and gesture sent it slipping lower and lower, till involuntarily Mary's hand went out to stop it. Then she drew back in confusion. She had almost called attention to herself by speaking aloud. "Let's go into the other court," insisted the girl in yellow. "I want to show you the alligators in the fountain, Mr. Wade, to convince you that you're really in the sunny south. Some people can't appreciate alligators. Bogey there, for instance." Her disdainful glance indicated the lieutenant. "He jeers at me for liking them, but I think they are more interesting than half the people one meets." Bogey! What a nickname for such a dignified officer, thought Mary, peeping over the railing to see how much banter was received. Evidently the lieutenant was accustomed to it, for he smiled indulgently as one would at a spoiled child. "Birds of a feather, you know," was his answer. "Go on, Roberta. I don't care to flock with alligators myself, but if you do, we'll follow and see it done." Roberta deigned no reply but a glance intended to be withering, which failed in its purpose because it was only counterfeit. Her eyes were as dark as a gypsy's, and she had the curliest lashes Mary had ever seen. A boyish straightforwardness of manner contradicted their coquettish curliness, however. She had an air that comes only from being brought up in a house full of teasing brothers. The man in civilian dress, whom she called Mr. Wade, watched her as if he had found a new species of girl, uncertain what she might say or do next. He was familiar with the coquettish kind, and with the tomboy kind, but this combination puzzled him. Mary longed to follow, as the four went slowly away together into the adjoining court, wholly unconscious that they had left an indelible memory behind them, or that they had revealed anything of themselves and their affairs to an unseen listener. But to Mary it was as if a new book had been opened before her, and she had been allowed a glimpse of one page and the attractive picture that illustrated it. It was never necessary for her to begin at the first chapter of a book. Often, attracted by some paragraph in the middle, she would plunge into the story, only turning back for the beginning after she had pursued it eagerly through the last word, and found how it all ended. Now, as the interesting group walked away, she fervently hoped that fate would send them across her path sometime again during her sojourn in San Antonio, that she might piece together the rest of the story. All that she knew now was that the girl in white was a daughter of one of the majors at Fort Sam Houston, that the lieutenant had known Roberta ever since he was a cadet at the West Texas Military School, and that it was her brothers who had dubbed him Bogey. She had learned also that this was Mr. Wade's first visit to Texas, and that Roberta was trying to impress him with it by marvelous tales, so that he would decide to spend the winter in San Antonio instead of going on to Mexico. But if the conversation revealed little, the picture they made as they stood against the tropical background of palms and banana trees held many suggestions. Mary felt that she knew all about lieutenants, having met two at a Kentucky house party where she had gone to be flower girl at a wedding when she was only 14. Fashions evidently had not changed in lieutenants, since these looked as if they might have been taken out of the same box that furnished the first soldiers of her acquaintance. But the girls, there had been many changes in girls since she last saw any of this kind. It was 8 months since she had left school at the end of the Easter vacation, and none of the girls at Warwick Hall were doing their hair then, as Roberta and the Major's daughter were doing theirs. Each had a very elaborate coiffure, with a cluster of little short curls escaping to nest against their white necks. Her attention was especially called to this new style by Roberta's escort, whom Mary had classified in her mind as a callow youth with a habit of making gallant little personal speeches. When they first stepped into the court, Roberta had thrown a white scarf about her, almost as light as thistledown, and glistening with crystal beads which spangled its soft meshes like dewdrops. As they turned to go, it slipped from her shoulders, and Mr. Wade sprang forward to replace it. Drawing it around her shoulders, he said with a melting glance at her dark hair, "What an adorable little curl!" Ringlet, oh ringlet, she blushed a rosy red, when ringlet, oh ringlet, she clipped you from her head. Mary, who knew her Tennyson like her multiplication table, recalled the next lines. Ringlet, oh ringlet, she gave you me and said, "Come kiss it, love, and put it by. If this can change, why, so can I." Roberta only laughed, not in the least impressed by his manner, nor embarrassed by the inference of his quotation. Mary knew that she could not copy the curls, but she decided to try the rest of the coiffure in the morning. Not a single twist or wave had escaped her sharp eyes. In the darkness of her retreat, after they had gone, she put her hands to her head, rehearsing in pantomime each move she would have to make to produce the result she admired. Suddenly her hands dropped and one clutched the railing, as the window shutters of the next room were thrown open with a bang, and someone stepped out onto the balcony adjoining hers. The intruder was a large and elderly woman in a rustling black dress. The light from the room streaming out behind her showed that she was portly and grey-haired, and the way she peered through the vines, changing quickly from one viewpoint to another, showed that she was impatient. When she turned, Mary saw that her dress, which was made to fasten in the back, was open from collar to belt, and she readily guessed the trouble. Forgetting that her presence was unknown to the anxious watcher, she leaned forward through the dark, saying politely, "Can I help you, madam?" If a hand had reached out and grabbed her, the old lady could not have been more startled. With a stifled shriek, she backed up against the wall to hide her open bodice, and stood there limp and panting. "Merciful fathers, how you scared me!" she breathed as Mary's face appeared in the full light. When she saw only a little schoolgirl of 17 or thereabouts, her relief found vent in a hysterical giggle. It shook her plump shoulders until they both started to laughing so hard that she could barely find voice to explain, or Mary to apologize. "I just couldn't get my dress hooked up at the back," she finally managed to say. "I rang half a dozen times for a chambermaid, but the ones on this floor all seem to be off duty this time of evening, and I won't ask a bellboy as some of the ladies do. I don't think it's decent. So I just thought I'd look down into the court and see if I couldn't catch sight of James. He did it yesterday, and I vowed I'd never ask him again. He's willing enough, but he kept me standing a solid half-hour by the clock, and we were both tuckered out when he got through." "Let me come and do it for you," said Mary with her usual alacrity for following up promising beginnings. "Oh, if you only would," was the grateful answer. I'll go in and unlock the door." Before she could finish her sentence, Mary had climbed lightly over the railing which divided their balconies, and was following her into the room through the long windows that opened to the floor. "Do you know," confided the old lady, while Mary deftly fastened the hooks, "I think a hotel is the lonesomest place on the face of the globe for a woman. I come down here once a year or so with my husband, and he has a good time sitting around in the lobby smoking and making friends with stockmen like himself, but by the end of the second day I'm homesick for the ranch. Of course I enjoy the stores and the crowds on the street, and seeing all the finely dressed tourists at meal times, but we've been down here 3 days now, and you're the first person I've spoken to besides the chambermaid and James. It's all right for strangers to keep themselves to themselves, I suppose, but I must say it's a sort of strain when it comes to being the stranger yourself. I want somebody to neighbour with." "So do I," responded Mary with such heartiness that the old lady instantly expanded into warm friendliness. Before she was fairly fastened into her rustling black and purple gown, she had confided to Mary that it was her very best one, and that it just wouldn't wear out because it was too fine for church, and she had no occasion to put it on save when she made her rare visits to San Antonio. The sleeves had been changed so many times to keep it in fashion that her dressmaker had refused to alter it another time, even if the lace on it did cost $5 a yard. James said why didn't she wear it at home and get done with it? But she told him much comfort a body would take around home in the tight gear a dressmaker boned you up in. But she'd have to do something, for full skirts were clear out now, and she felt like a balloon when other people were going around as slim and lank as starved snakes. "It doesn't take long to get out of date," she added, "when you're living up in the hills in the backwoods." "Oh, I know that," agreed Mary. "I've been living in a lonesome little spot out in Arizona for so long that I've nearly forgotten what civilization is like." "You don't look like it," was the frank comment, as the still franker gaze of her listener travelled over her dress from top to bottom, noting every detail. "Oh, this," answered Mary, as if the eyes had spoken. "This is a dress that I got in New York last Easter vacation. I was in school at Washington, but as I had to leave at the end of the term and go back home, I've had no occasion to wear it since. That's why it looks so new." "Now do sit down and tell me about it," urged her hostess hospitably. "I've always wanted to go to Washington." She pushed forward a low rocker, and took the armchair opposite with such a look of pleasurable anticipation on her kindly old face that Mary obeyed. She knew how it felt to be fairly bursting with a sociability for which there was no outlet. She had experienced that same sensation a few minutes before, when she watched Roberta and the Major's daughter go by with their friends. Besides, she felt a real liking for this companionable old lady, who introduced herself as Mrs. Barnaby of Bauer, Texas. Mrs. James Barnaby. "She's the real, comfortable, homey sort," thought Mary, who had been much given of late to classifying people. "She's like mission furniture, plain and simple and genuine. She'd be her simple, unpretentious self no matter what gilt and veneers she found herself among." Mary was proud of her insight afterward when she learned more about Mrs. Barnaby's family. They had come out from Ohio over 50 years before, when she was so young that she could barely remember the great prairie schooner that brought them. They had suffered all the hardships of the early Texas settlers, gone through the horrors of the Indian uprisings, and fought their way through with sturdy pioneer fortitude to the place where they could fold their hands and enjoy the comforts of the civilization they had helped to establish. She told Mary little of this now, however, but led her on with many questions to talk of herself. Mrs. Barnaby had a lively curiosity, and always took the most straightforward means to gratify it. "She's interested in people, no matter who they are, just as I am," thought Mary, instantly recognizing the spirit which prompted the questions, and for that reason was led on to tell more than she would have told to most strangers. She did not take the world at large into her confidence now as she had done in her chatterbox days. In just a few moments Mrs. Barnaby had a very fair snapshot picture of the Ware family in her mind. Mary had given it very simply. "I had gone from school at Warwick Hall to New York to spend the Easter vacation with my sister Joyce. She's an artist and has her studio there. And we got word that my oldest brother Jack had been dreadfully hurt in an accident at the mines where he was manager, that it made him a cripple for life. We all just adore Jack, so of course I packed up and went straight back to Arizona. It wasn't possible for Joyce to leave just then, and my brother Holland is in the Navy, and of course he couldn't get away. Except the trained nurse, there was nobody with Mama at the time but my youngest brother Norman, and as he is only 14, I felt that I had to go." "I hope he got better right away," interrupted Mrs. Barnaby eagerly. "Yes, he did for a while. He even got so that he could wheel himself around in his chair and go down to the office a while every morning. But as soon as the cold weather set in, he began to have such dreadful rheumatism that the doctor said the only thing to do was to take him to a milder climate. So we got ready right away and brought him down here. It must have been a hard trip for him, commented Mrs. Barnaby with a sympathetic shake of the head. Arizona always did seem to me like the jumping-off place. I don't see how you managed it, him in a wheeled chair and so helpless. Oh, we came in a private car, Mary made haste to explain, and Jack really enjoyed the trip. Waffles, the old coloured cook on the car, you know, just laid himself out to please him, and the porter was so strong and helpful. Exclaimed her interested listener. I've always thought I'd like to travel in a private car. It must be such a nice way to get over the country, but it isn't everybody that can afford it. It was on the tip of Mary's honest little tongue to explain that it was not their car. They had come as guests of Mr. Robeson, one of the mine owners, but Mrs. Barnaby interrupted her with a question. Didn't you all go out in a big red automobile this afternoon? I've been trying to think ever since you came in here where it was I'd seen you before, and I believe it was with that party. There was a little lady in black and a boy and a rather heavy-set man with iron grey whiskers. I heard him giving orders to the chauffeur to go out of the missions. Yes, agreed Mary. That was Mr. Robeson, one of the owners of the mine. He's so fond of Jack and has been so lovely to all of us on his account. His valet stayed with Jack while we went out to see the town. He's going on to Mexico this afternoon. Again she was on the point of saying that it was as Mr. Robeson's guests that they had enjoyed the outing in the expensive car, but another question switched her off to another subject, and left Mrs. Barnaby with the impression that the Wares were wealthy beyond computation. Mary had the manner of one always accustomed to luxury, and her easy way of referring to the studio in New York and the private car and the valet made one think she was born to purple and fine linen. The impression was deepened later, when the Barnabys found themselves at the same table with Mary and Norman in the dining room. Mrs. Ware was having dinner in her rooms with Jack, Mary explained. He was sensitive about being wheeled into a public dining room, so she and her mother would take turns staying with him. With a brief glance at the menu card, Mary ordered dinner for herself and brother, before Mr. Barnaby had adjusted his glasses on his long nose and stumbled halfway through the menu. He always read the bill of fare aloud to his wife, pronouncing the French words exactly as they were spelled, and they paused to discuss the nature of each unfamiliar dish with the amused waiter before ordering. The ease with which Mary ordered gave further evidence to Mrs. Barnaby that the Wares had always been accustomed to sumptuous living, and to being waited on hand and foot. And it was proof to Mary that James was as genuine and primitive as his wife, when he made no attempt to cover his ignorance of French menus. Looking up with a twinkle in his eyes, he said to the waiter, "Just bring me the same as my wife ordered." Then he added with an odd one-sided smile that gave an irresistible expression of humour to his face, "I always take the blazed trail when there is one. It's a heap sight safer than striking out for yourself when you're in tall timber." Evidently Mrs. Barnaby had told him all that she had learned of the Ware family, for he at once began making minute inquiries about Arizona and the mines, with the interest of a shrewd, genial old man who kept pace with the times and liked the companionship of young people. They were warm friends before the meal was over, and Mary hurried upstairs afterward to report all she could remember to Jack. She had fallen into the habit of making the most of everything she saw and heard for his entertainment. She found him in his chair, out on the balcony with her mother, looking down on the same scene she had watched earlier in the evening. Mrs. Ware had just tucked a lap-robe around him and drawn a wrap over her own shoulders when Mary opened the door of the room behind them and started across the floor to join them. Some letters had been sent up while she was at dinner, and seeing one on the table addressed to herself, she paused to read it before joining them. It was just a note from one of the girls at Warwick Hall, who, knowing Mary's fondness for the beautiful old garden there, always enclosed some leaf or flower from it every time she wrote. This time several violets fell out, withered but still sweet. As Mary stooped to pick them up, she heard Jack say in a voice so full of hearty enjoyment that she scarcely recognized it for his, "This certainly is great. What a world of things we've been missing all these years, little mother. I never realized just how much we have missed till I went east last year. Then afterwards the days were so full of work and the new responsibilities that I didn't have time to think about it much. But I can see now what a dull grey existence you've had. For as far back as I can remember there's only been 3 backgrounds for you. A little Kansas village, a tent on the edge of the Arizona desert, and a lonely mining camp. How long has it been since you've seen a sight like this?" The scattered violets are all picked up now, but Mary still stood by the table, waiting for her mother's reply. It's so long ago I'll have to stop and count up. Let me see. You're 22 and Joyce 23. Really, it's almost a quarter of a century since I've been in a large city and seen anything like this in the way of illuminations with music and crowds. Your father took me to New York the winter after we were married. Before that, I'd always had my full share. I'd visited a great deal and travelled with Cousin Kate and her father. And I'm sure that no one could want anything brighter and sweeter and more complete than life as I found it as a girl, in my old Kentucky home. As I had so much more than most people the first part of my life, I couldn't complain when I had less afterwards. But I certainly do enjoy this, she added earnestly, as the orchestra began the haunting air of the Mexican swallow song, La Golondrina, and the odour of roses stole up from below. The court was filled now with gay little groups of people who had the air of finding life one continual holiday. The cheeriness of the reply almost brought tears to Mary's eyes, as she realized for the first time how much more than any of them her mother must have suffered from the hardships of their early poverty, because it was in such sharp contrast to what she had known before. To hide the little quiver that wanted to creep into her voice, Mary laughed as she joined them, dragging a chair through the French window after her. "Here you sit like two comfortable cats in the lap of luxury," she said. "You'll begin to purr soon." "That's exactly what we're doing now," answered Jack. "We're congratulating ourselves on being in this land of summer with every comfort at hand and a free show to entertain us. This is as good as being in a box party at the opera." Mary settled herself with her chair tipped back on its rockers and looked down on the court below. "I wish we could stay at this hotel all winter," she exclaimed. "I wish we could be as rich all the time as I feel tonight. Ever since we started south in Mr. Robeson's car, I've felt as opulent and as elegant as if we owned the earth. And I've noticed that you and Mama take to luxury quite as readily as I do, like ducks to water. Norman is learning fast too, for one of his opportunities. He's having the time of his life now, down in the lobby, just seeing things at night. He asked me for a quarter when I left him, to get some postcards of the Alamo and the Plaza to send home." "Well?" queried Jack as she paused. Mary had had the family finances in hand since his illness, and her economical clutch had earned her the title of Watchdog of the Treasury. "Oh, I gave it to him," she answered. "Gave it with a lordly sweep of the hand, as if bestowing millions were a daily habit of mine. But tomorrow it'll be a different story. Tomorrow a copper cent may be too great a boon for my family to ask me to part with. Tomorrow we go house hunting, with the sad realization that we're all as poor as Job's old blue turkey hen." "What's the odds, so long as you're happy?" quoted Jack. There was a long pause in which they listened to the music, each enjoying to the fullest the novelty of being in such a place. Then Jack asked, "Didn't you have any adventures down in the dining room? We rather expected that you'd have a series of them to report." "Mercy, yes. I've had half a dozen since I saw you last, very mild ones, though. I've seen some most interesting people, a major's daughter and a lieutenant from the post, called Bogey, and I overheard the beginning of a romance, a most sentimental request for an adorable little curl, and I've hooked Mrs. James Barnaby of Bauer, Texas, up in her best black and purple gown, and James himself has invited me to take pot luck with them up at the Barnaby Ranch any time I choose to go. He's a dear, and so is she, and if you'd only—" Her chatter was stopped by a sudden exclamation from Jack, and following his gaze into the court below, she saw two of the group in which she had been so interested earlier in the evening. "That's the lieutenant I told you about," she exclaimed excitedly. "That's Bogey, and the other is the major's daughter. I don't wonder that you're stunned at the sight of a pretty girl like that when it's been such ages since you have seen one." "I'm stunned because it happens to be a girl I know," exclaimed Jack in a tone almost as excited as her own. "That's Gay Melville, and I met her at the Locusts the night I stopped in Lloydsboro Valley with the Shermans." "Are you sure?" gasped Mary. "Dead sure. She played the violin that evening, and you can't take your eyes off her face when she plays, it's so sweet, and you could never forget it after you've watched her through one performance. Then her hair, there's no mistaking that, and that little trick of lifting her chin. Besides, it's no surprising matter to see her. She lives here, and she's a popular girl." "Oh, I know it," exclaimed Mary, "and I've known all the time that her home is in San Antonio. Haven't I heard the Warwick Hall seniors talk of her by the hour? But somehow I never put two and two together and got it through my head that we're in the same town. Really, I'd forgotten her in the excitement of our sudden coming, but now it just takes me off my feet to know that we're under the same roof, and to remember that she lived a whole summer in Lloydsboro Valley, and is such a dear friend of the little Colonel and Betty. Why, we're bound to meet her sometime this winter. Oh, I know we're going to have a good time here, and I think that San Antonio is just the dearest, most charming old place in the world." "It is certainly a good place to be tonight," answered Jack, following with intent gaze the vanishing figure of the Major's pretty daughter. "And tomorrow—" He did not finish the sentence, for the violins were throbbing through that last refrain of La Golondrina so softly and sweetly that he did not want to lose a note. When it was done, Mary took up his last word, quoting with a dramatic sweep of the hand, "Tomorrow do thy worst, for I have lived today." End of Chapter 1. Recording by Julian Pratley.
Chapter 2 of Mary Ware in Texas. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Usha. Mary Ware in Texas by Annie Fellows Johnston. Chapter 2. In Search of a Home. It was with the vision of a charming little bungalow in her mind that Mary started on her search for a house next morning. A little white bungalow, half hidden in vines and set among huisache and mesquite trees, or maybe in the shelter of one giant pecan. As they had whirled around the city in the touring car the day before, she had seen several of that kind which she thought would suit both their taste and their purse. She had not yet reached the point of picturing to herself the inside furnishings. They would have to be of the simplest sort, of course. But one picture seemed to rise up of its own accord whenever she thought of the new home. She saw a big living room, the center of a cheery hospitality, where girls fluttered in and out at all hours of the day. Bright, fun loving, interesting girls like Gay, Melville, and Roberta. Her wistful little face grew very sweet and eager at the mere thought of such companionship, and there was such a dancing light in her gray eyes and such a happy glow of expectancy on her cheeks that more than one passerby took a second glance and felt the morning brighter because of it. Mrs. Ware had expected to accompany her, leaving Jack to Norman's care for the morning. But a neuralgic headache, an old enemy of hers, seized her on awakening, and she was obliged to shift the responsibility to Mary's willing shoulders. Although it doubled the car fare, Mary took Norman with her for company. Armed with a map of the city and a list of houses clipped from the morning paper, they started gaily out on their quest. It was good just to be alive on such a morning, and out in the brilliant sunshine, with the air so fresh and sweet, and the plaza as green and flowery as if it were midsummer instead of the week before Thanksgiving. They walked at first, wanting a closer view than the cars afforded of the fascinating old curio shops. Mexicans were no novelty to them as they were to northern tourists. They had seen too many in Phoenix and at the mining camp to care for a second look at the tall, peaked hats of the men or the rebosa draped heads of the women. But the narrow streets of the Mexican quarter with their chili and tamale stands interested them. It was some kind of a fete day, and flags were flying, and a festive spirit was in the air. A spirit that seems to belong peculiarly to this alluring old Spanish city, where fêtes come often and one soon learns to say manana with the rest. Norman, who picked up bits of information here and there as a magnet draws needles and nails, imparted some of it to Mary as he trudged along beside her. Everything was making a deep impression on his mind because this was his first journey of any consequence. "This is the third oldest city in the United States, the guidebook says," he began, then paused before a shop window, attracted by the sign, "Dressed Fleece, 35 cents," to exclaim scornfully, "Who would be fool enough to want one of those things, dead or alive?" With a skip or two to catch up with Mary, he continued, "And there's 13 miles of river twisting in and out among the streets, with 17 bridges over it." "It surely is the twistiest, crookedest river that I ever saw on a map," answered Mary. But that's what makes the town so lovely. All those graceful bends with the green banks and tropical foliage and the little boats tied up here and there to the landings. I wish we could find the kind of a place we want somewhere along the river. Maybe we could manage to get a boat. Anyhow, if we couldn't do any better, we could make a raft. I would love to pole one, and it would be just like doing it in our own backyard if the river ran right behind our place. Say, let's! Exclaimed Norman explosively. Mary Ware, you have got a head on you that's worth something. And I'll tell you something else I wish we could manage to do. That is to get a house out near Brackenridge Park. They have got antelope and buffalo and elk and all sorts of wild animals out there. I'd like to see them often. We'd better get down to business then, said Mary, instead of loitering along this way. We can look at the shops after we have found a house. Stop just a minute at the Alamo, begged Norman. I want to see the place where Travers and Davy Crockett and Bowie put up such a desperate fight against Santa Anna. This is just as interesting a place to me as Bunker Hill or Plymouth Rock would be, and I want to write home to Billy Downs about it. But it isn't the exact spot, objected Mary, who wanted to lose no more time and was sometimes provokingly literal. This is only the little chapel, and the real fight took place in a court that was away over yonder, and the walls were pulled down long ago. Norman planted himself at the entrance and proceeded to argue the matter. But the chapel was part of it, and it stands for the whole thing now, a sort of monument, and there's relics inside. And oh, well, come on then, said Mary, if you are that anxious, but just for a minute. You can come here some other time by yourself and prowl around all day. She followed him into the dim interior, still insisting at every step that they must hurry. It was so early, no one but the caretaker was in sight. She knew how Norman liked history and what enthusiastic admiration he had for the heroes of frontier times, but she was surprised to see how deeply he was impressed by the venerable building. He took off his hat as they entered and walked around as reverently as if they were in a church. As they gazed up at the narrow iron barred windows which had witnessed such a desperate struggle for liberty, he said in an airy tone which made even Mary feel solemn. Here, for 10 days, took place the most memorable, thrilling, tragic, and bloody siege in American history. 179 indomitable American frontier riflemen against an army of 6,000 brave and disciplined troops led by veteran officers. Where did you get all that? Demanded Mary in surprise. I saw it in a little pamphlet in the reading room last night, and it told about the Comanche Indians that came here about 70 years ago. The fiercest fighting you ever heard of. 32 Indian warriors killed right out there in the street that we came across just now, and 7 Texans. Goodness, Norman, she answered with a shrug. What do you want to resurrect all those old horrors for? It doesn't make the place any more attractive to me to know that its streets once ran red with blood. I would rather think of them as they will be in the spring on San Jacinto Day, red with roses after the Battle of Flowers. Think of our being here to see that, she added exultingly. As they emerged from the dimly lighted chapel into the blinding sunshine of the street, Norman remarked thoughtfully, of course, I'm sorry that Jack had the rheumatism so badly that he had to get out of Lone Rock. But as long as we did have to leave home, I'm jolly glad it brought us to San Antonio. Think of the times we'll have going out to Fort Sam Houston to guard mounts and parade. It's something just to be within walking distance of the largest army post of the United States. I'm thinking of the public library, was a rejoinder. Jack can have all the books he wants to read this winter, and I am thinking of the friends we'll have, the real, satisfying kind that do things and go places and think and keep you from sinking to the level of a cabbage. I have always wanted to live in the thick of things, and here we are at last. They paused on the curb to wait for a long string of vehicles to pass. An army ambulance came first, drawn by sleek mules driven by a soldier in khaki, and carrying several ladies and children from the post. Close behind it came a riding party clattering in on horseback from a breakfast at the country club. Then followed close on each other's heels a dilapidated prairie schooner, three boys on a burro, a huckster's wagon, and a carriage with liveried coachman and prancing thoroughbred horses. The clang of a long line of electric cars whizzing past, the honk of many automobiles, and the warning sound of bicycle bells as their owners wheeled in and out through the bewildering maze of vehicles and pedestrians made Norman exclaim joyfully, "Gee, I'm glad we are out of Lone Rock. There's something to see here every single minute." Mary signaled a passing car, and as soon as they were seated, drew out her newspaper clippings. "Mrs. Barnaby said for us to go to Laurel Heights first," she remarked. "So I believe we'll find it best to try this one. It sounds all right." She read the advertisement aloud. "A 5-room bungalow, never been occupied, all modern conveniences, 1 block from Carline, rent reasonable, inquire next door." Then she unfolded the map and studied it as they whirled around, now and then repeating the name of a street as she came across one which sounded particularly pleasing and storybookish, as she called it to Norman. King William Street, Mistletoe Avenue, Doloroso, and San Pedro. When, a little later, they alighted from the car and found the place described in the advertisement, it was almost the bungalow of Mary's dreams. The vines were lacking, and the lawn was still strewn with the debris of building, but that could soon be remedied. "What good wide porches to hang a hammock on!" exclaimed Norman, as they mounted the steps and walked around peering through the windows. "You'll have to say gallery," corrected Mary. "Everybody down here calls a porch a gallery. They won't know what you mean." They walked all around the house, exclaiming over each attractive feature as each window revealed a new one. The electric lights, the convenient little bathroom, the open fireplace in the living room, the built in china closet. Norman's only complaint was that the house was nowhere near the river. There was a drawback in Mary's eyes also, for ever since they had thought of a boat, it had begun to take its place in that mental picture in which those alluring girls were always fluttering in and out. "Of course, we'll look farther," she said. "It wouldn't do to take the first one we came to when there are so many to choose from. I'll just run in next door and inquire the price and tell them we'll make up our minds later." But when she had made her inquiries, her decision followed immediately. What might seem reasonable rent to the owner and to the people of that neighborhood was entirely out of the reach of the Ware pocketbook. "You won't find anything cheaper in this part of town," the women assured her, and after several more experiences of the same kind, Mary believed her. They passed all sorts of beautiful homes in their wanderings, stately colonial mansions, comfortable wide spreading houses with broad galleries and hospitable doors, picturesque bungalows in the mission style, little white winged cottages overrun with tangles of Mahishal Nile roses, their fragrant buds swinging from the very eaves. The farther they searched, the more Mary longed to find a home among them. And it was with a feeling of deep disappointment that she turned back to the hotel for lunch. Mrs. Ware had spent part of the morning telephoning to different real estate offices recommended by Mr. Barnaby, and had a small list of houses sifted down from those offered her. "They tell me we are too late to get much of a choice," she reported. "People have been pouring into the city for a month, and the freight stations and warehouses are piled up with household goods. It is this way every fall, they say. No matter how many homes they build, there are always more families clamoring to occupy them than can be accommodated. It would be easier for us to find one if we could afford to pay more, but I had to cut out all the high priced ones from the list that they gave me." Mary took the slip of paper from her mother, saying, "So far, the ones we have seen have been too big or too expensive, or else far too small. I wonder what will be the matter with these." She began to find out almost as soon as she and Norman resumed their search again after lunch. The list they had led them into older parts of the town where the rented houses had seen several generations of transitory occupants. Some of the places they visited made her shrink back in dismay. A long procession of careless tenants had passed through, each leaving some contribution to the evidences of the slack housekeeping. Nearly every family had had its share of disease and death, and Mary hurried away with a wry face and the single exclamation, "Germs!" Mrs. Barnaby had spoken of that class of houses. "You want to be careful," she told her. "Even the nicest looking may have had dreadfully sick tenants in them, and although there is a law requiring landlords to fumigate and all that sort of thing, you can't be sure that it has been done as thoroughly as it should." "This is getting monotonous," Mary exclaimed wearily, when they had walked block after block to no purpose, and the end of the day found them with nothing accomplished. The morning freshness of the atmosphere had given place to such enervating heat that she had been carrying her coat on her arm for several hours. The sky was overcast with clouds when, fagged and inwardly cross, she climbed on the car that was to take them back to the hotel, owing that she couldn't drag herself another step. At the next corner half a dozen people hurried down the street, waving frantically for the car to wait. As they crowded into the aisle, laughing and out of breath, Mary heard a lady exclaim, "We certainly were lucky to catch this car. If we had had to wait for the next one, the Northern surely would have caught us, and this is going to be a nasty wet one, too." Even as she spoke, there was a sense of sudden chill in the air. A cold gale swept down the street, setting flags and awnings to flapping, and blinding pedestrians with whirling clouds of dust. The conductor hurried to close the car windows, and the passengers began struggling into their wraps. The sudden freshening of the air had such a bracing effect that Mary straightened up, feeling that after all she might be able to walk the half block from the car to the hotel. When the time came, she found that she could even run the distance, for the few big drops of rain that splashed in her face were the forerunner of a downpour, and they had no umbrella. Just as they reached the entrance, such a mighty deluge began that Mary's disappointment in house hunting was somewhat softened by the fact that her beloved hat had escaped a wedding which must have ruined it. "Never mind, little vicar," said Jack, consolingly, when she had made her report to the assembled family. "The proverbial turn in our fortune is bound to come. It's never failed us yet, you know." "But we have simply got to get out of this expensive hotel," she answered desperately. "Do you realize that we could keep house for a week on what it cost the four of us to stay here just one day?" Mrs. Ware broke the long silence that followed by suggesting, Maybe for the present we'd better try to get a few rooms somewhere just for light housekeeping. It's a last resort, I know, but Mary is right. Every day we spend here is taking a big mouthful out of our little capital. Nobody liked the suggestion. For whatever else they had lacked in their Arizona homes, there had been no lack of space. But they all saw the wisdom of Mrs. Ware's suggestion and agreed to try it until they could look around and do better. How lovely it must be to have an ancestral roof tree, thought Mary that night as she tossed restlessly, kept awake by the noises of the big hotel. I can't think of anything more heavenly than to always live in the house where you were born and your fathers and grandfathers before you, as the Lloyds do at the Locust. It must be so delightful to feel that you have got an attic full of heirlooms and that everything about the place is connected with some old family tradition, and to know that you can take root there and not have to go wandering around from pillar to post as we Wares have always had to do. I wonder if Lloyd Sherman knows how much she has to be thankful for. Next day, in her shorter skirt and raincoat and under a dripping umbrella, Mary started to look for rooms. She was alone this time. Company was too expensive a luxury to afford more than one day, since it meant extra car fare. She paddled blithely off, however, never minding the weather. This rain made the little home she was seeking seem all the more desirable. Whenever a window showed her a cozy interior with the light of an open fire shining cheerily over it, she thought it would not be long till she would be making afternoon tea over just such a fire, or popping corn, or toasting marshmallows. She could think of a dozen ways to make it attractive for the girls when they dropped in of rainy afternoons. Occupied with such plans, she tramped along through the mud and slush as happily as she had gone through the sunshine the day before. But by the end of the morning, repeated failures began to bring a worried line between her eyes and a sharp note of anxiety into her voice when she made her inquiries. Once, finding herself in the neighborhood of a house which she had refused the day before because it did not quite measure up to the standard she had set, she went to look at it again, thinking, after all, they might manage to be more comfortable in it than in a few rooms. To her disappointment, she found a family already moving in. It had been rented almost immediately after her refusal to take it. In her search for rooms, a new difficulty faced her. Invariably, one of the first questions asked her was, "Anyone sick in your family?" "Yes, my brother," she would say. "He has rheumatism. That is why we are particular about getting a sunny south room for him." "Well, we can't take sick people," would be the positive answer. And she would turn away with an ache in her throat and a dull wonder why Jack's rheumatism could make him objectionable in the slightest degree as a tenant. The morning was nearly gone before she found the reason. She was shown into a dingy parlor by a child of the family and asked to wait a few moments. Its mother had gone around the corner to the bakery, but would be right back. There were two others already waiting when Mary entered the room, a stout middle aged woman and a delicate looking girl. The woman looked up with a nod as Mary took a chair near the stove and spread out her damp skirts to dry. "I reckon you're on the same errand as us," said the woman, "but it is first come, first served, and we are ahead of you." "Yes," answered Mary, distantly polite, and wondering at the aggressive tone. When the child left the room, the woman rose and shut the door behind it. and then came back to Mary, lowering her voice confidentially. It is just this way. We are getting desperate. We came down here for my daughter's health. The doctor sent us, and we have gone all over town trying to get some kind of roof over our heads. We can't get in anywhere because Maudie has lung trouble. People have been coming down here for 40 years to get cured of it, and folks were glad enough to rent them rooms and take their money, till all this talk was stirred up in the papers about lung trouble being a great white plague and catching and all that. Now, you can't get in anywhere at a price that poor folks can pay. I have come to the end of my rope. The landlady at the boarding house where we have been stopping told me this morning that she couldn't keep us another day because the boarders complained when they found what ailed Maudie. I was a fool to tell them, for she doesn't cough much. It's only in the first stages. After this, I'm just going to say that I came down here to look for work, and goodness knows that's the truth. What I want to ask of you is that you won't stand in the way of our getting in here by offering more rent or anything like that. Certainly not, Mary answered, drawing back a little, almost intimidated by the fierceness which desperation gave to the other's manner. The landlady bustled in at that moment, and as she threw the rooms open for inspection, she asked the question that Mary had heard so often that morning. Any sick in your family? No, answered the woman glibly. I'm down in the city looking for work. I do plain sewing, and if you know of any likely customers, I would be glad if you'd mention me. The landlady glanced shrewdly at Maudie, who kept in the background. She does embroidery, explained her mother. Needlework makes her a little pale and peaked, sitting over it so long. I ain't going to let her do so much after I once get a good start. Well, a person in my place can't be too careful, complained the landlady. We get taken in so often, letting our rooms to strangers. They have all sorts of names for lung trouble nowadays, malaria and a weak heart and such things. The couple I had in here last said it was just indigestion and shortness of breath, but she died all the same 6 weeks later in this very room. And he had to acknowledge it was her lungs all the time, and he knew it. Mary looked around the room with a shiver. Its old wallpaper, dingy paint, and worn carpet proclaimed too plainly that its renovation since the last lodger's departure had been only a superficial one, barely what the law demanded. No, thank you, she replied to the landlady, who had turned to her with the hope of finding a more desirable tenant. I couldn't consider these rooms at all. There are only two, and we need three at least. Out on the street again, a tear or two splashed down and mingled with the rain on her face as she walked away. She was growing desperate herself. If two rooms had been all they needed, she could have found them a number of times over. Or if they could have afforded some of the flats or the sunny suites she discovered on pleasant streets, her search would have been soon over. But it was the same old circle she kept coming back to. When the rooms were large enough and within their means, either they were unsanitary or the owners objected to invalids. In vain she explained that Jack's helplessness was due to an accident and that rheumatism is not contagious. Too many people like Maudie's mother had been ahead of her and bred suspicion of all strangers in quest of rooms for light housekeeping. Mary had told her mother not to expect her back for lunch. She would go into some tea room or restaurant wherever she happened to be. But 1 o'clock found her in a part of the town where nothing of the kind was in sight. She bought an apple and some crackers at a grocery and ate them under cover of her umbrella while she stood on a corner, waiting for a car to take her to another part of the city. What a different place it seemed to be from the one they had seen the day of their arrival. Then it was a world of hospitable homes and sunshine and kindly faces. The very shop windows looked friendly and inviting. Now, plodding along in the wet to the tired homesick girl, it seemed only a great desolate place, full of lonely, discouraged strangers and sick people and dingy boarding houses whose doors shut coldly in anxious faces. All afternoon she kept up the search. The electric lights were beginning to gleam through the rain, throwing long, quivering reflections in the puddles when she finally turned back to the hotel, bedraggled and utterly discouraged. I won't cry, she said fiercely to herself. I can't, for Jack would see that I had been at it and he's getting so sensitive lately. It would hurt him dreadfully to know that we are barred out of all the desirable places because he's an invalid. The habits of years is strong. Mary had persisted so long in applying the good vicar of Wakefield's motto to her childish difficulties and disappointments that it had taught her remarkable self control. Instead of bursting impulsively into the room, as so many girls of her age would have done, and giving vent to her overtaxed nerves and discouragement in a tearful report of the day's adventures, she walked slowly from the elevator to her room, trying to think of some careless way in which to announce her failure. She paused with her hand on the knob, thinking, I will just tell them that I have come back like Noah's dove did the first time it was sent out from the ark, because I could find no rest for the sole of my foot, at least a rest which fitted both our ideas and our income. To her relief, the room was empty when she entered. The only light streamed through the transom and keyhole from Jack's room, where a low murmur told that her mother was reading aloud. Opening the door just a crack so that her face was not visible, she called gaily, I'm back, Mamma, but you can just go on with your reading. I'll not tell a single thing till I'm all dried and dressed. I'm as wet as a frog. Oh, I was afraid you'd be, came the anxious answer. I'll come and get. No, interrupted Mary decidedly. I don't want anything but time. Closing the door between the rooms, she switched on the light and began slipping out of her wet clothes into dry ones. In a moment or two, she was in her soft, warm kimono and Turkish slippers, standing on the threshold of the bathroom, intending to plunge her face into a basin of hot water. It was the best thing she could think of to remove the traces of tears, and she was so tired that now she was safe in the harbor of her own room, the tears would come, no matter how hard she tried to keep them back. But before she could turn the faucet, a tap at the hall door made her dab her handkerchief hastily across her eyes, for Mrs. Barnaby's voice followed the tap. I surely hate to trouble you, she began apologetically as soon as Mary had admitted her. But if you could only hook me up this one more time. I've been waiting for James with this shawl over my shoulders for nearly half an hour. Then I heard you come in and I thought maybe you wouldn't mind doing it once more. We are going home in the morning. Then, with a keen look into Mary's face, she added kindly, Why, you poor child, what's the matter? Your brother isn't worse, I hope. There was such a note of real concern in the sympathetic voice that Mary's lip trembled and her eyes brimmed over again. When, the next moment, she found herself drawn into Mrs. Barnaby's capacious embrace with a plump hand patting her soothingly on the back. The story of her discouragement seemed to sob itself out of its own accord. The performance left Mary's eyes very red and tears swollen, but the outburst brought such relief that she could laugh the moment it was over. It was Mrs. Barnaby's surprise which brought the laugh. "I can't get over it," she kept exclaiming. "To think that all this time I supposed that you were enormously wealthy, actually rolling in riches." "Well, well, I didn't know that my short and simple Annals of the Poor would be so upsetting," giggled Mary hysterically. "You were so sweet and sympathetic I couldn't help telling you. But don't take it to heart, please. We Wares never stayed discouraged long. I'll be all right now after I get my face washed. As soon as I fasten your dress, I will run in and turn on the hot water." The hooking proceeded in silence, Mrs. Barnaby so absorbed in thought that she forgot her usual sigh of relief and expression of thanks at the end. Instead, she said abruptly, "You come and go up on the train with us in the morning to Bauer. It's only 30 miles from here, and it's up in the hills, high and dry, and there's the maid's cottage I'm sure you can get, all freshly scrubbed and ready to move into. Mrs. Metz is the cleanest little German woman you ever saw. Scrubs even the undersides of her tables as white as the tops. It wasn't rented when we came down here last Saturday. Let me talk to your mother about it. I'm sure it is just the place for you." "Oh, no," began Mary. "We couldn't possibly go there. We have counted so much on living here in San Antonio this winter and meeting some of our friends." Then she stopped with a little gasp, and after an instant's pause said apologetically, "I didn't mean to refuse so abruptly, and now I take it all back. Changing plans so suddenly is somewhat of a shock to one's system, isn't it? After all, I'm like a drowning man catching at straws, and I'd be very glad indeed if you would talk to Mamma about it. You can go right in now while I finish dressing, if you like." It was not the first time Mrs. Barnaby had been ushered into Jack's room. Their acquaintance had begun over the railing of their adjoining balconies the first day of Mary's house hunting and had rapidly deepened into a mutual liking. So strongly had Mrs. Barnaby been attracted to the young fellow who bore his crippled condition so lightly that he made others forget it, that she induced James to go in and make his acquaintance also. The two men had spent several hours of the long rainy morning together, each greatly interested in the other's conversation. Mary, who had been gone all day, did not know of this, but she knew that her mother had met and liked Mrs. Barnaby, and that the story of the day's unsuccessful search would not sound half so serious if that cheerful old lady told it, especially if it were followed immediately by her offer to find them a home in Bauer. Bauer was an uncharted country on Mary's map, but if Mrs. Barnaby thought of it as their desired haven, she could trust her capable hands to take them safely into it. So it was with a sigh of relief that she opened the door between the rooms, saying, "Here's Mrs. Barnaby, Mamma," and left her to make explanations while she finished dressing. End of chapter. Recording by Usha.
Chapter 3 of Mary Ware in Texas. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Rachel Blakey. Mary Ware in Texas by Annie Fellows Johnston. Chapter 3. The Little Town of Bauer. Mary was the only one to whom the change of plans made a vital difference. She had built such lovely dream castles their winter in San Antonio that it was hard to see them destroyed at one breath. "Of course it's the only thing to do," she said, in a mournful aside to Norman. "But did you ever dream that there was a dish of rare, delicious fruit set down in front of you, so tempting that you could hardly wait to taste it, and just as you put out your hand it was suddenly snatched away? That's the way I feel about leaving here. And I've dreamed of getting letters, too, big, fat letters that were somehow going to change my whole life for the better. And then, just as I started to read them, I always woke up, and so never found out the secret that would make such a change in my fortunes." "Maybe it won't be so bad after all," encouraged Norman. "Maybe we can have a boat. There's a creek running through the town, and the Barnaby Ranch is only 7 miles out in the country. We'll see them often." Mary wanted to wail out, "Oh, it isn't boats and ranches and old people I want. It's girls and boys and something doing, being in the heart of things, as we would be if we could only stay here in this beautiful old city." The wail found no voice, however, for even in the midst of her disappointment, Mary remembered Jack, and could not let him feel that this change in their plans meant any sacrifice for her. Besides, she had to acknowledge that the creek and the ranch did hold out some compensations, and she was deeply grateful to these 2 kind old people who had come to their rescue in such cordial neighborly fashion. Mr. Barnaby had been called into the family council also, and had spent the evening with them discussing prices and prospects. Even Norman was impressed by their offers of assistance, and spoke of it as he sat slowly unlacing his shoes after they had gone. Mary was in the next room, repacking her trunk, for it had been decided that she and Norman were to go to Bauer on the early accommodation train when the Barnabys left for home. The door between the rooms was still open, and she heard him say thoughtfully, "What do you suppose makes them so rattling good to us when we're just strangers?" Jack laughed and quoted teasingly, "What makes the lamb love Mary so? The eager children cry. Oh, Mary loves the lamb, you know," the teacher did reply. "Oh, talk sense," was Norman's disgusted answer. "I don't know what you mean by that." An understanding smile flashed between Jack and his mother, who had stayed to help him prepare for the night, and she answered for him. "Jack only means that we get just what we give in this world, dear. From the days of Solomon it's been a proverb that the man who would have friends must show himself friendly. And that's what you and Mary did the first night you met the Barnabys. You made them feel that you found them genuinely interesting, and that awakened a liking for you." "But anybody'd find that old man interesting," Norman explained gravely. "You never heard such Indian stories as he can tell. True ones that he's been in himself. And hunting, gee, you ought to hear him. I bid to sit next to him going up on the train." "You're welcome to him," called Mary. "I'll take Mrs. B." Then she came to the doorway, a pile of folded garments in her hands. "I declare, she is just an old dear. She thought of so many ways to save us expense since she found out that we have to economize. She even offered to have our 2 extra trunks checked on their tickets. They only brought suitcases, so we'll have no extra baggage to pay for." The sun was shining next morning, and although the chill of the norther was still in the air, the rain-washed plazas were greener than ever, and new roses were opening to take the places of the old ones that the storm had beaten off the day before. Mary's spirits seemed to have passed through the same refreshing process, for there was no trace of tears or regrets on the bright face that greeted her traveling companions. The only morning train was an accommodation, which carried much freight and took its own time for the journey. This happened to be a day when it was 4 hours on the road, but none of the little party felt that time dragged. Ordinarily, Mary would have enjoyed keeping close to the old ranchman, as Norman did, hopping off the car every time they stopped on a sidetrack to investigate everything along the way: the lime works, the rock quarry, the station where the mail was put off for the soldiers who were camped at the government reservation for target practice. Even the little oil-burning engine would have been of as much interest to her as it was to Norman, had she not been so busily occupied otherwise. As they wound higher and higher into the hills, she looked out now and then with a quick exclamation of pleasure at the view. But for the most part she was visiting with Mrs. Barnaby, as that good soul expressed it. Their acquaintance took long strides forward that morning. Part of the time Mary chatted along just as if her listener had been one of the Warwick Hall girls, and part of the time she listened to elderly views and confidences with the seeming sympathy of middle age. A bit of personal history from one called out a corresponding scrap from the other, and they had exchanged views on many subjects, ranging from young turkeys to unhappy marriages, when the porter passed through the train calling, "Bauer! All out for Bauer!" Mrs. Barnaby glanced out the window, saying in surprise, "I had no idea we were so near home." Then she gave Mary's sleeve an affectionate little pat with her plump hand, exclaiming cordially, "I declare, it's been a real treat to have you along." And Mary, as she helped Mrs. Barnaby struggle into her coat, responded, "Well, I've enjoyed every inch of the way. Somehow you make me feel that you're just my age, or I'm just yours. I don't know which. You can't imagine how little and lorn I feel at the thought of leaving you." "Oh, but I'm not going to leave you until you're safely settled," was the comforting assurance. "James has some business at the courthouse that will keep him in town for an hour or so. As soon as we drop him there, I'll drive around with you to make arrangements about the cottage. There's Pedro now." They were on the platform by this time, and she indicated by a nod the slim young Mexican who had driven the carriage from the ranch to meet them. It was a roomy, old-fashioned carriage drawn by two big gray mules, with much shining nickel plating on their stout black harness. The station was half a mile away from the village, and as they swung down the sunny white road toward it at a rapid gait, both Norman and Mary looked out eagerly at the place that was to be their home for a whole long winter, and maybe more. From a distance it looked almost like a toy village, with its red roofs, blue barns, and flashing windmills nestled against the background of misty hills. Low mountain peaks rose here and there on the far horizon beyond. "This is a distinctly German village, you know," explained Mrs. Barnaby, as they passed a group of little flaxen-haired Teutons on the roadside who were calling to each other and their dog in a tongue which Mary could not understand. Bauer was settled by an old German count and a baron or two, who came over here with their families and followers. They made it as much like a corner of the fatherlands as they could, and their descendants still cling to their language and customs. They don't want any disturbing, aggressive Americans in their midst, so they never call on newcomers, and never return their visits if any of them try to make the advances. They will welcome you to their shops, but not to their homes. Even the English and the Scotch people who have owned the outlying ranches as long as they have owned the town are looked upon as aliens and strangers, in a way. Mary gave an exclamation of dismay. "Texas certainly is full of surprises," she said, in a disappointed tone. "One thinks of it as being young and crude, and with the proverbial hospitality of a new country. I've always thought of it as having the latch-string out for everybody." "Oh, Texas has," Mrs. Barnaby hastened to assure her. "Its doors are wide open, and its welcome corresponds to its size, the biggest in the Union. But Bauer is different. It has a few families who will not look on you with suspicion. The old couple who owns the cottage which I hope to get for you will be good neighbors, and if you were to live here a long time, there are others who would be friendly. Then there are several American families who have found a foothold in the town, and as I said, English-speaking people on the ranches hereabout. They are cultured, refined people, interesting to know, but strangers coming here rarely make their acquaintance. You see, we have so many transients coming for their health, staying just a few weeks or months and going on again. It's hardly to be expected we'd—" Her sentence was interrupted by a dashing girl in khaki and a cowboy hat, astride a fiery little Mustang. She rode past the carriage, calling out a greeting as she passed. Norman turned around, exclaiming, "Did you see that? A cartridge belt around her waist and a 6-shooter in her holster. That's the Wild West for you." "That's the sheriff's daughter," explained Mrs. Barnaby. "She's his deputy and meets the trains when it's necessary and he's out of town." "I'd like to know her," said Mary. "I'm glad that there's something to give one the kind of thrill you naturally expect to have out here. I was beginning to have such a foreign, far-away feeling, seeing all these picturesque little German gardens, with old women weeding in them. We can imagine we are abroad this winter in Cologne, or Potsdam, or Bingen on the Rhine. Oh, how quaint and dear. The exclamation escaped her as the gray mules stopped at the gate of an old garden, over whose stone walls arched a row of great pecan trees. A straight path ran from the gate to the kitchen door, stiffly bordered by coxcombs and prince's feather, while on each side chrysanthemums and roses and a host of old-fashioned autumn flowers made the little plot a tangle of colors and sweet smells. There were some beehives under the bare peach trees, and at one side beyond them a small vineyard where the mockingbirds still sang noisily, although the grapes had all been gathered and pressed into wine. An old man with a flowing white beard and a high black hat sat on a bench by the kitchen door, placidly smoking a long pipe. "That's Mr. Metz," said Mrs. Barnaby, preparing to alight. "Come in with me." "It's all just like one of the pictures in Joyce's studio," commented Mary as they followed the straight walk to the door. "And this is just like one of those lovely old master Dutch interiors," she added in a whisper, as Mr. Metz ushered them into the big, clean kitchen where his wife sat knitting. On the deep window-sill a cat lay asleep in the sun beside a pot of glowing red geraniums, and there was such an air of cleanliness and thrift and repose about the room that Mary could not help exclaiming aloud over it. As she glanced around with admiring glances, her bright face showed its appreciation also, and Mrs. Metz watched it shrewdly while she talked with Mrs. Barnaby, in English so broken as to be almost unintelligible. What the old woman saw must have satisfied her, for she accepted Mrs. Barnaby's offer after a very short parley with her husband in German, and when they rose to go she bade them wait while she made a stiff little nosegay for each of them, culled from her garden borders and edged with strong-smelling mint. In the center of Mary's was one of her handsomest coxcombs. Mrs. Barnaby smiled meaningly when she saw it, and when they had climbed back into the carriage, said in a pleased tone, "That shows that she has weighed you in the balance and is satisfied with the result. You'll get along famously with her, I'm sure, and will soon have you settled now in fine shape." An hour later, Mary stood on the threshold of the cottage she had rented, with the keys of possession in her hand. Thanks to Mrs. Barnaby and the rapid gait of the gray mules, much had been accomplished in that time. The groceries they had ordered were already piled on the table in the kitchen. A load of wood was on its way. The new mattresses they had bought at the furniture shop, kept by the undertaker of the village, were promised for delivery early in the afternoon, and they had been introduced at each place as friends of the Barnabys, who were to be charged home prices and not the ones usually asked of strangers. Mrs. Barnaby was what she called plain-spoken, and although she made a jest of her demands, they carried weight. Their trunks, 3 of which contained bedclothes and dishes, stood on the front gallery waiting to be unpacked. Inside, the house looked as clean as soapsuds, and fresh paint could make it. Mrs. Metz herself had attended to the scrubbing after the last tenant left, but Mary decided that she would feel more comfortable moving in after strangers if she should give the furniture a personal washing before they began to use it. While Norman built a fire in the kitchen stove, she unlocked one of the trunks and changed her traveling suit for a gingham dress and apron. "Let's eat picnic fashion," called Norman, "and unpack afterward. It's nearly 1 o'clock, and I'm too hungry to wait. I've found a cup I can boil some eggs in, and if we don't use any dishes, we won't have any to wash afterwards." "That's a bright suggestion," Mary called back. "We haven't any time to lose if we are to get everything ready for Mama and Jack by tomorrow afternoon." When she came dancing out into the kitchen a few minutes later, Norman had already begun his luncheon, and was walking around with a cheese sandwich in one hand and a pickle in the other, investigating the premises while he ate. Mary followed his example and wandered from the open doorway to the open windows, looking at the view from each, and exclaiming over each new discovery. The house was on a slight knoll with a wide cotton field stretching down between it and the little village. From this distance it looked more than ever like a toy village against the background of low hills. "You ought to see it from the top of the windmill," said Norman. "I climbed up while you and Mrs. Barnaby were talking so long at the gate. I'm glad we've got a windmill. It'll save me a lot of pumping, and it makes such a fine watchtower. You ought to see how far you can look across the country. You can see the creek. It's just a little way back of our place." "I'm going up this minute," answered Mary, slipping her unfinished sandwiches into her apron pocket. She ran out to the windmill and began to swing herself from one cross piece of the tower to another, as lightly as Norman had done. "It's perfectly lovely," she called back from the top. "I'd like to perch up here all afternoon if there wasn't so much to do. I'm going to come up here often. It gives you such a high up above all your earthly ills feeling. There's St. Peter's," she called, "over at the south end of town. I recognize the little stone belfry. What do you suppose that square tower is at the other end of town?" Norman came out and climbed halfway up the windmill. Swinging there below her by one arm, as he slowly munched a ginger snap. "Oh, that," he said, as he looked in the direction which she pointed. "That's the sisters' school. I asked Pedro this morning. It's the Academy of the Holy Angels." Mary's face glowed as she shook back the hair which the wind kept blowing into her eyes. "That's perfectly fascinating," she declared. "There's something beautiful to me in the thought that the little town we've come to lies between two such guardians. It's a good omen, and I'm not sorry now that we had to come." She stayed perched on the windmill, enjoying the view and eating her sandwiches until Norman called her that the washwater was boiling over on the stove. Then she climbed nimbly down and started toward the kitchen door. The kitchen was in an L of the house, and from its front window she could see the road which ran in front of the house. Just across it, half hidden by a row of bushy umbrella trees, stood two little blue cottages. They were within easy calling distance, and the voices of half a dozen children at play came cheerfully across to her. Although they spoke in a foreign tongue, the chatter gave her a sense of companionship. "Norman," she suddenly suggested, "let's stay here tonight, instead of going to the boarding house as Mama and Mrs. Barnaby arranged. I'm not afraid with neighbors so near, and I'm sure Mama wouldn't care if she could see how quiet and peaceful it is here. We'd be saving considerable. A night's lodging for two, and we can make this real comfortable and homey by bedtime." With the promise of hot biscuit and honey for supper, Norman agreed to her plan. He was to call at the boarding house and cancel the arrangements Mrs. Barnaby had made for them when he went for milk which Mr. Metz had promised to sell them. It was from the Metz beehives they were to have the honey, too. She had engaged it as a special treat for Jack. Under her direction, Norman fell to work making a kitchen cabinet out of two old boxes while she scrubbed away at the chairs and tables. "Isn't it funny the way history repeats itself?" she remarked. "This makes me think of the time that Joyce and Jack had getting settled in the wigwam. I felt so defrauded then because I couldn't have a hand in it, and this seems a sort of compensation for what I missed then." The exercise seemed to loosen her tongue, for as she worked, she went on, "I'm truly glad that I can enjoy both the top and bottom crusts of things. Nobody, I am sure, could have squeezed more pleasure out of this last week than I did. I fairly reveled in all the luxuries we had as Mr. Robeson's guests. It comes so easy to be waited on and to be the fine lady. And on the other hand, it is a real joy to be working this way, blacking stoves and filling lamps and making things look spick and span. I can spend like a lord and I can skimp like a scrub woman, and I really don't know which I enjoy most." She did not attempt to put any finishing touches to the house that day, but left such things as the hanging of curtains and the few pictures they had brought until the next morning. But before she stopped everything was shining, her room was ready for the night, and a cot was made up for Norman in the room which he was to share with Jack. Later, while she waited for the biscuits to bake and for him to come home with the milk and honey, she wrote a letter to Joyce. She did not take time to go to the bottom of her trunk for writing material, but, emptying the sugar from a large paper sack, cut it into several square sheets. With a big tin pan turned bottom upwards in her lap for a desk, she hastily scribbled the events of the day with a lead pencil, which she sharpened with the carving knife. Joyce has that letter yet. It was scribbled in the most careless, commonplace way, just as Mary would have told it had they been together. But Joyce, who could read her little sister like a book, read between the lines and divined the disappointment she had conquered, and saw the courage it took to make the most of every amusing incident in such a cheery way, while she touched only lightly on the serious ones. "We had a visitor a little while ago," wrote Mary in closing. "The Reverend Paul Rochester came to call, and where, of all awkward impossible places, do you suppose he found me? Up on the windmill tower. I had gone up again to watch the sunset, for just a minute. The glow on the roofs of the town and the hills beyond was so lovely. If Norman had had any sense, he would have ignored my high perch. He was splitting kindling by the back door, making such a noise that we could not hear Mr. Rochester's knock at the front door, so we came around. Mrs. Barnaby had stopped at the rectory on her way home to tell them about our coming to town, and Mrs. Rochester thought that we were all here and that we would be so busy getting settled that we wouldn't have much time to cook things for an invalid, and she had sent the most tempting basketful of good things you ever saw. There was orange gelatin and charlotte russe and some delicious nut sandwiches. The rector had walked all the way up here and carried the basket himself. You know, I've always stood in awe of clergymen. At first this one seemed fully as dignified and reverend as all the others, and I nearly fell off my perch with embarrassment when he looked up and saw me hanging there like a monkey on a stick. But the next moment we both laughed, and he seemed almost as young and boyish as Jack. I scuttled down in a hurry, I assure you. He only stayed a minute, just long enough to deliver the basket and his wife's message, but you've no idea how that little incident changed the whole atmosphere. I'd been looking down the white road that leads from our place into the town, thinking how lonely and foreign everything was, and how hard it would be to live all winter in a place where nobody wanted to be neighborly, and where the only people we knew were slightly old like the Barnabys, or awfully old like the Metzes. And then Mr. Rochester appeared, young and so nice looking, and with a jolly twinkle in his eyes that makes you forget the clerical cut of his clothes. His wife must be young too, or she couldn't be married to him, and she must be dear, or she wouldn't have sent such a dainty, altogether charming basket with her message of greeting. You've no idea how their cordial welcome changed everything. Now, as I look through the open door at the same road leading to the town, it doesn't look lonely and foreign anymore. It makes me think of a verse that dear old grandmother Ware taught me once. You remember how she used to take us up in her lap and make us spell the words out to her from her big Bible with the terrible pictures. The crooked shall be made straight, and the rough ways shall be made smooth. Well, grandmother's verse is coming true. It was all so crooked and uncertain and rough yesterday, but now everything is being smoothed out for us so beautifully. I have just looked out to see if Norman is coming. I can hear him whistling away down the road. I wish you, with your artist's eye for effect, could see the little town now, spread out below the hills in the twilight, with the windmills silhouetted against the sky. At one end is the little stone belfry of St. Peter's. At the other, the square gray tower of the Academy of the Holy Angels. And just between, singing low over the hills in the faint afterglow, the pale golden crescent of the new moon. After all, it's a good old world, Joyce, and I feel it in my bones that little old Bauer is going to bring us some great good that shall make us thankful always for having come. In some way, I am sure, all our rough ways shall be made smooth. End of Chapter 3. Chapter 4 of Mary Ware in Texas. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Rachel Blakey. Mary Ware in Texas by Annie Fellows Johnson. Chapter 4. The day before Thanksgiving saw the Ware family fully settled in their new home. The trunks had been unpacked and their contents disposed of to make the little cottage look as homelike as possible. Even the preparations for their Thanksgiving dinner were all made. They had been simplified by Mrs. Barnaby's gift of a jar of mincemeat, and the plump hen which was to take the place of a turkey had been bought already dressed. Now, at only 9 o'clock, the morning work was all done, and Mrs. Ware sat sewing on the south gallery, where Jack had wheeled himself into the sunshine. Mary came and stood in the doorway. "Things stay so clean here," she grumbled in a laughing way. "I could do everything there is to be done with one hand and not half try, and when you all help we get through so fast it makes me dizzy. Then there's nothing left to do but sit in the sun and wait till time to get the next meal ready. I wish I hadn't been in such a hurry to put everything in order. I wouldn't be so restless and idle now. It makes me fidgety to have nothing to do." "Take the basket and dishes back to the rectory," suggested Mrs. Ware, after Jack had proposed several occupations to no purpose. "But I've never met Mrs. Rochester yet," objected Mary, "and it would be sort of awkward going in and introducing myself." "No more awkward than it was for Mr. Rochester to come here and introduce himself," said Jack. "You can tell her for me that the Charlotte Russe was perfection." "I wonder what she's like," mused Mary, half persuaded to go and see. "If I thought she'd be approachable and easy to talk to, but—" "Oh, you know she's all right," urged Jack, "or she never would have been so good to a family of strangers. I'll bet she's a dear, motherly old soul in a checkered apron with gray hair and a double chin." "Why, she couldn't be," cried Mary. "Not and be Mr. Rochester's wife. He doesn't look much older than you do, and for all he's so dignified, there's something so boyish and likable about him that I felt chummy with him right away." "Well, the things she cooked tasted as if she were the kind of woman I said," persisted Jack, "and I shall keep on thinking of her as that kind until it's proved that my guess is wrong. I should think that anybody with as much curiosity as you have would go just to satisfy it." "You mean you want yours satisfied," retorted Mary. "Well, she'll do it herself in a few days. She sent word that she'd call soon, so I believe that I'll wait." Coming out, she stood leaning idly against one of the gallery posts, a restless, dissatisfied little figure. Then she strolled out to the front gate and stood there a while, looking down the deserted road. Jack's gaze followed her sympathetically, and he said to his mother in a low tone, "Poor little kid. It's going to be a dull winter for her, I'm afraid. She was never cut out for solitude. She'd rather dwell in the midst of alarms, and this place isn't much more diverting than a country graveyard." Mrs. Ware's glance followed his. Then she replied confidently as she looked down to thread her needle, "Oh, she'll soon adjust herself. She'll find something that will not only keep her busy, but will amuse all the rest of us." Jack picked up the magazine from which he had been reading aloud the evening before and resumed the story, but he was conscious all the time of the little figure at the gate, and saw her without seeming to notice when she slipped around the corner of the house presently to the backyard. Then he looked up with a smile when he heard the creaking of the windmill crank at the back of the house. "She's stopping the wheel," said Mrs. Ware, "so that she can climb to the top of the tower again. It seems to have some sort of fascination for her." Jack went on with his story, and Mary, perched on her watchtower, clung to the bar above and looked down over the town. The currents of air were stronger up at the height to which she climbed. Down below, scarcely a breath was stirring, but here a fresh breeze blew the hair into her eyes and began to blow the discontent out of her mind. Her wish that Jack could see the view was followed instantly by the thought that he could never have any other outlook than the one the wheeled chair afforded. "It's wicked of me to be discontented one single minute," she thought remorsefully. "There I was, fussing right before him about having nothing to do, when he'd give worlds just to be footloose, to climb up here and walk about the place. And he was so dear and considerate, never once reminded me how much harder it is for him than me, and that he has nothing else to look forward to as long as he lives." The yellow walls of the rectory gleamed through the trees at the north end of the little hamlet, reminding her of Jack's laughing wish to know what Mrs. Rochester was like. It's as little as I can do to go and find out for him, she thought, even if he did ask it in a joke. I ought to be willing to do anything in the world he expresses a wish for, poor boy. There's little enough here to amuse him. A few minutes later, in her traveling suit and hat, with Mrs. Rochester's basket on her arm, she interrupted the reading on the gallery. "I'm going to see your motherly friend," she announced, "to find out if she is gray-haired and double-chinned. Maybe I'll tell her how you described her." "Don't you dare," warned Jack laughingly. "I'll get even with you if you do." "You've already done that on a dozen old scores," answered Mary gaily. "Goodbye, my friends and kinsmen dear. As the storybooks say, we shall see what we shall see." What she saw when she rang the bell at the rectory was the exact opposite of the motherly creature whom Jack had pictured, for Mrs. Rochester, who came to the door herself, was tall and slim and very young, with the delicate, spiritual kind of beauty that had always been plump little Mary's greatest admiration and desire. One part of Jack's guess was correct, however. She wore a big checked apron, for she was making cake, and she invited Mary into the dining room where the materials were all spread out on the table. With the girlish cordiality that had won her so many friends, even in unsociable Bauer, she made Mary feel so much at home that in a few moments she was insisting on helping with the cake. It seemed a matter of course that Mrs. Rochester should hand her the egg beater, and before the eggs were whipped into a stiff white mountain of snow, they were exchanging experiences like old friends. Mrs. Rochester had found Bauer a lonely place too at first. "Jack says there was some great mix-up when I alighted on this planet," said Mary. "I should have dropped down some place where the breaking waves dashed high on a stern and rock-bound coast. He says I wasn't meant for a quiet fish-pond existence." "I know," laughed her hostess. "You feel as if you were bound into the wrong book. You'd be perfectly satisfied to find yourself in one of Scott's novels, in a jumble of knights and tourneys and border wars. But you would be bored beyond endurance to have to be one of the characters in Jane Austen's stories." "Oh, you do know," cried Mary eagerly, emphasizing her pleasure with a harder bang of the egg beater. "You understand exactly. There's nothing tamer than Miss Austen's stories. Why, there's pages and pages taken up with just discussing the weather and each other's health, and they do such trivial, inane things and go around and around in such a deadly monotonous circle that sometimes I've been so out of patience with them that I wanted to throw the book into a corner." "But you never did throw it down," answered Mrs. Rochester. "You read on to the end, and in spite of yourself, you were interested in those same commonplace happenings and conversations, just as readers before you have been interested in them, and always will be as long as those books live. And I'll tell you why. You read them to the end because they are true pictures of the lives of average people. The majority of us have to put up with the humdrum, no matter how much we long for the heroic, and it's a good thing to read such books as Emma and Pride and Prejudice every now and then, as a sort of spirit level. We're more satisfied to amble along the road if everyone else drives the slow nag too." "I'm not," declared Mary. "I want to whiz past everything in sight that is pokey and slow. I know it would be lots easier for me if I could only make up my mind to the fact that nothing exciting and important is ever going to happen to me. But I can't break myself of the habit of expecting it. I've felt that way as far back as I can remember. I'm always looking for something grand and unexpected, and every morning when I wake up it gives me a sort of thrill to think, maybe it will come today. Well, if you're going to stay in Bauer for a while, you certainly do need another dose of Emma," answered Mrs. Rochester, nodding to the shelves in the adjoining library, where stood a well-thumbed edition of Miss Austen's works. "Take her home with you, and any of the books you think your brother would like. We are glad to make our library a circulating one." Mary's face showed her pleasure quite as much as her words, as she left her seat by the table to slip into the great book-lined room and glance around it. "You've made up for one of my many disappointments," she called back. "I had counted so much on having the library in San Antonio to draw in this winter, and this is even better, for I'm sure that they haven't all these rare old prints and first editions that I see here. Her 5 minutes call stretched into an hour when she found that Mrs. Rochester had been brought up in Washington and had spent her school days there. Then it stretched into 2, for someone drove in from the country with a carriage load of autumn leaves, and Mary stayed to help arrange them in the little church for the Thanksgiving service next day. It was nearly noon when she finally started home with several books under her arm, her usual hopefulness and buoyancy of spirits quite restored. "Mama and I both can't be away from Jack at the same time," she said in response to Mrs. Rochester's invitation to attend the service next day. "I want her to come. I've already had my share of Thanksgiving. I've been thankful every minute while I've been here that I discovered you. It's been a beautiful morning." "Come over often," urged Mrs. Rochester cordially. "I can always find something for you to do, and I'd love to have you come." Mary's wave of the hand as she turned to latch the gate at the end of the walk was answered by a flutter of Mrs. Rochester's apron in the doorway, and each went her way, smiling over the recollection of the other. "She's a diverting little piece," Mrs. Rochester reported to her husband at noon. "I laughed all the time she was here." "She's a darling," Mary reported at home, and quoted her at intervals for several days. "She's promised to take me with her sometime when she drives out to call at the ranches. Nearly all the members of St. Boniface are out-of-town people, so they'll probably not call on us," she says. "But she's coming as soon as she can get around to it. I saw her name on a list she has hanging beside her calendar, but there's nearly a week full of things for her to do before she gets to us. I wish that I had a list of duties and engagements that would keep me going every minute, the way she has to go." "You can easily fill out a list that will keep you busy for a while," answered her mother. "While you were gone, Jack and I got to discussing dates, and it was somewhat of a shock to find that Christmas will be here so soon. One forgets the calendar in this summer-like climate. Whatever we send to Holland and Joyce must be started from here in less than 3 weeks, and as our gifts must all be homemade, we cannot afford to lose any time in the beginning." The problem of Christmas giving had always been a knotty one in the Ware household, but it was especially hard this year. Mary spent nearly all afternoon making her list of names with the accompanying list of gifts that seemed suitable for each one. There were so many to whom she longed to send little remembrances that the length of it was appalling. Then she revised it, putting in one column such people as Madame Pratley and Mrs. Lee, to whom she decided to write letters, the gayest, brightest greetings she could think of. Still, there were a goodly number left to provide with gifts, no matter how simple, and she was busy till bedtime, measuring and figuring over the amount of material she would need for each, and how much it would cost. It had been decided that she should go to San Antonio for a day to attend to the family shopping. "The trouble is," she sighed next morning, "it's the simplest things that are always the hardest to get. Don't you remember in the story of Beauty and the Beast, the father had no difficulty in buying ropes of jewels and costly things for his oldest daughters, but it almost cost him his life to get the one common little white rose that his youngest daughter so modestly asked for. I could do the shopping in a few hours if I did not have to stop to consider pennies, but there are several little things that may take me all day to find. I'm sure that that particular kind of narrow beading that I need for Lloyd's present will prove to be the fatal white rose. I can't make it without, and there isn't time to send back east for it." "Maybe you'd better arrange to stay overnight," suggested her mother, "and take 2 days to look around for what you want. Of course, you couldn't go to a hotel alone, and it would be too expensive even if you had company, but Mrs. Rochester might be able to recommend some private family who has rooms for transients." Mary caught at the idea so eagerly that had it not been Thanksgiving Day, and she feared to intrude, she would have gone that very hour to ask if the Rochesters knew of such a place. She remembered that they were to have guests to dinner. Fortunately for her peace of mind, the rector and his wife called for a few moments just before dusk. Mrs. Rochester did know of a quite inexpensive place where she could spend the night, and then and there slipped off her gloves to write a cordial note of introduction. It rained the Friday after Thanksgiving, but the next day was fair, and Mary insisted on doing the week's washing Saturday morning and as much of the ironing as she could accomplish in the afternoon, in order to be able to start early Monday morning. Several times she left her tubs to run into the house and jot down some small items on her memorandum, which she remembered would be indispensable in making up their Christmas packages. Once she thought of something in the night, when the barking of a neighbor's dog awakened her. If she had been alone in the room, she would have lighted a candle and made a note of it. As it was, she was afraid to do so, lest she waken her mother, and afraid not to, lest it should slip her mind before morning. Finally, she settled the difficulty by putting her hand to her head and pulling out several hairs which she twisted together and tied around her finger. "There," she said to herself, "hair will make me think of herring, and then ring will make me think of the little white celluloid rings that I must get for those safety pin holders." Armed with Mrs. Rochester's letter, she started off gaily on the Monday morning train. It was not due in the city till nearly 10, so she decided that it would save time to go at once to the largest department store, check her suitcase, and wait until shopping hours were over before going out to the boarding house which Mrs. Rochester had recommended. She had thought San Antonio charming the first time she saw it, but it seemed doubly so now that she came back to it, as one familiar with its principal streets and landmarks. The life, the color, the holiday air of the crowds, the fete day atmosphere of the old town itself, exhilarated her till her cheeks glowed like roses, and several times, both on the streets and in the stores, she caught herself whistling half under her breath. Although the usual Monday morning bargain hunters were out in throngs, she found no trouble in making her purchases. Everything seemed to be in her favor this morning. The shop girls were unusually responsive and helpful, showed her just what she wanted, or suggested something better than she had thought of. Only once or twice did the prices go above the limit she had set for them, and several times they were lower. By 11:45 she had checked off 2/3 of the articles on her list. Elated by this success, she stood waiting at the transfer desk for her change, looking around with unabated interest. Suddenly, her attention was attracted to a girl in a brown tailor's suit, standing in the next aisle. Her back was turned towards Mary, but there was something familiar-looking in the poise of the graceful head, something very familiar-looking in the puffs of soft, autumn-bronze hair held by amber combs and arranged so becomingly under the big brown hat. Mary had been on the lookout all morning for the girl whom Jack had recognized at the hotel as Gay Melville. She might have missed her had Gay been an ordinary blonde or brunette, but, as Jack said, there was no mistaking that glorious hair. Snatching up the preferred change, which the cashier put through the cage window, she pushed her way into the next aisle. The girl turned. The big plumed hat drooped over her face. Still, Mary recognized the delicate profile, the slight tilt of the slender chin. It was an opportunity which she could not afford to lose, and as the girl turned her back again to receive a package held out to her by a clerk, and started slowly to the door, Mary hurried after her. Almost breathless in her eagerness, she exclaimed impulsively, "I beg your pardon, but aren't you Gay?" There was an instant of freezing silence as the eyes of the girl in brown swept Mary from head to foot. "Well, not particularly," was the indignant reply. The roll of her R's emphasized Mary's mistake. It was evidently some stranger from the north whom she had accosted. One glance into her full face made Mary see how dire her mistake had been. There was no resemblance whatever in that to Gay. Wishing that she could drop out of sight through the floor, she hastily apologized and hurried out into the street, her cheeks burning as she smarted under the recollection of the stranger's supercilious glance. She needn't have been so snippy, Mary thought. Anybody is liable to make such mistakes. Not until she had crossed the street and was stopped short by her own reflection in a mirror in the show window opposite did she realize how her question might have sounded. "Oh, she must have thought I was asking her if she wasn't gay. Gay with a little g," she gasped. "No wonder she looked at me so freezingly." She was so perturbed by this discovery that she walked on, unmindful of the direction. When a group of children crowded past her on the narrow pavement, she turned into a side street to avoid being jostled, and walked aimlessly for some distance. It was the sight of a green kettle, swinging above a door, which she was approaching, that brought her to herself with a start. Mrs. Rochester had told her to stop at the sign of the green kettle for lunch, and had given her directions for finding it. Here she had stumbled upon it unaware, just as the city bells were beginning to clang for noon. At the next glance, her heart went to thumping so hard that she could plainly hear it. There, on the step leading up to the door of the green kettle, stood Gay Melville, the real Gay this time. There was no shadow of doubt about it. As she looked, Mary wondered how she ever could have mistaken the other girl for her, although each had hair wonderfully like the other. This one carried a violin case. She had paused on her way in to call back something to the girl in the carriage, who had brought her downtown. And the girl in the carriage was Roberta of the boyish speech and coquettish eyelashes, whose laughing question held the girl on the step long enough for Mary to reach it too, and stand there beside her while she gathered courage to speak. It was the little pin thrust through Gay's tie which finally brought the words trembling to Mary's lips, for it was the Warwick Hall pin which only its alumni might wear, those who had kept the 4 years' tryst with all its requirements. It was a mailed hand rising from a heart to grasp a spear, the motto and the crest of Edron. All diffidence fled at that familiar sight, but this time Mary did not ask if the girl were Gay. With a gesture toward the pin, she cried breathlessly, "Oh, I know by that you are Miss Melville, aren't you?" Gay, after one look into the eager gray eyes, said quite as cordially, "And you're Mary Ware. I had a letter from Betty Lewis this very morning telling me to be sure to find you." She gave a quick glance at the chatelaine watch she wore. "I haven't a minute to stop. I'm to play an obbligato for the great prima donna, Madame de Martel, and she has a beast of a temper, which she lets loose if a person is 1 second late at rehearsal. But I must take time to say one thing if she wipes me off the face of the earth for it. The girls' letters have made me wild to know you. At what hotel can I find you? I'll call this very day." "We've taken a cottage in Bauer," Mary answered hastily. "I came down on a little shopping expedition, and am on my way in here for luncheon." The heavy chords of a piano accompaniment rolled threateningly through the music rooms upstairs, and Gay shrugged her shoulders impatiently. "Do be a long time over it," she begged as she turned towards the stairs. "I'll get through as quickly as possible and hurry back for another word with you." Mary watched her out of sight before starting into the dining room of the Green Kettle, and then deliberately pinched herself to make sure that she was awake. It was a good hard nip, which hurt, and smiling to herself because it proved that she was not dreaming, she sat down at a table near the window to gloat over the fact that one of her best dreams had come true at last. She had met Gay Melville. The lunch was a good one, but it would have made no difference to Mary what was put before her that day. Anything would have been nectar and ambrosia served to the accompaniment of the music overhead. A chorus of cherubim and seraphim could not have left her more uplifted. Madame de Martel might have had the temper of a beast at times, but she had a voice of a rare sweetness and power, and the knowledge that it was Gay's violin pouring out that tremulous, tender, heartbreaking obbligato enhanced Mary's enjoyment of every note. The rehearsal was a short one. All that the famous visiting singer wanted was to make sure, since her own accompanist had failed her, that the local ones were satisfactory. It came to an end just as Mary began her dessert, and almost instantly it seemed Gay was at her elbow and seating herself in the chair beside her. "Isn't it a shame I haven't more than 2 minutes to stay?" she began. "This is like having Warwick Hall and Lloydsboro Valley rolled into one, to find somebody who loves them both as much as I do. I could talk a week without stopping about each place, and ask 1,000 questions, but I'm due at a luncheon out on Government Hill by the time the next car can put me there. Immediately after that is over, we're all going to the polo tournament. All during rehearsal I kept trying to think of some way I could arrange to see you, and there's only one. You've simply got to come home with me to stay all night. Go on and finish your shopping, and I'll come down for you after the tournament and meet you anywhere you say." The invitation, as cordial as it was sudden, was gladly accepted, and Gay exclaimed, "Oh, I'm so delighted to think I've found you at last. You've no idea how often you were quoted the summer I was in the valley. Lloyd and Betty and the old colonel and Dr. Alex Shelby were always saying, as little Mary Ware says. I feel as if I'd known you from babyhood up." "And I know all about your past," laughed Mary. She was about to mention several incidents to prove her claim, when Gay stopped her by a glance at the clock and the question, "Wouldn't you like to see the dress parade at the post this evening? Most people do, and it's well worth seeing." Would she like it? Mary's beaming face answered the question before her usually ready tongue found a word, and Gay smiled as she hastily drew on her gloves and picked up her violin case. "I'd like to keep you all to myself tonight," she said, "but I do want you to meet some of the people that Kitty Walton liked best when she visited me last year. I'll pick up Roberta and Lieutenant Boglin to take to dinner with us if I can get them. They're always so nice to my Warwick Hall friends. They were both wild about Kitty. Well, at 4:45 then, I'll meet you... where?" Finally, the glove counter at Nilski's was agreed upon as a meeting place, and with a friendly pat on the shoulder in passing, Gay hurried away to keep her engagement. Smiling blissfully after her, Mary whispered to herself with one of her old childish wriggles of pleasure, "And Bogey, too." End of Chapter 4. Recording by Rachel Blakey.
Chapter 5 of Mary Ware in Texas. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Mary Ware in Texas by Annie Fellows Johnston. Chapter 5. At Fort Sam Houston. Promptly at the time agreed upon, Mary took her station by the glove counter, almost sure that Gay would be late. It was one of the Warwick Hall traditions that something tragic always happened to Gay's clothes at the last moment, to delay her departure. But she had scarcely seated herself and deposited her suitcase on the floor beside her when the door opened and Gay came breezily into the store. Her hat was awry and her hair disheveled. "On time for once," she exclaimed triumphantly with a glance at the clock. "But I couldn't have been if Roberta hadn't come to the rescue. She brought me down in their carriage. It's Roberta Mayrell," she explained, as they made their way as rapidly as possible down the crowded aisle. "She isn't really one of the army girls, but she lives just outside the post and has always been counted in everything there, since she was old enough to talk. I've been telling her all about you on the way down." "Well, I hope she'll find me as interesting as the alligators," began Mary, remembering the speech she had overheard from the hotel balcony. But Gay was stopping to apologize to an old lady whom she had bumped into, and did not hear the remark. The next moment they were outside and at the curbstone, where a carriage drawn by 2 Kentucky horses was in waiting, and Roberta was stepping down with outstretched hands to welcome her. Roberta at close range was even more fascinating than when seen from a hotel balcony, and Mary, sitting between the 2 girls as they drove along towards Government Hill, had much the same feeling that a thirsty Bedouin has when after miles of desert journeying he finds himself beside the well of a green oasis. They were fairly bubbling over with high spirits, and it was impossible to be with them and not share their exhilaration. Before they had gone 2 blocks the weight of care and anxiety that had been resting on Mary's shoulders ever since Jack's accident began to slip off. It almost gave her a sense of having wings, to be so light and carefree. The last 8 months, with their constant association with suffering and anxiety about finances, had been like a hard march through the sands. Now the sudden substitution of something frivolous and young was so refreshing that she giggled almost hysterically in her enjoyment of it. "Oh, we forgot to tell you," exclaimed Gay as they came in sight of the parade grounds. "There's to be a hop at the gymnasium tonight for the visiting polo team. They got it up on short notice. Lieutenant Boglin told me about it when I invited him to come to dinner. He asked if he might take you, and I said he might, for of course you won't want to miss it. And old Bogey is quite the nicest officer in the bunch when it comes to giving a girl a good time." Mary's face wore such a comical expression of blended delight and dismay that Roberta laughed, and Gay stopped the refusal that Mary was beginning to stammer out by putting both hands over her ears. "No, I won't listen," she declared. "Of course you didn't expect to do anything like this, and didn't bring the proper clothes, but it is such an informal affair that it doesn't make any difference. Roberta and I can rig you out in something of mine. It will be all the more fun. Oh, it's just the larkiest lark that ever was!" exclaimed Mary, so excited over the prospect that her cheeks were growing redder and redder, and her eyes shining with happy anticipation. "This day has been full of thrills, and oh, there goes another!" she added with a little shiver of delight as the band began to play. The carriage had stopped at the end of the parade ground, where the usual crowd of spectators was gathered. "Martial music always sends cold shivers up and down my back," she said gravely. "It makes me want to cheer and march right off to do something big and brave, storm the heights, or bleed and die for my country, or something of that sort. I've always thought that I'd have been a soldier if I hadn't been born a girl." She laughed as she said it, but there was a quiver of earnestness in her voice. Parade was a matter-of-course affair to Gay and Roberta, a part of the weekly routine of post life, which familiarity made ordinary. They exchanged amused glances which Mary did not see, and made remarks and criticisms on the manoeuvres which she did not hear. Wholly absorbed, she leaned forward in the carriage, watching every movement of the drill. It is always an inspiring sight, even to one who looks no farther than the outward show, admiring the clock-like precision which makes a battalion move as one man. But to Mary every khaki coat in the regiment clothed a hero. Lexington and Valley Forge, Gettysburg and Chickamauga called to her through every drumbeat and bugle note. She had loved her old dog-eared copy of the History of the United States, and many a time had spread it out on her desk to reread, when she should have been studying other things. She had pored over its stories of war till the black and white of its printed pages had transformed her into a little fireball of a patriot. Now as she saw for the first time these men who stood as the guardians of old glory, everything she had ever read of heroism and blood-stained battlefields and glorious dying came back to her in a flood of enthusiasm which nearly lifted her to her feet. When at last the band struck into the Star-Spangled Banner, and the guns fired the signal which heralded the lowering of the colors, her plain little face was almost transfigured with the exalted emotions of the moment. "Ay, call it holy ground, the soil that they have trod," she was repeating to herself, when she became aware that Roberta was trying to attract her attention, and was holding out a box of candy. "Come down to earth!" she exclaimed laughingly. "I tried to get you to take some earlier in the action, but you hadn't eyes for anything but the brass buttons. I don't believe you would have heard thunder." "It wasn't brass buttons I was seeing," began Mary. "It was. Then realizing the utter hopelessness of trying to explain what soul-stirring visions had been hers for that little space of time that the band played and the heroes of the past as well as the present passed before her, she did as Roberta advised, came down to earth and took a caramel. When they reached Major Melville's house in the officers' quarters, Roberta dismissed the carriage and went in with Gay and Mary. She had decided not to change her dress for the hop, she said as she threw off her long cloak in the hall, revealing the pretty frock of pink and gray foulard which she had worn at the luncheon. Mrs. Melville came out to meet them. A large, sandy-haired woman with a certain faded fairness and enough of a resemblance to Gay to suggest what she might have looked like in her teens. Her cordial welcome put Mary at ease at once, and she followed the girls up the broad staircase, feeling that this visit was quite the most delightful thing which had happened to her since she left Warwick Hall. While Gay rummaged through trunks and wardrobes to find party raiment for her guest, Mary walked about the room, experiencing more thrills at every turn, for on each wall and bookshelf and bracket was some picture or souvenir of Warwick Hall or Lloydsborough Valley. "Oh, there's Lloyd and Betty and the Walton girls," she cried. "I have this same picture at home, and one like this of Madame Chartley too, and her high-backed chair with the carved griffins on it. What a splendid picture this is of Dr. Alex Shelby," she called a moment later. Then catching sight of a larger one on the mantel in a silver frame, she exclaimed in surprise, "Why, you have two of Dr. Alex." Gay was deep in a closet, her head between rows of dress skirts, and she made no answer, but Roberta, perching in the window seat, cleared her throat to attract Mary's attention, and then with an impish smile held up 7 fingers and pointed in different directions to 5 other photographs that Mary had not yet discovered. "One for each day in the week," she said in a low tone. "I'd give a good deal to see that man. He was here last spring, but I was down on the coast and missed him. I intend to make a point of staying at home next time he comes. I want to see for myself what's up. Gay pretends there isn't anything, but I have my own ideas." "Oh, is he coming again?" cried Mary. Roberta's only answer was a significant nod, for Gay emerged from the closet just then. "There's nothing in there," she announced, "but I've just thought of one that Lucy left here this spring. I'll ask Mother where it is." "You see," said Roberta as the door closed behind Gay, "I wouldn't tease her if she'd confess anything, but she won't. Kitty Walton thinks I've guessed right too. She said that from the moment she heard about their romantic meeting she was sure something would come of it." "Oh, tell me about it," urged Mary. "I know Dr. Alex so well that I can't help being interested." "And do you know a place in Lloydsborough Valley called the Log Cabin?" asked Roberta. "A fine country home built of logs and furnished with beautiful old heirlooms. Gay's sister, Mrs. Harcourt, rented it one summer." "Indeed, I do know it," assented Mary. "It is a fascinating place, with a big outside fireplace on the porch, and the front is covered with a climbing rose. We used to pass it often. Well, Kitty says that the day after the Harcourts took possession, Gay put up a ladder against the front of the house and climbed up on it to hang a mirror on the outside of her windowsill, the way they do in Holland. It was one she had brought all the way from Amsterdam, and while she was up on the ladder, looking like a picture, of course, with the roses all about her and the sunshine turning her hair to gold, Dr. Shelby came by on horseback. She saw him in the mirror and the girls teased her about it, called it her Lady of Shalott mirror and him her Knight of the Looking Glass. Kitty says he was devotion itself to her all summer." What more she might have revealed was interrupted by Gay's return. She tossed an armful of dainty muslin and lace on the bed, and for a few moments all three gave their undivided attention to the trying on process. "I must confess it doesn't look as if it were fitted to you in perfect health," confessed Roberta, "but it's one of those soft, clinging things that doesn't have to fit like a glove. I can pin it up on you to make it look all right, and it's so pretty with all that fine lace and embroidery that it'll pass muster anywhere." Gay sat down to make some slight alteration in the girdle, while Roberta invited Mary to a seat in front of the dressing table, proposing to try her skill on her as a hairdresser. It was all so delightfully intimate and friendly, just such a situation as Mary had longed for in her dream castle building, that she even felt at liberty to grow a little personal with Roberta. She peeped out through the hair which now hung over her face, to watch Roberta's face reflected in the mirror opposite. "Do you know," she remarked with a mischievous glance, like a Skye terrier peeping through its bangs, "that I've actually lain awake nights, wondering if you'd been persuaded to give up that adorable little curl." Roberta's mouth opened wide in astonishment, and she dropped the comb with which she was parting Mary's hair. "How spooky!" she cried. "I was just thinking about that myself. Who in the world told you anything about that?" "Oh, I overheard the remark," confessed Mary. "I was on one of those hotel balconies all hidden by moon vines when you and Gay and Mr. Wade and the officer you call Bogey came out into the court. I was so lonesome for some young person to talk to, and so close to you all that I could see the comb slipping out of Gay's hair. I didn't know who she was then. If I had, I should have leaned over the railing and called to her. Wouldn't it have made a sensation? I'll never forget how either of you looked. She was in white with white violets, and you were in pale lemon yellow with a scarf over your shoulders that looked like a white moonbeam spangled with dewdrops. It slipped down as you started to go and see the alligators, and that Mr. Wade drew it up for you and said what he did about the curl." "That was the first time he ever mentioned it," explained Roberta. "I thought when you spoke that you meant last night. I was going to tell Gay about it, and as long as you're so interested I don't mind telling you, too. You know, Mr. Wade has been very nice to me, and I thought he was great fun until he began to get sentimental. My brother William knew him at college, and he told me what I might expect. He said that chap always gets sentimental with every girl he goes with. It's a great thing to have plenty of brothers to put you wise. When Mr. Wade began that nonsense about wanting one of those little curls and its being the most fetching thing he had ever seen, I laughed at him, but it only made him the more determined. He wrote some poetry about wearing it over his heart forever and all that sort of thing. If he only could have known how Billy and I shrieked over it! Of course I hadn't given him the slightest encouragement, or it would have been different." "Roberta," interrupted Gay sternly, "how can you say that? You know you looked at him. I saw you do it. And when you look out at anybody from under those lashes, whether you mean it or not, you do look flirtatious, and you know it." "I don't," contradicted Roberta hotly, with boyish directness. "I can't help the way my lashes are kinked, and I'm very sure I'm not going to pull them out to keep people from getting a wrong impression. Anyhow, there's no kink in my tongue. I told him straight enough what I thought of his silly speeches. I put a stop to them last night, all right." "How?" demanded Gay. "Well," began Roberta, plaiting Mary's hair so energetically that it pulled dreadfully, "he went over the same performance again, begging me for that little curl in token that I'd be his'n for evermore, etc. And after he'd spun it out into a most romantic proposal I said very sweetly, 'Really, Mr. Wade, to be honest with you, I can't afford to give away a 75-cent curl to every man who asks for one. You see, I'm always financially embarrassed, for Papa won't let me borrow after I've spent my monthly allowance, and I never by any chance have a cent left over after the 2nd of the month. But if you must have a curl, I'll give you Madam Maine's address on Houston Street, where you can get an exact duplicate. I'm sure it will be just as good to wear over your heart as mine would." "Roberta, you little beast!" laughed Gay. "How could you give him the impression they were false, when you know very well they grow tight on your own scalp?" I wanted to see if he would say, "With all thy faults I love thee still," but he didn't. He got very stiff and red and walked away, and spent the rest of the evening flirting with Louis Rowan to show that he didn't care. Gay continuing to shake her head in a shocked and disapproving way, Roberta cried out, "I don't care. It's no worse than what you said to a certain freshman who proposed to you." "I don't call that a proposal," calmly disagreed Gay. "He didn't ask anything. He simply took it for granted that I'd fall all over myself to accept him. Mary, what would you say to a boy, one whom you'd always known, but who'd never been particularly nice to you, who would march up to you some day and say, 'You suit me better than any girl I know, and I'd like to talk over arrangements with you now. Of course we couldn't marry till a year after my graduation, but I'd want to have it settled before I go away, so that I'll know what to depend on. My family'll tell me that it's risky business, choosing a wife with red hair, but I'm willing to take the chances. Now, Gay, you know it wasn't as bald as that," protested Roberta. "He put in all sorts of long and short sweetenin'." "It amounted to the same thing," persisted Gay, and in answer to Mary's gasping question, "What did you say?" she replied, "I couldn't speak at first. I was so furious at his speech about red hair, but I managed to tell him several things before I finished, and nothing can be frostier and snippier than a 16-year-old girl when she tries to appear very dignified. That was my age then. The thing that made him maddest, however, was that I told him that even the frog who would a wooing go knew how to go about such a matter in such a better way than he did, that he'd better wait till he was older, and amounted to something more than a mere silly boy. My snubbing almost gave him apoplexy, but it did him good in the long run. A proposal, and she was a year younger than I am now, thought Mary, wishing with a queer little throb of envy that she had some such experience to confess. Roberta was only 19 now, and to judge by Gay's teasing remarks had had any number of romantic affairs. Lloyd was only 14 when Phil first began to care so much for her. Roberta was putting the finishing touches to her hair now, and as Mary's eyes met their wistful reflection in the mirror, she wondered if there would ever be a time when anyone would care enough for her to come to her with the momentous question. She wouldn't mind so much being an old maid if she could only have some such experience to lay away in her memory, as people lay away treasures in rose leaves and lavender. But so far she couldn't count even a susceptible youth like young Mr. Wade, or a conceited fresh man like Gay's early admirer. She wanted to ask how it felt to be proposed to, and thus keep the conversation rolling along in the same interesting groove. But Roberta suddenly switched off to saddles. She was about to buy a new one, and saddles, as Roberta presented the topic, became so vastly important that Mary did not have the courage to attempt to turn the talk back to the subject of mere men. It was one of Roberta's chief characteristics that she swept everything before her by the sheer force of her personality. She dominated whatever company she was in, The most frivolous things she said carried weight and made people listen because of the way she said them. She made statements in the same manner she was now thrusting the safety pins into Mary's skirt bands, in a direct, forcible way that made people feel that they might be depended upon. "Roberta's pins always stay where they are put," Gay remarked admiringly, as she watched the capable way in which Mary was being fastened into her borrowed gown. "There's no danger of your coming to pieces when she fixes you. Sometimes I think that she must hypnotize things. It's a gift with her. There, you look perfectly fine. Come on downstairs and let's try that piece of new music before dinner." Mary had her doubts about looking perfectly fine. She was uncomfortably conscious that the dress was not a good fit. It was too tight in the armholes and too short in the waist. But the girls seemed proud of the costume they had evolved for her. The parting glance in the mirror showed that the general effect was becoming, and their compliments were most reassuring. So she followed them downstairs in a very elated and partified state of mind. The old major's affable greeting as she entered the living room was as cordial as his wife's had been, and seemed to place her at once on the footing of an old friend. She sank into the comfortable chair he pushed forward for her with the sensation that she was coming back to a familiar hearthstone, where she had been a guest many times. It was very queer, but it was decidedly pleasant to have it all seem so homelike and familiar. With such surroundings Mary ought to have appeared at her best, but Roberta's dominating presence made her silent and shy. It had not had that effect when they were upstairs together, but now in the presence of older people Roberta gave the effect of a lamp that has suddenly been turned up to a brighter flame. She was positively brilliant, Mary thought, and made everybody else in the room seem of secondary interest. Roberta, who ran in and out every day, felt the same freedom that a daughter of the house would have. She laughingly pushed Mrs. Melville into a chair and ordered her to sit still while she ran upstairs for the forgotten spectacles. She joked with the major about numberless things which were meaningless to Mary because she had not shared their beginnings, and when she sat down at the piano and played with strong masterful touches, it really seemed that what Gay had jokingly said about her having hypnotic powers was true. Mary felt as if she had been thrust into a corner and deprived of power to come out. At first she was so absorbed in her enjoyment of the music that she was not conscious of that sensation. But it oppressed her when Lieutenant Boglin and the captain of the polo team, a Mr. Mills, came in. They were strangers to her but old friends of all the others, and she suddenly felt herself as self-conscious and shy as the bashful little country mouse of the fable. She began to contrast herself with the other girls, and try to find a reason for the difference which she felt existed. "It's partly because they've always lived in the heart of things," she thought, a trifle enviously. "They're used to meeting strangers, and they're pretty and gifted and accomplished. A very different thing from being just plain little Mary Ware, with no talents or anything. I can't even play Yankee Doodle with one finger, as Norman does." When they went out to dinner, the uneven number and the small size of the company made the conversation general around the table. If it had been a larger party with only her immediate neighbors to give ear, Mary was sure that she could have found plenty to say to the major on one side, or to Lieutenant Boglin on the other. But Roberta kept the conversational ball rolling, and always in directions that Mary could not follow. She knew nothing of polo or golf or the people of the post, and the funny stories and quick-witted replies which circled around the table gave her no opportunity to rise to the occasion as the others did. They were all so vastly entertained and entertaining themselves that no one seemed to notice Mary's silence. She was angry with herself because she could not chime in with the others, and thought with flaming cheeks that they must think her dreadfully stupid and unresponsive. Just a bread and butter miss, not yet out of the nursery. Once there came a place where an anecdote about Hawkins and a new schoolgirl would have fitted in beautifully if she could only have mustered up courage to tell it. She had a conundrum, too, when the others were propounding them, and had opened her mouth to tell it. In fact, had said, "Did you ever hear?" when somebody else who had not heard her tremulous beginning captured the attention of the table with one of his own. The sound of her voice thus suddenly stopped made her blush, choke, take a drink of water and subside into silence again. It was not until coffee was being served afterward in the living room that Mary found her tongue. Roberta did not take coffee, and at the major's request had gone to the piano to play a dashing fantasy that he always called for on such occasions. The lieutenant, who, as Mary had feared, had classed her as a callow little schoolgirl who couldn't talk except in embarrassed monosyllables, had been wondering why Gay had made such a point of his meeting her. Now as he looked across the room at her animated face, responsive to every chord of the brilliantly executed music, he decided that there might be some reason for Gay's interest in her which he had not yet fathomed, and he at once proceeded to find out. He started towards her, stopping to say in an aside to Gay, "What's the little girl's name? I've forgotten." "Oh, thank you." Then he deliberately pulled up a chair, tete-a-tete wise, and seated himself beside her, coffee cup in hand. "Miss Ware," he began in a flatteringly confidential tone, "it is an old saying that the shallows murmur, but the deeps are dumb. Is that why you are so silent this evening?" It was easy now, under cover of the music, and in response to such deferential attention to make a reply, and Mary began at a rate that made Bogey sit up and take notice, as he expressed it afterward. "No, I was only like the fox in Aesop's fables, the one that went to dine with the stork, you know. Don't you remember? The stork put the soup into such a slender-necked, deep face that only a long-beaked bird like himself could reach it. You see the people you talked about tonight were utter strangers to me, and I never saw a polo game, so I couldn't very well dip into the conversation." "By George!" exclaimed Bogey. "That wasn't very considerate of us, was it?" "Oh, I enjoyed it," Mary hastened to add, "only I was afraid that you'd think I was dreadfully stupid. It made me think of the time I used that same fable to get rid of an unwelcome caller when I was at a house party in Kentucky. I wanted to be with the older girls who were to be bridesmaids, and watch their preparations for the wedding. And this child tagged after me so persistently that I lay awake nights trying to plan some way to get rid of her. It was the fable that finally suggested it. I had lots of fun playing the stork, but I never realized before just how she must have felt, till I took the part of fox tonight." "Tell me how you did it," insisted the lieutenant. He liked the way Mary's face lighted up when she talked, and the way her dimples flashed in and out as she chatted on. Gay looked over approvingly a little later when his hearty laugh showed that he was thoroughly amused by something that she had said. The tete-a-tete was ended by the stopping of the music and the arrival of the man who was to be Gay's escort, and almost immediately after it seemed, although in fact it was half an hour, the bus whistle sounded outside, and Mary was being hurried into her borrowed party cloak and helped into the waiting bus. It always goes around the post collecting passengers on such occasions as this, Bogey told her. You can imagine we sometimes have a jolly crowd. It was an old story to the other passengers, But as they passed the sally port where the sentinel stood attention, Mary nearly fell out in her eagerness to see all the novel sights. The lieutenant smiled at her enthusiasm. Visiting girls always exhibited it in some degree, but never in quite such a precipitate manner as Mary. "She's a funny little piece," he thought as the whole busload laughed at her naive comment on the sentinel. "But there is something genuine and likable about her. She shall have the time of her life tonight if I can give it to her." End of chapter 5. Chapter 6 of Mary Ware in Texas. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Mary Ware in Texas by Annie Fellows Johnston. Chapter 6. On the Creek Bank. There is only a partial account of that evening in Mary's Good Times book. She recorded the fact that the general himself came and talked to her a few minutes, and laughed several times at her replies till people turned to see who it was that he found so amusing. The handsome officer of the day in sword and spurs was brought up to be introduced, and there was a most gratifying list of names on her well-filled program. Lieutenant Boglin had dutifully seen to that. Had it not been for one circumstance, the evening would have been a succession of thrills, and she could have filled several pages with enthusiastic recollections of it. That one little happening, however, marred the whole occasion. She made no record of it in her Good Times book, and she made up her mind never to speak of it, but to seal it up in its particular memory cell, as the bees do any intruding object which threatens to poison their honey. There was so much else to tell about her visit, that for several days after her return she kept the family amused by her lively descriptions. She and Gay had had a whole string of adventures the morning after the hop, when they went downtown together to finish her shopping. There had been some interesting guests from New Zealand at luncheon, who had vied with each other in telling marvelous yarns, and Mary had stored them all away to repeat at home. With so much else to talk about, she might have succeeded in keeping her resolution, had not she and Jack gone off to the creek one afternoon, instead of taking their usual excursion towards the village. The spot where they paused was a place which seemed to invite confidences. She wheeled his chair along the bank, close to the water's edge, until they came to a secluded circle of shade under an ancient cypress tree. There she sat down opposite him on a big boulder. They were some distance from the main road, except when a wagon rattled down the hill and across the ford. It was so very still that the rush of water over the pebbles sounded almost brawling. The constant gurgle and swish seemed to have a sort of hypnotic effect on them both, for neither of them spoke for a long time. Then Jack broke the silence. "This monotony is getting on my nerves," he said in a low, tense voice. "You're a wonder to me, Mary. I don't see how you can come back to such a deadly stupid place as this is, after the taste of gay times you've had, and settle down again as cheerfully as you do. It makes me desperate whenever I think that if it wasn't for my being in such a fix you needn't be tied here. You could be where you'd have the social opportunities you ought to have." Mary looked up quickly. This tone of bitterness was a new note in Jack's speech. He had drawn his hat down over his eyes, and was gripping the arms of his chair with both hands, as if trying to keep his resentment against fate in check. "Just let me tell you something," cried Mary, so anxious to smooth the grim lines of suffering out of the beloved face that she recklessly broke her resolution. "I didn't have as good a time at that hop as I made out. The last part of it was perfectly ghastly, and I never want to go to another as long as I live." Then, seeing the look of blank amazement that spread over Jack's face, She hastened to explain. "Oh, it started out beautifully. I was simply ecstatic when we climbed out of the bus and were ushered into that long room with the flags and the evergreens and the military music. And you already know how much it meant to me to have the general so nice to me and the officer of the day so attentive and complimentary, and how happy I was to have my program filled up so that there was no danger of my being a wallflower. I was having the loveliest time imaginable when I went up to Gay to ask if any of the safety pins showed below my girdle. The polo man I had met at dinner, that Mr. Mills, had been dancing with me, and, when he left me with Gay, went over to speak to a pretty butterfly sort of girl, a little brunette all in frilly pink and white. I'd been admiring her at a distance. Of course he didn't know his voice carried so far. He was protesting because she had left no place for him on her program, and I heard him say, "It wasn't my fault that I didn't get to you in time. Bogey roped me in, first thing, for a turn with that kindergarten kid he's got in tow. She's Miss Melville's guest, and I couldn't get out of it. But really, Juliet, that was punishment enough, without your—" I didn't hear the rest of it. Some people beside me laughed just then and drowned his voice, but the girl looked over at me, and gave me a long, searching glance, sort of out of the corner of her eye, and then turned away with a little shrug of her shoulders, and smiled up at him quite as if she agreed with him, and had forgiven him because he had such a good excuse. I never had anything make me so uncomfortable in all my life as his speech, and then her sidelong look and nasty little shrug. It was the way he said it, and the way she answered, that hurt. After that I never forgot for a moment that my dress was a borrowed one, and that it didn't fit, and that I was the plain little country mouse that they were polite to, merely because I was Gay's guest, and Lieutenant Boglin asked them to be. And I couldn't help feeling that every man who danced with me was as bored as Mr. Mills had been, even more so, for I had been perfectly natural and at ease when I was talking to him, and after I overheard his remark I was so stiff and self-conscious that such a state of mind was bound to have its effect all the rest of the evening. I was perfectly aware that I was boring my partners. "But that was such a little thing to let spoil your whole evening," interrupted Jack. "It was awfully rude of the fellow to make such a speech, but he probably said it just to square himself with the other girl. All's fair in love and war, they say, and you don't know how much it might have meant to him to keep in her good graces. I don't believe he really meant it." "Oh, I know better," insisted Mary dismally. "He did mean it. I felt it." She slowly gathered up a handful of pebbles and sent them skipping across the water at intervals as she continued. "It gave me the same sensation that I had years ago, when I had my first toy balloon. That is one of my earliest and most vivid recollections. One moment I was hugging it to me because it was such a dear, gay, red bubble, fairly entranced with the beauty of it. The next I was looking down in a scared, puzzled way at what was left. Just a dull scrap of wrinkled rubber. That one remark and glance and shrug made all the pleasure ooze out of the evening as quickly as my hugging squeezed the air out of that collapsed balloon. Jack smiled at her comparison. He remembered that time, and how they had all laughed at her bewildered expression when the balloon burst in her hands. She could not be convinced at first that her beautiful red bubble had ceased to be, and hopefully peered under tables and chairs, even while she held the wreck of it in her hands. Jack had always been her comforter. He had dried her tears then with the promise of another balloon as soon as he could find the man who sold them, and now he hurried to lift the gloom that had settled down on her usually cheerful features. Having thrown away all her pebbles, she bunched herself up into a disconsolate little heap on the boulder, her elbows on her knees, and her chin in her hand. "No, it's no use your trying to comfort me," she said presently in response to his repeated attempts. Every time I think about that evening, I'm so mortified that I could cry. My mind's made up. I am a dead failure socially, and I never want to go to another function as long as I live." "You're a little goose. That's what you are," said Jack. "And I know what's at the root of the whole trouble. You've done a lot of imagining about your social career at one time and another. You've looked forward to it and seen yourself in the role of an irresistible charmer. You've felt like a dowager duchess inwardly, and forgotten that you've no marks outwardly to show that you've grown up to take such a part. You have your own individual charm. But so far it is only the charm of an unsophisticated little schoolgirl, and naturally grown men find older girls more interesting, just as you would prefer Phil Tremont's company, for instance, to that of little Billy Downs. But that's not saying that you dislike Billy Downs, or that he won't grow up to be a social lion some day. So may you. Now own up. You always have pictured yourself as cutting quite a wide swath on your first appearance in society, haven't you? That's one reason you were so disappointed at the hop." "Well," admitted Mary, smiling in spite of herself, "I own I did expect to once, a long time ago. And maybe that had a sort of subconscious influence on me. It was when we first moved to Arizona. Hazel Lee and I found a book that a boarder had left behind in his tent. It was called The Lady Agatha's Career, a novel. We took it out on the desert, a little way, and spelled it out between us, sitting on the sand behind a clump of greasewood bushes that hid us from view of the ranch house. Hazel was allowed only juvenile books, and she knew her mother would take this away from us on account of the word novel. It was such a horribly sentimental story that we found it embarrassing to read the tenderest parts of it aloud. And I suppose because it was the first one of the kind we had ever come across, it made a deeper impression on us than it would have done otherwise. We fairly devoured it. For days we thought and talked of nothing else, and we used to take turns playing we were the Lady Agatha, about to burst on society like a dazzling star, and win the heart of the proud scion of the house of de Hoverley." Jack threw back his head and laughed so heartily that Mary was forced to smile again herself, as she went on with her confession. "That all came back to me the other night when we climbed out of the bus, and I almost giggled when I remembered that this was what Hazel and I had looked forward to as such a grand event. Being escorted for the first time by a grown man. It was on a similar occasion that the Lady Agatha made such a hit in society. Our ideas of society were so crude and funny then," Mary went on, beginning to relish her own reminiscences. "All we knew about it we gathered from that book. It seemed to be made up principally of haughty earls and dowager duchesses who lived in castles and wore coronets. I didn't know what a dowager was then, but I privately resolved to be one when I was grown. The names seemed so grand and high-sounding, and in the story they always had everything their own way. I couldn't help laughing a bit ago when you used the word, for you had hit the nail on the head." "Then you won't mind when I say I told you so?" laughed Jack. "If you hadn't gone that night expecting to create a sensation, you'd have been satisfied to have people nice to you simply because you were their friend's friend, and wouldn't have been so cut up over that remark you overheard." "I'm not so sure about the last part," Mary insisted, her face clouding again. "It was nasty of him to say it, and the mere thought of that man will always be an abomination to me." There was silence for a little while. Everything was so still that a bird hopped fearlessly out on a limb above them, and began to call to its mate. When Mary spoke again there was a whimsical expression on her face that soon reflected itself in Jack's. "I can't help picturing things out beforehand, the way I'd like to have them be. I've done it all my life. The rehearsing is always more fun, though, than the actual happening. Now when I went away to school last year, every time I'd wake up that last night in the sleeping car, I'd plan just what I'd say and how I'd act to make my entrance to Warwick Hall imposing. I could actually see myself sweeping in to make a good impression on Madam Chartley. And you know what happened? My hat was cocked over one ear, the wire sticking out through the loops of ribbon, and Madam caught me jumping up and down to try every seat in the reception room, one after the other. Jack chuckled, glad to see some of Mary's cheerfulness returning. "And then," she continued, "you remember when we met Phil and Elsie Tremont on the train, as we were going out to Arizona to live?" Jack nodded. "I was only 9 years old then, but for weeks I thought of Phil as a sort of young god, a regular Apollo, and I pictured all sorts of scenes in which I should be a prominent personage at our next meeting. And when he did come I was sprinting down the road in a cloud of dust, hatless and breathless and purple in the face, crying and crazy with fright, because I thought that a harmless old Indian who chanced to be riding down the same road was chasing me. How Phil does laugh every time that is mentioned." Mary was sitting up straight on the boulder now, her face dimpling as she recalled these various predicaments. "Then there's the time the Little Colonel visited us at the wigwam. Hadn't I dreamed of that first meeting for weeks? What we'd say and what she'd say? Me in my rosebud sash and best embroidered white gown. But she caught you and Joyce at the washtub, and I had to take my first peep at her, crouched down in an irrigating ditch on my way home from school, all inky and dirty and torn. But I don't think I've done quite so much romancing since Betty gave me my Good Times book, and preached me that little sermon on being self-conscious." Mary chattered on. "She said that my always thinking of the impression I was making on people, and being so eager to please, was what made me miserable when I fell short of my expectations. She said that I ought to copy Lloyd, that her greatest charm was her utter unconsciousness of self. I think that is Betty's too. She's such a darling." There was no response to this. The mention of Betty's name brought up so many pleasing scenes to Mary, that she sat living them over, unmindful of the long silence that fell between her and Jack. He sat with his hat pulled still farther over his eyes, in a reverie as deep as hers. Betty's name recalled the picture that was often before him in these long, idle days. He was seeing her as he had seen her the first time, now over a year ago, when he made his memorable visit to Kentucky. She was standing at the end of the long locust avenue, all in white, between the stately white pillars, with her godmother's arm about her, as they waited his approach. Slim and girlish and winsomely sweet she was, and when he looked into her wistful brown eyes, he felt in some strange way that he had come to the end of all pilgrimage. The world held nothing beyond worth seeking for. After a long time the swirl of the water past them was lost in the sound of a wagon rattling noisily down the hill and across the ford. Then a long line of cattle passed down the same road, accompanied by the hoarse calls of their drivers on horseback. Mary looked up. "Jack," she said hesitatingly, "did you ever hear this verse? For should he come not by the road, and come not by the hill, and come not by the far sea way, yet come he surely will, close all the roads of all the world. Love's road is open still." Do you believe that is true? "Not for me," he answered in a hoarse voice, so bitter, so resentful that it startled her, coming as it did after long silence. He gripped the arms of his chair again, as if in pain too great to endure, and then burst out vehemently. "Every road is closed to me now. It wouldn't be so hard if there was any prospect of the end coming soon. But I may have to hang on this way for years. Just a living death, caged in this helpless hulk of a body, a drag on everyone and a misery to myself. Heavens, if I could only end it all!" "Oh, Jack," begged Mary, starting up, tears in her eyes, "don't talk that way. You're not a drag on anybody. We couldn't live without you. You've been so brave, just like Aldebaran in the Jester's sword. So bravely did he bear his lot. It seemed a kingly spirit dwelt among us. Don't you know that just having you with us is more to us than anything else in the whole world?" She was fairly wringing her hands in her distress over this revelation of the overwhelming bitterness of Jack's soul. For months he had been so cheerful, hiding his real feelings under a playfulness of manner, that it was a shock to her to find that his cheerfulness was only assumed, because he had met his hurt so bravely and made no sign. She, like the jester, thought the struggle had grown easier with time, and that he really felt the gladness that he feigned. Like the jester, too, she was at her wits' end for a reply. She could think of no word of comfort. The loud halloo, which sounded just then in a familiar voice from up the creek, was a welcome interruption. The next instant Norman came in sight around the curve. He was standing up in a flat-bottomed boat, poling downstream towards them, with the vigor and skill of a young Indian. It was a clumsy, home-made affair, with the Swan painted in blue letters on the side. "She's mine for the winter," he announced joyfully, as soon as he was within speaking distance. "A man who lives up past Klein's Crossing rented it to me. I'm to chop wood a while every Saturday to pay for the use of it." Norman was so interested in his new possession that he could not see that he had interrupted a conversation of tragic seriousness. "Come on and get in, Mary," he urged. "It's great. Beats those old rafts you used to pole at Lee's ranch, all hollow. Don't you want to try it?" Mary hesitated. To go off and leave Jack sitting on the creek bank, unable to accompany her, would emphasize his crippled condition. To refuse to leave him would only be added proof, in his present sensitive mood, that he was a drag on everyone. "The sun is dropping so low we ought to be starting home before it begins to get chilly," she said with a meaning glance towards Jack, which to her relief Norman interpreted aright. He answered cheerfully, "Oh, go on. It's a cinch you won't get chilly if you push that old boat along as fast as I did, and if we get cold waiting for you, it won't be many minutes till we'll be seen a-rolling down the bowling green towards home." "All right, then," said Mary, climbing in as he climbed out to hold the boat steady for her. "I won't go far, but I'm surely glad to get out on the water again." She took the oar he handed her, and with a skillful push against the bank, she sent the boat gliding out into the stream. As she went off she thought, that was considerate of Norman, to put it the way he did, to include Jack with himself as a matter of course, and not to remind him of his helplessness by saying he'd stay and take care of him. Norman has lots of tact for a boy of his age, more than I have. I must have hurt Jack many a time by my inconsiderate speeches, but I had no idea he felt so horribly sensitive about being dependent. All the way up the creek she was so occupied with thinking of what Jack had said, and so depressed over the depths of mental suffering which his exclamations revealed, that she plied her oar mechanically, only partly awake to the scenes about her. But the long even strokes, first on one side and then the other, sent her darting forward through the water so rapidly that she soon reached a turn in the creek which she had never passed before, and as she rounded the curve such a beautiful sight greeted her that she cried out in pleased surprise, "How perfectly heavenly!" On one side the bank towered up into a high, steep cliff, straight as a wall. It was completely covered with ferns, delicate, feathery maidenhair ferns, as luxuriantly green as in midsummer. In this sheltered spot they were still left untouched by the frost, although it was now December. Everywhere else vegetation was dry and sere, but the green freshness of this bank was accounted for by a number of tiny waterfalls splashing down from unseen springs above, and sending a light spray in every direction, as fine as mist. "I'm coming straight back here in the morning," she said to herself, "and dig up a lot of these ferns before the frost gets them. I can't think of anything lovelier to send to Gay for a Christmas greeting than a clump of them growing in a box. A rustic box covered with bark and dainty lichens. One would be nice for Mrs. Rochester, too. She's just the kind that would appreciate such a gift. Well, that solves two of my hardest problems of what to give. That trip up the creek in the Swan was a voyage of discovery in more ways than one. For Mary came upon the fact that she had grown older in the last quarter of an hour, quite as suddenly and unexpectedly as she had come upon the fern bank. That cry of Jack's, "Heavens, if I could only end it all," had shocked her into a deeper understanding of pain, and human limits of endurance. She had always prided herself on her ability to imagine herself in other people's places, and until now had believed that she fully understood and appreciated the depths of Jack's suffering. Now she saw that she had not even begun to fathom it. His bravery had deceived her, all the while that she had been thinking that he was growing accustomed to his lot, and that time was making it easier for him to bear. A fire of rebellion was smoldering fiercely within him, making each day one of new torture. Because she could plaster up her own small hurts with platitudes and proverbs, and ease her disappointments by counting her blessings as one would count the beads upon a rosary, she had vainly imagined that all this would be balm for him. How many times she had offered him such comfort, feeling with childish complacency that she was helping to ease his pain. She understood now. A sugar plum may help one to forget a bee sting, but a death thrust is another matter. Absorbed in her thoughts, she sent the boat downstream with long, swift strokes, not noticing how fast it was going. Helped by the current, she came in sight of Jack and Norman before she had mentally adjusted herself to her new viewpoint. She was afraid that as soon as she and Jack were left alone again, they would find themselves facing the same wall of blank despair, and she dreaded it. So to gain time, she began calling to them about the wonderful bank of ferns she had discovered, and made several awkward thrusts of the oar in an attempt to land, before she finally ran the boat up on the bank. But Norman did not leave them alone. Deciding that secluded spot would be a good place to chain the boat, and that it was time to be doing his evening chores, he slipped the padlock key in his pocket and handed the oar over to Mary, saying, "You carry this, and I'll wield the chair." Jack had taken a new grip on his courage, and if Mary could have but known it, it was by the help of one of the very means she had branded as futile a few moments before. The sight of the bloodstone on his watch fob, as he glanced at the time, recalled the story of the poor jester who had been born in Mars month, like himself, and for that reason had cause to claim undaunted courage as the jewel of his soul. The merest flicker of a smile crossed Jack's grimly set lips as he looked down at the bloodstone and thought of all it stood for. And pulling himself together, he whispered the jester's vow between clenched teeth. "I'll keep my oath until the going down of one more sun." When Mary joined them he was chaffing Norman quite as usual, and immediately began to joke about the awkward landing she had made. On the way home Norman laughed often, thinking that Jack was in one of his jolliest moods, but Mary walked beside them, the oar over her shoulder, saying to herself, "And under all this brave show, he's feeling every minute that he'd be glad to die." When she reached the house, Mrs. Ware met them at the door, and Mary, passing in quietly as Norman began telling about the boat, suddenly remembered that was not the natural way for her to come home. Whenever she had any news, she fairly tumbled into the house in her haste to tell it. The boys knew that she had discovered the bank of ferns, and that it was as exciting as Norman's discovery of a boat, because it would provide some of her Christmas presents without cost. Yet here she was walking in as calmly as if she were 50 years old and had outgrown her girlish enthusiasms. It clearly was not natural. So she turned back and interrupted Norman, because that was what she always did when she was in a hurry to tell things, and she tried to make her description as full of life and color as she usually did, but all the time she had a feeling that she was acting. Mrs. Ware expressed her interest with many pleased exclamations, as she always did when Mary came to her with any new-found cause for rejoicing. But Mary, suddenly grown keen of vision, saw the look of anxiety and weariness that seemed to lie in the back of her eyes behind the smile. "I wonder," she mused, "if Mamma is acting, too, if her gladness is only on the surface, and she smiles to keep up her courage and ours. As they say, little boys whistle in the dark. Oh, it's dreadful to grow up if one has to lose faith in this being a good old world. It used to seem so happy all the time, and now it's so sorrowful and out of joint." She went into her room to wash her hands and get an apron before going out into the kitchen to help prepare supper. As she stood tying the apron strings, she looked up at Lloyd Sherman's picture which hung over her bed, as it used to hang in Warwick Hall and at Lone Rock, when she pretended that it was Lloyd's shadow self, the chum to whom she could carry all her troubles, sure of silent sympathy. But somehow, while the beautiful eyes smiled down into hers as kindly as they had always done, they did not bring the sense of her presence. They did not speak to her as they had done those other times when she turned to them for the imagined communion that always brightened her spirits. "It's never seemed the same since I knew she was engaged," Mary thought with a sigh. "Of course, I know she's just as fond of me as she was before, but I can't help feeling that she's so taken up with other things now, her life's so heavenly full since she has found her prince, that she can't take the same interest in my affairs." As she passed the mirror she turned back for a second glance. The first had shown her the fresh, unlined face of a girl of 17, but judging by the way she felt she was sure there should be wrinkles. The weight of world weariness and disillusionment and foreboding which depressed her certainly could not belong to youth. They must be the property of an old woman, in her 60s at least. End of chapter 6.
Chapter 7 of Mary Ware in Texas. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Marya James, Mary Ware in Texas, by Annie Fellows Johnson. Chapter 7, Christmas. 10 days before Christmas, Mary opened the bottom drawer of her bureau, in which she had placed each gift as soon as it was finished, and sitting down on the floor beside it, proceeded to take an inventory of the packages within. They were all wrapped, stamped, and addressed, but she had made them ready without a single Christmas thrill. There was nothing in the climate or surroundings to suggest the holiday season, and she compared this year's preparations with the year before at Warwick Hall, when the very air seemed charged with a spirit of delightful expectancy, when everybody had secrets, and went around smiling and humming snatches of the carols which the choir girls were practicing for the service in the chapel. Mechanically she counted the bundles and checked them off her list, the ones for Holland, for Joyce, for Eugenia, the bunny doll with the chamois skin head which she had made for little Patricia. She was very well satisfied with them all, as well as with the fancy trifles she had made for Lloyd and Betty and the girls at school, with whom she still kept up a correspondence. They were inexpensive, but they were original and appropriate. Allowing for the crowded condition of the mails, she decided that the packages which had the longest distance to go should be started that very day. These she took from the drawer and piled on her bed, and then got out her pen to begin the writing of her Christmas letters. Now, one may make all sorts of dainty gifts, and tie them with holly ribbon, and send them away in Christmassy-looking packages which will bring a glow to the heart of the one who opens them, and yet do it all without one spark of festal feeling herself. But it is impossible to write a Christmas letter and put the proper zest into its greetings, unless one is a tingle with it. When Mary discovered that fact, she tore up the sheets on which she had made various beginnings, and put the cork in her ink bottle. I can't do it any more than I could keep Thanksgiving on the 4th of July or New Year's on April Fool's Day, she thought. Luckily, the letters travel faster than second-class mail, so I'll take my packages to the post office now, then go out in the boat a while and think about snow and sleigh bells and holly berries till I work myself up to the proper mood. As she started out of the door, her mother called to her to remind her that they needed eggs. That meant that Mary was to go around by the Met's place to get them on her way home, which would take so much longer that there wouldn't be much time for meditation in the boat. But it was in going for the eggs that she came across the very inspiration of which she was in quest. Mr. Metz and his wife were sitting on a bench in the sunny garden near the kitchen door when Mary opened the gate. Looking up the path between the stiff rows of coxcombs and Princess Feather, she could see that the old lady was knitting, as usual. He sat with a newspaper across his knees and his spectacles folded in one hand. The other grasped the end of his long white beard, which flowed almost to his lap. They were both singing with the quavering voices of age, a song which they had brought with them from their far-away youth in the beloved fatherland. It was a song of Christmas joy which they had caroled many a time around a candle-lighted tree. Their voices were thin and tremulous, and broke now and then on the high notes, but it was a gay little tune, very sweet and full of cheer, and Mary, who stopped to listen just inside the gate, was thankful that they had not heard the latch click. When it came to an end, she waited a moment, hoping there would be another verse, but they began to talk, and she started on up the path. But halfway to the house she paused again, for they had begun another song. Am Weihnachtsbaum, der Lichter worden. Their voices came to a sudden stop at the end of that line, however, as they became aware of an approaching visitor. Mary hurried forward, saying, "Oh, I understood one word of it. You were singing about a Christmas tree, weren't you? The children in the blue cottages across from us have been talking about a Weihnachtsbaum all week. Please don't stop. It sounded so sweet as I came in at the gate." At some other time the old couple might have been hard to persuade, but the holiday season was their high tide of the year, and its return always swept them along with a rush of happy memories to a state of enjoyment that was almost childish in its outward manifestation. Finding that Mary was really interested in hearing them talk of the customs of their youth, they began a series of reminiscences so interesting that she could have listened all day. 70 Christmases they could remember distinctly, besides the dim impressions of several earlier ones. In the course of describing them, it came about quite naturally that they should sing her the interrupted song. The old man, because he spoke better English than his wife, interpreted the verses first. But even his speech was halting and broken, and he pulled his white beard desperately and used many despairing gestures when he could not find the right word. She, clicking her needles, kept up a constant nodding while he explained. On the Christmas tree the lights are burning. The children gaze at the, picture, scene, till the eye laughs and the heart laughs, and the old look himmelwards, heavenwards that means, with blessed rapture. Ja, ja, nodded the old wife, prompting him as he paused. Zwei Engel. 2 angels appear, he repeated, going haltingly on with the next verse. Mary could not understand all that he tried to convey, but she caught the meaning of the last part, that the day brings God's blessing to young and old alike, to the white as well as the brown hair. It is the same all over the world, he said, clearing his throat preparatory to singing the lines he had just translated. We will be alone this year. We cannot go to our children, and they cannot come to us. But we shall not feel alone. We will make ready one little tree, and in our hearts we will join hands with all the happy ones who greet the Weihnachtsbaum. We will be part of that circle which reaches around the whole wide world. The quavering old voices took up the tune, and although Mary recognized only 3 words, Christmas tree, angels, and heavenward, There was something in the zest with which they sung it, something in the expression of the old wrinkled faces, which gave her the inspiration she was in search of. It was as if she had brought to them a little unlighted candle, and they had kindled it at the flame of their own glowing ones. When Mary went home, she was more like her accustomed self than she had been for days. She went dancing into the house with the eggs and immediately set about the writing of her Christmas letters in her usual resourceful way. Mrs. Ware looked up, much amused, to see her piling some fresh orange peel and bits of broken cedar on the table beside her ink bottle. "There's nothing like that combination of smells to make you think that Santa Claus is coming straight down the chimney," exclaimed Mary gravely, catching her mother's amused glance. "You may think it is foolish, but really it makes all the Christmases I have ever known stand right up in a row before me whenever I smell that smell." She rubbed a bit of the fresh peel and then a bit of the cedar between her palms to bring out the pungent fragrance, and afterwards, from time to time, bent over it for another whiff to bring her new inspiration. By the 20th of December, the last letter and the last out-of-town package but one was started on its way. Gay's box of ferns, a mass of luxuriant, feathery greenness, sat on a windowsill, waiting for its time to go. The crate in which it was to be shipped stood ready in the woodshed, even to the address on the express tag. Then time began to drag. The next 2 days, although the shortest in the year, seemed many times longer than usual. "It's like trying to keep things hot when somebody is late and keeps dinner waiting," complained Mary. "If you can't eat when it's all ready, some of the things are sure to dry up and some to get cold. I was worked up to quite a festive state of mind day before yesterday, but my enthusiasm is all drying up and cooling off now." "Here's something to warm it over again," announced Norman, coming in from the express office with a box on his shoulder. "Here's the first gift to arrive. Let's open up right now, and open each thing that comes after this when it comes instead of waiting for one grand surprise on Christmas morning. You never will try my way, and it would spread the pleasure out and make it last lots longer if you only would. You're bound to get more enjoyment out of each thing if you give your undivided attention to it." For once, Norman's suggestion, made yearly, was not opposed, and as he pried the lid off the box, Mary flopped down on the floor beside it, Jack wheeled his chair closer, and Mrs. Ware came in from the next room in answer to their eager calls that it was from Joyce. Each one of the studio family had contributed to the filling of the box. The holly wreaths on top, tied with great bows of wide red ribbon, were from Miss Henrietta Robbins. "Don't you know," exclaimed Mary, as she lifted them out and held them up for them all to admire, "that Miss Henrietta has turned that studio into a perfect bower of Christmas greens? She gives it all the elegant, costly touches that Joyce never could afford, just as she's put the finishing touch on these wreaths with this beautiful ribbon. It's wide enough and satiny enough for a sash. And isn't it just like little Mrs. Boyd to send this?" she cried a moment later, when the opening of a fancy pasteboard box revealed a doll about 6 inches long, dressed like a ballet dancer. Its fluffy scarlet skirts hid the leaves of a needlebook, concealed among its folds, and from the ends of the sash, by which it was intended to dangle, hung a tiny emery bag in the shape of a strawberry and a little silk thimble case. She got the idea for that from the Ladies' Home Magazine, I am sure. She adores the pages that tell you how to evolve your entire spring outfit from a shoestring and a strip of leftover embroidery. It's not that she's trying to economize. Joyce says she has the piece bag habit. The girls tease her about not being able to see a scrap of goods without wishing to find some way to use it, but they love the homey flavor her homemade things give to the house. She is as old-fashioned and dear in her ways as she is in her ideas of art. "That is an unusually pretty doll," remarked Mrs. Ware, as Mary swung it around by its sash. "Yes," she answered. "It's the kind Hazel Lee and I were always wishing for. Ours were flaxen-haired, and this has raven curls. We would have called her Lady Agatha if we had had her then. I believe I'll name her that now," she added, with a glance toward Jack to see if he had understood the allusion. But Jack was not noticing. He was turning the pages of a handsomely illustrated work on geology, a book he had long wanted to own. Joyce had had little to spend this year compared with last, but in her hurried shopping expeditions she had considered the tastes and needs of each one so well that every gift was hailed with delight. "Norman's Way is a dandy one," acknowledged Mary, as she opened a box of fine stationery engraved with her monogram, the first she had ever owned. "Now I can write my note to Gay on this. If we had waited, I should have had to use the common paper that we buy at the drugstore by the pound, because it is cheap. And it's so nice, too, to have these holly wreaths beforehand." She danced away to hang them in the windows and to swing the Lady Agatha from a corner of the mirror over her bureau, where her hidden needlebook could readily be reached. Then she thriftily gathered up every bit of ribbon and tinsel from the discarded wrappings, smoothed out the tissue paper, and picked loose from it all the adhering seals that had not been broken in the process of tearing open the packages. "Here's 7 whole seals with holly on them," she announced to her mother, 6 with Santa Claus heads and 4 with the greeting Merry Christmas. I'm going to use them over again in doing up the rest of my packages. That box that the doll came in is exactly what I want to put the candy in that I made for the Barnabys, and that plain one that holds the stuffed dates that Lucy Boyd sent will do for the candy I'm going to send Mr. and Mrs. Metz. All I'll need to do is cover it with some of this holly paper and tie it with the same gold cord. I'll find a use for nearly everything I've saved before the week is over." She said it in a tone of such deep satisfaction that Norman looked up from the book and other gifts in which he had seemed absorbed, to laugh at her. "Mary is like that old woman who wrote those recipes for cheap pies in that old New England cookbook we have at home," he said to his mother. "She thinks, 'A little ingenuity added to almost any material that comes to hand will make a tasty pie.' You ought to send the Ladies' Home Magazine some pointers, Mary, on 'How to make Christmas gifts for others on the wrappings of those sent you.' Didn't someone say something about the scrap bag habit a while ago?" Mary's only answer was a saucy grimace. She could afford to let him tease her about her squirrel instinct for hoarding when it gave her so much satisfaction to add to her store of scraps. She had all sorts of things to draw on in emergencies. In the 1 month they had been in Bauer, she had nearly filled a shoebox with odds and ends. She had sheets of tin foil saved from packages of chocolate, picture cards, little bottles and boxes, and various samples of toilet articles sent out by firms who advertise their goods in that way. For the next 2 days, every mail brought greetings and remembrances to some one of the family, sometimes to all, so that the hours slipped by at a fairly rapid pace. One of the gifts which gave Mary most pleasure was the chiffon scarf that Lloyd sent. It was like the one Roberta wore the first evening Mary had seen her, and which she rapturously compared to a moonbeam spangled with dewdrops, only she thought hers far lovelier than Roberta's. A dozen times a day she slipped into her room to take the floating, filmy web from its box and spread it out to gloat over it. She had to try the effects of different lights on it, sunshine and moonlight and the rays of the lamp. She spread it over different dresses, white, pink, and green, to see which produced the prettiest glimmers, and Norman caught her once posing before a mirror with it draped overhead, and teased her all the rest of the evening. Betty's gift was a simple, inexpensive one, intended merely as a greeting. It was only a green bayberry candle, but the card tied to it by a scarlet bow bore the verse, "This bayberry candle's tongue of flame bears message, pray thee hear it. While it burns mid your Christmas greens, I'm with you all in spirit." "I'm glad that it's a big fat candle," said Mary, passing it around for each one to enjoy the spicy, aromatic fragrance. "It'll burn a long time." She lighted it Christmas Eve and put it in the center of the table with one of the holly wreaths laid around the base, and the tongue of flame did seem to bear a message. It started Mary to talking of her absent friend, of the bloodstone and the Good Times book Betty had given her, of Betty's clear brown eyes and dearer ways, of Betty's sweet consideration for others, of her talent for writing, which was sure to make her famous some day. She talked of her all during supper, not noticing that Jack was unusually silent, and that his eyes rested oftener on the candle than it did on his plate. As they left the table, Mr. Metz appeared at the door like a veritable old Santa Claus, with his long white beard and eyes a-twinkle. In one arm he carried a big round hat box full of nuts, in the other 2 bottles of homemade wine. His own pecan trees and vineyard had furnished his offering. He thanked them so volubly in his broken way for the little gifts that Norman had carried over when he went for the milk, and delivered his nuts and wine with such benign smiles and a flow of good wishes from his wife and himself, that Mary gave a skip of pleasure when she closed the door after him. She went back to the kitchen singing, "Now jingle, jingle, come Kris Kringle." Oh, I feel as if the old fellow himself had really been here. He and Betty's candle have given me a real night before Christmas and all through the house feeling. It's lovely. They had had supper so early that it was barely dusk outdoors when she and Norman started to take the box of ferns to the rectory. When they had passed the cotton field, the bend in the road soon brought them to the edge of the village, and the beginning of the short thoroughfare which led to the main street, past the cotton gin and the free camp yard. The free camp yard was always an interesting place to both of them, and they never passed it without looking in. It was a large lot surrounded by a high board fence. Low sheds were built along one side within the enclosure, in which both men and beasts might find shelter in time of storm. Usually they slept in the open, however, with little campfires here and there to boil their coffee and give them light. Peddlers, hucksters, and belated country people were its usual patrons. But sometimes one saw a family of armadillo hunters on their way to the curio dealers with crates full of the queer 9-banded shells which can be made into baskets simply by tying the head and tail together. One evening Mary saw 2 country belles putting the finishing touches to their toilettes behind a wagon by the aid of a pocket mirror. They had come in for one of the Saturday night balls held regularly in the town hall. The week before, part of a disbanded freak show had taken refuge in the camp yard. Norman, peeping through a knot-hole, the gate being shut, had seen the armless man scratch a match and light a fire with his toes. It was deserted tonight, except for a dilapidated covered wagon which had driven in a few minutes before. It was drawn by a big bony horse and a dejected little burro, and piled high with household goods. A gaunt, rough-looking man with a weak stubble of red beard on his chin was beginning to unhitch. His wife, who was only a young thing and pretty in a worn, faded way, put down the sleeping baby that she had been holding and stretched her arms wearily. She seemed too tired and listless to move till one of the 2 children, who were climbing down over the wheel, fell and began to whimper. A pair of hounds that had trailed along behind dropped down under the wagon as if they had followed a long way and were utterly exhausted. "Did you ever see anything so forlorn in all your life?" exclaimed Norman as they passed on. "And Christmas Eve, too. I don't suppose those poor little kids will have a thing." "No, I suppose not," answered Mary. "It seems a shame, too, when there'll probably be a tree in every house in Bauer. Mrs. Metz says that is one custom that they keep up here as faithfully as they do in the old country. Even the poorest families will manage to get one somehow." "Those were cute kids," Norman went on, too much interested in what he had just seen to put the subject by. "That oldest little girl with the yellow curls looked like a big doll, and the little one is almost as pretty." He spoke of them again on the way back after they had left the ferns at the rectory and turned homeward. The lights were beginning to twinkle all down the long street. In every house they passed, where the shades had not been drawn, they could see a tree standing all ready for the lighting, from gift-laden base to topmost taper. As they drew near the camp-yard again, they saw the red-whiskered man going into the corner grocery with a tin pail on his arm. At the camp-yard gate they looked in. A small fire had been started, over which a battered coffee pot had been set to boil. The burro and the bony horse were munching fodder near the wagon, but the woman and the children had disappeared. "There they are," whispered Mary, pointing down the road a little way to a group standing in front of the pretty green and white cottage next to the cotton gin. The lace curtains had been dropped over the windows, but they did not hide the gay scene within. The family was having its celebration early because the 2 small lads for whom it was designed were so young that their bedtime came early. They were handsome little fellows, one in kilts and the other just promoted to trousers. The gifts hanging from the lighted boughs were many and costly. The 2 little ones outside looking in had never seen anything so fine and beautiful before, and stood gazing in round-eyed wonder. Attracted by the music, they had strayed down from the camp-yard and their mother had followed with the sleeping baby thrown across her shoulder to bring them back. Now she, too, stood and stared. The phonograph was still playing when Mary and Norman reached the gate, so they paused to listen also, more interested in the watchers outside, however, than the revelers within. Presently Mary turned to the woman, saying, "It's pretty, isn't it?" in such a friendly way that her remark called out an equally friendly response, and in a few moments she had learned what she wanted most to know about the strangers. They were moving on to the next county, having already been 2 days and a night on the road. Her man thought he might find work in the cedar breaks. They stood talking until the phonograph stopped, then a glance over her shoulder told the woman that her husband was returning to the wagon, and she turned to go. The children were loath to leave, however. "It's their first sight of Sandy Claus," she remarked, as if to explain their unwillingness. Then, as one of them stumbled and caught at her skirts, she added impatiently, "I reckon it's likely to be your last. He don't care anything for the likes of us." It was said so bitterly that as Norman trudged on in the opposite direction with his sister, he exclaimed in a regretful tone, "It's too bad that we didn't find out about them sooner, in time to fix something for them. It sort of spoils my own Christmas to think of those kids going without." "They are not going without," replied Mary promptly, who had been thinking rapidly as she walked. "We've got to get something ready for them before they shut their eyes tonight." I'd like to know how you'll do it this late," Norman answered. She laughed in reply, saying teasingly, "Who was it said that a little ingenuity added to almost any material that comes to hand will make a tasty pie? Well, it will make a tasty tree, too. If you'll help, I'll have one ready in an hour." His skeptical, "I don't believe it. Why, you can't," was all she needed to start her to working out her resolution with the force of a young whirlwind. She could plan with lightning-like rapidity when any need arose. "I said if you'd all help," she reminded him. As soon as he had expressed a hearty willingness to do anything he could to carry Sandy Claus to the camp yard, she began. "The minute we get home, you hack off one of the bottom branches of that cedar tree outside the gate, a good bushy one about 3 feet high. Put it into the box that Joyce's presents came in, and nail it in place with cleats made from the lid. Better weight it down with some stones in the bottom, and we can tack green crepe paper all over the base. We've nothing but ordinary white candles, but we can cut them in 2 and wire them on with hairpins, and cover the pins with tin foil out of my scrap box that you make so much fun of. That will be your part. There's some corn already popped waiting till I get back to be made into balls. I'll get Mamma to string it instead, and Jack to make a lot of little gilt cornucopias out of some stuff I've saved. I'm sure he'll donate the candy cane Joyce sent as a joke, although he is so fond of old-fashioned striped peppermint sticks. We'll break it up into short pieces and hang that on, and we can tie up a few dates and nuts into tiny packages. There are fancy papers and ribbons galore in that aforesaid scrap box. I'll think of more after we get started. Come on, let's race the rest of the way. The one who gets there first can tell the others." Norman reached the front door several yards ahead of Mary, but he did not claim his privilege. He merely rushed into the kitchen for a hatchet, calling as he dashed out again, 60 minutes to make a Christmas tree in. Everybody get to work." Mary did not stop to take off her hat. Throwing off her coat, she began talking on the bounce, as Jack said, for she hurried from one room to the other, explaining at the top of her voice, while she gathered up popcorn, scrap box, paste tube, and scissors. Her enthusiasm was so contagious, her description of the camp-yard pilgrims so appealing, that by the time she had finished her breathless account of them, Jack had begun cutting squares of gilt paper, and Mrs. Ware was stringing corn as if they were working to win a wager. The race against time was the most exciting experience they had had in Bauer. They watched the clock with many laughing exclamations, but were working too fast to talk much. In 20 minutes, Norman brought in a shapely little tree firmly fastened on a green base. In 30 minutes more, the candles were wired in place. A few skillful twists had turned part of the tin foil into silvery ornaments to hang beneath, while the rest had gone to the making of a great star to blaze on the topmost bough. White strings of popcorn were festooned round it like garlands of snow. Every branch was bright with gilt and silver and blue and red packages, holding only a nut or a sweetmeat, it is true, but adding much to the gay attire of the tree. A little pocket mirror flashed from one bough, A fancy sample bottle of perfume hung from another. A miniature cake of scented soap and many fluttering picture cards bore witness to the resources of the scrap-box. Then, exclaiming over a sudden happy thought, Mary darted into the bedroom and took down Lady Agatha. 3 snips of the scissors robbed her of the needlebook hidden under her fluffy scarlet skirts, and of the emery bag and thimble case tied to her sash ends, and left her no longer useful, only so ornamental that any little girl would have been glad to take her to her arms in affection. "I know Mrs. Boyd wouldn't mind my passing it on to those children," Mary said as she tied it to one of the highest branches, "if she knew that it makes me happy as well as them." "But," asked Norman, "what if Goldilocks and her sister both want to play with it at the same time? What will the left-out one do?" Mary thought an instant and then flew to the tray of her trunk to snatch out a woolly toy lamb that had fallen to her lot from the mock Christmas tree at Warwick Hall. "I brought it down to Texas with me because Doreen said that everywhere that Mary went the lamb was sure to go. I expected to keep it always as a reminder of that lovely evening, but," with a half-stifled sigh, "it will do them more good than me." When that was in place, she gave one last glance around the room to see what else she could appropriate. Her eyes fell on the holly wreaths. "Those red bows will make lovely hair ribbons," she cried. "We can spare 2 of them. Hurry, Mamma, and help me untie them. The needlebook may as well go too. Pin it on, Norman, and stick a date in the thimble bag and swing it up, Jack." In the meantime, Norman had been lighting the candles in order that they might see how it looked when it was all ashine. And it stood now, a very creditable and a very bright little tree. There were none of the spun glass birds and crystal icicles and artificial fruits that had made little Patricia's tree such a gorgeous affair the year before, and were probably making it beautiful tonight, but there was sparkle and color and glow and charm of beribboned packages, enough to make little eyes who saw such a sight for the first time believe that it was the work of magic hands. "Done!" cried Mary triumphantly, "and in only 58 minutes. "Well, I didn't believe it would be possible," acknowledged Norman. "I bet it's the only tree in Texas trimmed in such short order." When he and Mary reached the camp yard again, they found the family sitting around the smoldering fire, listening to the phonograph which was still playing in the cottage down the road. The quilts were spread out in the wagon, ready for the night, but the children, who had slept most of the afternoon on their tiresome journey, could not be induced to climb in while the music lasted. The 2 bearers of Yuletide cheer set the tree down and reconnoitered through the cracks in the fence. "The man looks awfully down in the mouth," whispered Norman. "So does she. Shall we tell them Sandy Claus sent it?" "No," Mary whispered back. "They look so forlorn and friendless, and the woman seemed to feel so left out of everything, that it might do them good to tell them we brought it because the angels sang peace on earth, goodwill to men, and that it's a sort of sign that they're not left out. They're to have a part in it too." Norman turned his eye from the knothole to gape at her. "Well," was his whispered ejaculation, "if you want all that said, you'll have to say it yourself. I'm no preacher." "Come on, then," said Mary boldly. She knew what she wanted to convey to them, but the words stuck in her throat, and she never could remember afterwards exactly what she blurted out as they put the tree down in front of the astonished family and then turned and ran. However, her words must have carried some of the good cheer she intended, for when she and Norman paused again outside, she at the knothole this time and he at the crack, it gave them each a queer little flutter inside, to see the expression on the pleased faces and hear their exclamations of wonder. "They couldn't be more surprised if it had dropped right down out of the sky," whispered Norman. "Now the kids are getting over their days a bit. They're hopping around just like they saw the Kramer boys do." "See, they found Lady Agatha," answered Mary. "Just look at Goldilocks now. Did you ever see such an ecstatic little face? I wouldn't have missed it for anything. Now they've got the lamb. I'm so glad I thought of it, for the Kramers had a whole bunch of little white sheep around the base of their tree." They were both very quiet when they finally turned away from the fence and started home. They did not speak till they reached the white moonlighted road stretching past the cotton field. Then Mary looked up at the stars, saying reverently, Somehow I feel as if we'd been taking part in the first Christmas. It was a sort of camp yard that the Star of Bethlehem led to. Don't you remember? There was no room at the inn for the child and his mother. It was a manger the gold and frankincense and myrrh were carried to. I feel as if we'd been following along, a little way at least, on the trail of the wise men. Me too, confessed Norman. Then nothing more was said for a long time. Mary could find no words for the next thoughts which puzzled her. She was picturing all the Christmas trees of the world brought together in one place, and trying to imagine the enormous forest they would make. Then she fell to wondering what it was about them that should make the eye laugh and the heart laugh, and bring a blessing to the silver hair as well as brown, as the old couple had sung in the garden. All over the world it was so. Since looking into the windows at other people's trees, and then causing one to bloom and bear fruit herself for the homeless campers, she felt she had joined hands with that circle which reaches around the world. She was no longer an alien and stranger among the people of Bauer. The Weihnachtsbaum had given her a happy bond of understanding and kinship. It had taken the hard, hopeless look out of the older faces around the campfire, for a while at least, and made the little ones radiant. And at home, she remembered gratefully how Jack had burst out whistling several times while he helped to trim it, and the tune that came in such lusty, rollicking outbursts was one which he never whistled except when he was in high good humor with himself and all the universe. She was sure that he wasn't acting then. He couldn't have been just pretending that he was glad, for it sounded as it always used to back at the wigwam. She wondered why the tree had had that effect. And then, like an answer, a verse popped into her thoughts, one that she had spelled out long ago for Grandmother Ware, letter by letter, one little finger pointing to each in turn. It was a verse from Revelation, about the tree that stands on either side of the river, clear as crystal, which bare 12 manner of fruit, and the leaves were for the healing of the nations. Then all of a sudden she understood why those shining boughs with their strange fruitage of gifts have power to bring hope and good cheer to lonely hearts the world over. They are the symbols which the spirit of Christmas sets ashine of that tree of life. And the spirit of Christmas is only another name for love, and it is love alone, the human and divine together, which can bring about the healing needed by hearts in every nation. All this did not come to Mary in words. She could not have expressed it to anyone else, but it sent her on her way, deeply, quietly glad. Next morning, while she was stooping before the oven, basting the turkey which the Barnabys had sent with their greetings, Jack called her to the front window where he was sitting. A covered wagon was creaking slowly by, drawn by a big horse and a little burro. The cover was looped up, and in the back end, carefully tied to the tailgate, stood the tree which had taken them 58 minutes to prepare, but whose memory would not be effaced in that many years from the minds of the 2 children seated on the quilts beside it. "I'm so glad you got to see them," said Mary. "Aren't they dear? And oh, look! Goldilocks is still holding Lady Agatha, and the other one's hugging the woolly lamb." When the wagon was entirely out of sight, Mary started back to her turkey basting, but stopped a moment to take another look at the gifts spread out on the side table. Several things had been added to them that morning: a dissected puzzle picture which Norman had made for her, a spool case that Jack had whittled out, and a strip of exquisitely embroidered rosebuds that Mrs. Ware had wrought to be put into a white dress. There was also a pot of white hyacinths from the rectory, and Mary held her face down against the cool snow of their blossoms, taking in their sweetness in long breaths. "It's been a pretty full Christmas, hasn't it?" exclaimed Jack as he watched her. "It's really been one of the nicest I ever had," she answered. "For one reason, because it's lasted so long. Norman's plan is a success." That night after supper, Norman insisted on taking his mother down to the village to look at the lighted windows. After they had gone, Mary took out her Good Times book to record the happenings of the day. She had a few more notes of acknowledgement to write also, and was glad that Jack was busy with his own writing. She noticed that he was using India ink and a crow quill pen, but thought nothing of that, as he was always experimenting with them. Joyce was not the only one of the children who had inherited artistic ability. Jack never attempted pictures, but he did beautiful lettering, odd initials, and Old English script, and had copied verses for calendars and flyleaf inscriptions. Joyce said some of his pen and ink work was as beautifully done as the letters she had seen in old missals made by the monks. Nearly an hour went by. Mary addressed her last envelope. He laid down his pen and pushed a narrow strip of cardboard towards her. "I've made you one more present to end the day with, Mary," he said jokingly. "It's a bookmark." Inside a narrow border of conventional scrollwork was one line, and the line was from the verse which she had quoted so disastrously that day at the creek bank. "Close all the roads of all the world, love's road is open still." As she looked up to speak, he interrupted her hurriedly. "Yes, I know how miserable I made you that day with my outburst against fate, and I've felt that you've never believed me since when I laughed and joked and said that I enjoyed things. But that was only one time that I gave way, just once that I got down in the dumps, and I don't want you to think that is my usual state of feelings. Really, I'm getting more out of life than you imagine. I'm putting up the best fight I can. I just wanted you to know that although every other road in the world is closed against me, I can still scrape along pretty comfortably, because that last line is true. Love's road is open still. You all have made it a good wide one for me, and made it worthwhile for me to travel it with you cheerfully to the end. I'm perfectly willing to, now." "Oh, Jack," cried Mary in a voice that trembled with both joy and tears, "I've had a happy Christmas, but knowing you feel that way is the very best part of all." End of chapter 7.
Chapter 8 of Mary Ware in Texas. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Jvisi. Mary Ware in Texas by Annie Fellows Johnston. Chapter 8, Die Kleinen Teufel. Christmas was followed by a week of small calamities. Some of them would have been laughable counted singly, but taken all together they assumed a seriousness not to be considered lightly. In the first place, Mary, attempting to tie the boat to the usual landing, slipped on the muddy bank and dropped the chain. In her effort to recover it, she stepped into the water. Her shoes were soaking wet when she reached home, and as they were her only good ones, she stuffed them carefully with paper and hung them over the little drum stove in the living room to dry. That evening, Jack read aloud while they washed the dishes, so they were all in the kitchen when the smoldering log in the drum stove, having reached the blazing point, suddenly burst into flame. Presently a smell of burning leather made them all begin to sniff inquiringly, and Mary rushed in to find that one of her shoes had dropped from the string to which she had tied it by the laces, and was scorching to a crisp on the red-hot stove. Her old shoes were so shabby that the immediate need of new ones left her figuring over the family accounts until bedtime. It was hard to cut down a list of expenses already reduced to low water mark. The next day a wet norther blew up, bringing the first cold weather of the winter. After weeks of almost summer-like heat, the mercury dropped to freezing point in just a few hours, and roaring fires in both the kitchen and drum stoves failed to warm the little cottage. Like most houses in that section, it had not been built with a view to excluding the cold. The wind blew in under the north door, lifting the rugs until they shifted with a wave-like motion across the floor. Jack had to have a blanket hung behind his chair, and when Mrs. Ware sat down to write her weekly letter to Joyce, the draughts that rattled the windows set her to sneezing as if she never could stop. Mary, full of resources, brought her pink sunbonnet and perched it on her mother's head, pulling its ruffled cape well down on her shoulders. "There!" she exclaimed, laughing at the jaunty effect. "That will keep the cold blasts from giving you a stiff neck. Do look in the mirror and then draw a picture of yourself for Joyce. Tell her that the sunny south is a delusion. The mercury is only down to freezing, but I'm sure that there isn't an Esquimau in all the Arctic Circle as cold as we are this blessed minute. That wind goes through a body like a fine pointed needle. These little stoves fairly eat up the wood. she grumbled a few minutes later, glancing into the empty wood box which Norman had piled to the top before he left that morning. "Norman will be back soon," said Mrs. Ware, looking out from her aureole of pink ruffles, which she had found such a comfortable shield from the draughts that she left it as Mary had placed it. "He'll fill the box again as soon as he comes." But Mary had slipped into a coat and was tying a veil over her ears. "It isn't safe to wait," she answered. "We'd be stiff and stark as icicles in no time if we were to let the fires go out. I don't mind being stoker. It's good exercise." She skipped out to the woodpile gaily enough, but the tune she was whistling changed to a long-drawn note of surprise and dismay when she saw what inroads they had made on it since the last time she had noticed it. "We'll have to have another cord right away," she thought. "I never dreamed that fuel would be such a big item of expense away down here so far south, but if we have much more weather like this, it will be a very serious item." The discovery sent her back to her account book again, but this time she took it to her own room where Jack could not see her figuring. The butcher raised the price of meat that week. Both butter and eggs went higher, and Jack's rubber air cushion sprung such a leak that it collapsed hopelessly. A new one was a necessity. Then the cold norther made Jack's rheumatism so much worse that he had to stay in bed, and several visits from the doctor and a druggist's bill had to be added to the list of the week's calamities. The last straw was reached when Joyce's letter came, deploring the fact that the check which she was enclosing was only half the size which she usually sent. She had some unexpected expenses at the studio which she was obliged to meet, but she hoped to send the customary amount next month. This information was not in the letter which Mrs. Ware promptly sent in to Jack by Norman, but in a separate postscript folded inside the check. Mary read it with startled eyes. "Whatever are we going to do?" she asked in a despairing whisper. Mrs. Ware shook her head and sat folding and unfolding the check in an absent-minded way for several minutes. Then she went into her room for pen and ink to endorse it, so that Mary, who was going down into the town that afternoon, could cash it. She was gone a long time, and when she came back she had 2 letters ready to post. As Mary went down the road a while later, she glanced at the first envelope, which was addressed to Joyce, admiring, as she always did, her mother's penmanship. "It's just like her," she thought, "so fine and even and ladylike." Then she gave an exclamation of surprise as she saw that the second envelope was addressed to Mrs. Barnaby. Whatever can she be writing to her about? She wondered. It's queer she never said anything about it, when we always talk over everything together, even the tiniest trifles. She puzzled over it nearly all the way to the post office, till she remembered that she had heard her mother say that she was not altogether satisfied with the new doctor's treatment for Jack, and that she wanted to ask Mrs. Barnaby whom to call in consultation. Satisfied with that solution, Mary thought no more about the matter till the following Friday, when she came back from a short call to the rectory to find that Mrs. Barnaby had just driven away from the house. She was disappointed, for these visits were always hailed as joyful events by the entire household. "I wouldn't have missed her for anything," exclaimed Mary, following her mother into their bedroom. "She's so diverting. What particularly funny thing did she say this time? What's that?" Her glance and question indicated a bundle that her mother had brought in from the back doorstep and laid on the bed. Mrs. Ware shook her head meaningly and closed the door into Jack's room before she answered. Then she said in a low tone, "It's some linen and lace that Mrs. Barnaby brought this afternoon. I wrote to her asking her if she had any fine hand sewing that I could do." "Shh!" she whispered, lifting a warning finger as Mary's cry of "Why, Mama, where?" interrupted her. "Jack will hear you, and he is not to know. That's why I had Pedro take the bundle to the back door. Mrs. Barnaby understands. Something had to be done, and under the circumstances sewing is the only thing I can turn my hand to at home." "But, Mamma," exclaimed Mary, so distressed that she was almost crying, "your eyes are not strong enough for that any more. You nearly wore yourself out trying to support us when we were little, and I'm very sure we're not going to allow it now." Joyce would be terribly distressed, and as for Jack, I know perfectly well that he'd just rather lie down and die than have you do it. We'll bundle that stuff right back to Mrs. Barnaby, and I'll go downtown and see if I can't get a position in one of the stores." Mrs. Ware's answer was in such a low voice that it went no farther than the closed door, but it silenced Mary's protests. Only a few times in her remembrance had the gentle little woman used that tone of authority with her children, but on those rare occasions they recognized the force of her determination and the uselessness of opposing it. Mary turned away, distressed and sore over the situation. She said nothing more, but as she went about her work she kept wiping away the tears, and a fierce rebellion raged inwardly. There would have been little said at the supper table that night if Norman had not come home in a talkative mood. He was to start the public high school the following Monday, at the beginning of the new term, and had recently made the acquaintance of a boy lately come to Bauer, who would enter with him. "Ed Masters is his name," Norman reported, raising his voice a trifle so that Jack, who was taking his supper at the same time from a bedside table in the next room, might be included in the conversation. "I like him first rate, and it will make it lots easier for me at school not to be the only new boy. The only trouble is he doesn't know whether his folks are going to stay in Bauer long enough to make it worth while for him to start or not. They came for the whole winter, but they say that they can't stand it at the hotel many more days if something isn't done to those Mallory kids. Ed says they're regular little imps for mischief. They've been here only 2 weeks, but they're known all over Bauer as die Kleinen Teufel, which being interpreted," laughed Jack from the next room, "means the little devils. What have they done to earn such a name?" "It might be easier to tell what they haven't done," answered Norman. "There's 2 of 'em, the boy 7 and the girl 8, but they're exactly the same size and look so much alike everybody takes them for twins. They put a puppy in the ice cream freezer yesterday morning, Ed says, and Miss Edna, the landlady's daughter, almost had a spasm when she went to make ice cream for dinner and found it in the can. Yesterday afternoon the delivery wagon stopped at the side entrance of the hotel. It's the Williams house where Ed is staying. And those children waited until the boy had gone in with a basket of groceries. Then they climbed up into the delivery wagon and changed the things all around in the other baskets, so that the orders were hopelessly mixed up and nobody got what he had bought. There was a 10-gallon can of kerosene in the wagon, the kind that had a pump attachment. The boys stopped to talk a minute to Mrs. Williams, and by the time he got back they had pumped all the kerosene out into the road and were making rather Gatling guns of themselves with a bushel of potatoes. They were firing them out of the basket as fast as they could throw, in a wild race to see which would be first to grab the last potato. Ed says they ride up and down the hotel galleries on their tricycles till it sounds like thunder when the other boarders are trying to take a nap, or they'll chase up and down hooting and slashing the air with switches. If people don't dodge and scrooge back against the wall, they'll get slashed too. I suppose every merchant on Main Street has some grievance against them, for they haven't the slightest regard for other people's rights or property, and they're not afraid of anything. The little girl went into the livery stable the other day and swung onto the tail of one of those big white bus horses and pulled a handful of hairs out of it. It's a favorite trick of theirs to climb into any automobile left at the curbstone and honk the horn till the owner comes out. Then they calmly sit still and demand a ride. "They must be the children that Dr. McKay was telling me about," spoke up Jack. "He came in here one day furious with them. He had caught them smearing soap all over the glass windshield of his new machine. They had climbed all over the cushions with their muddy feet and tinkered with the clock till it couldn't run. He threatened to tell their father, and all they did was put their thumbs to their noses and say, 'Yeah, tattletale, you can't tell. He's 1,000 miles away.'" "Isn't anyone responsible for them?" asked Mrs. Ware. "Yes," said Norman. "There's a colored girl at their heels whenever they don't give her the slip. But their mother is ill, came here for her health, Ed says, and their grandmother, who tries to look after them, is so deaf that she can't hear their noise and their saucy speeches. They're so quick that she never sees them making faces and sticking their tongues out at people. They do it behind her back. She thinks they are little angels, but she'll find out when they're asked to leave the hotel. Ed says it's coming to that very soon. Either the Mallorys will have to go, or everybody else will. They got into his box of fishing tackle, and you never saw such a mess as they made. He was furious. With her mind intent on her own troubles, Mary did not listen to the recital of other people's with her usual interest, although what she heard that night was recalled very clearly afterward. All evening she brooded over her grievance, trying to discover some remedy. She could not take the sewing away from her mother and do it herself, for while fairly skilled with her needle, she had not learned to make a fine art of her handiwork. The garments Mrs. Ware made were as beautifully wrought as those fashioned and embroidered by the French nuns. I know Mrs. Barnaby never would order anything so fine and expensive, thought Mary bitterly, if she didn't know that we need the money so badly. She did it because Mamma asked her and felt that she couldn't refuse. That is a sort of charity that kills me to accept, and I shan't do it 1 minute longer than I have to. It was easier to make such a resolution, however, than to carry it out. A short call on Mrs. Metz next morning showed her that her first plan was not feasible. The old woman, being related to nearly half of Bauer by birth or marriage, and knowing the other half with the intimacy of an oldest inhabitant, was in a position to know each merchant's need and requirements, also what wages he paid each employee. Most of them had no occasion to hire outside help. Their own families furnished enough. It was a necessary requirement, of course, that anyone applying for a position must speak German. That one thing alone barred Mary out, and she went home anxious and disheartened. Still, even if she could have spoken a dozen tongues, the position she had coveted did not seem so desirable after she learned the small amount the clerks received. All that day and the next she worried over the matter and finally decided to go to Mrs. Rochester and ask her advice. On the way up to the rectory she stopped at the post office. The mail was being distributed, and while she stood waiting for the delivery window to open, the rector himself came in. As he turned away from his locked box, in which only papers had been deposited so far, he saw Mary and went over to her with a cordial greeting. "I'm looking for something," he said, with a twinkle of fun in his eyes. "Maybe you can help me. It is as hard to find as the proverbial needle in a haystack, but I must have it before sundown if possible. Someone as patient as Job, as tactful as a diplomat, with the nerve of a lion tamer and the resources of a sleight-of-hand performer, the kind who can draw rabbits out of a silk hat if necessary." Mary laughed. "What are you going to do with such a wonderful creature when you find it?" "Turn it loose on those Mallory children," answered Mr. Rochester, lowering his tone. "I was sent for yesterday, presumably to see their mother, who is an invalid, but I found that the real reason was to give some advice to Mr. Mallory about the children. The hotel refused to harbor them any longer, and he had been summoned hastily by telegraph. He has moved his family to a furnished cottage near the hotel. Their meals will be sent in to them, and his mother can look after his wife. But he is desperate about the children. He acknowledges he could not cope with them even if he could stay here all the time away from his business. His wife has never allowed them to be punished, and has foolishly humored them till they are past being controlled. He besought me to find someone who could take them in hand for a part of the day at least." "But what could an outsider do with them if their own family has failed?" queried Mary. "Ah, that's where the lion tamer and the sleight-of-hand performer combination gets in his work. He must quell them with his eye and draw ways and means out of his silk hat. Mrs. Mallory would like to have them taught to read and write if it can be done without crossing the little dears, but I inferred that their father would be glad simply to have them taken in hand and tamed sufficiently to keep them from being public nuisances." Mary's pulses began to pound with the excitement of a daring thought, but she managed to appear unconcerned and asked him in a joking way, "And if you can't find this Job-like diplomat lion tamer they want, they'll have to take some ordinary person?" "They'll be obliged to, but I'm afraid that a quest even in that direction will prove fruitless. It's a field for real missionary effort, though. Someone might be willing to approach it in that spirit. The delivery window flew up, and as the waiting line began moving along toward it, Mr. Rochester lifted his hat and turned away. But before he could fit his key in the lock of his box, Mary was at his side. "One moment, please," she exclaimed, her face flushing. She spoke very fast. "If you think that I can fill that position, will you tell them about me? I've really got lots of patience with children, and," laughing nervously, "last summer I partly tamed a young wild cat. I could at least tell the children stories, and teach them all sorts of wood lore that would keep them busy and interested out of doors. Besides," she flushed still deeper, "I must find some way to earn some money soon. My very need of it would make me try all the harder to fill the place. I'm on my way now to see Mrs. Rochester and ask her advice about what to do." A few minutes later, she and Mr. Rochester were walking rapidly along the road in the direction of the Williams house. As they crossed the wide footbridge, which spans the creek, and climbed the hill on the other side, she told him of the work she had done the previous summer under the noted naturalist, Professor Carnes. He had arranged to send his 15-year-old niece to Lone Rock this winter, she added, but her physicians decided at the last moment that she needed a milder climate. She was to have boarded near us, and I had promised to devote my mornings to keeping her out of doors and teaching her in an indirect way that would not suggest books or study hours. Maybe the fact that such a man as Professor Carnes thought me competent to do that and was willing to pay me a grown teacher's salary might have some weight with the Mallorys. "Oh, I hope they won't think 17½ is too young," she exclaimed with an anxious glance at her companion, as if to discover his opinion. "If I'd only known such an important interview was ahead of me, I'd have worn my best suit. I look lots older in that because it's longer than this one." "I don't think you need to worry about that," the rector answered. He spoke gravely, but the face he turned away from her twitched with suppressed amusement. They passed the Williams house and turned in at the gate of a gray cottage, where Mr. Mallory himself met them at the door. He was a prosperous young broker with an affable manner and the self-confident air that some people acquire from the carrying of a fat bank book. He ushered them into the room where Mrs. Mallory was lying on a couch. She was very young and blue-eyed and soft-haired. Curled up among the cushions under a blue and white afghan, she made Mary think of a kitten. She seemed so helpless and incapable, as if she had never known anything but cushions and cream all her life. 2 children were playing quietly under a table in the corner. Mary could not see what they were doing, but they were lying on their stomachs with their heads toward the wall. Only their little black stocking legs and slippered feet protruded from under the table, and they were waving back and forth in mid-air above their backs. When Mr. Rochester introduced Mary as the young lady they were so desirous of finding, one pair of small legs stopped waving, and their owner backed hastily out into the room. Humping along on all fours until she reached her mother's couch, she sat on the floor beside it and began studying the visitors with a quiet, intense gaze. She was an attractive child, with rather a wistful little face. Her hair was cut short in buster brown fashion, and she was remarkably strong and sturdy looking for a girl. Otherwise, there was nothing in her appearance to justify one's belief that she had done all the tomboy things ascribed to her. To Mary's surprise, Mrs. Mallory discussed the children as freely as if they were not present, repeating their pranks and smart sayings as if they were too young to understand what was being said, and frankly admitting her inability to control them. "Mr. Mallory and I agree on every subject but the proper way to rear children, and we almost come to blows over that," she said, smiling up at him till the dimples in her cheeks made her seem more childish and appealing than ever. "I believe in letting children do exactly as they please as far as possible. The time will come soon enough when they can't, poor little dears. We have not imposed our wishes on them even in the matter of names. It has been a lifelong regret with me that my mother burdened me with a name that I despised, and I made up my mind that my children should be allowed to choose their own. Little brother there has chosen his father's name, Herbert, but we're slow about adopting it. We've called him Brood so long, his sister's baby name for him, when she was learning to talk, that it's hard to break the habit." "And the little girl?" asked Mary politely, beginning to feel that she had hastened to shoulder a load which she might not be able to carry. "Really, it's too cunning the way little sister does," exclaimed Mrs. Mallory. "One week she announced she's Genevieve, and the next that she's Bessie or Maud or Irma, whatever happens to strike her fancy. And she gets simply furious if we don't remember every time she changes. That was one thing that Miss Edna fell out with us about. She kept calling her Bessie the week that she wished to be known as Marian. Of course the child naturally resented it, and Miss Edna actually caught her and shook her when she hadn't done a thing but throw a biscuit or some little article like that in her direction." Mary cast a half-frightened glance at Mr. Rochester, aghast at the prospect before her. The soft voice went on. "We don't believe in being harsh with children, do we, beautiful?" She reached down to stroke the little head nestled against her couch. "I want my children to have it to remember of their mother that she never scolded or punished them. You can say that, can't you, Pet?" Pet only nodded in reply, but she caught the slim white hand in both her own and pressed it lovingly against her cheek. It made a pretty tableau, and Mary found it hard to realize that this affectionate little creature was one of the Kleinen Teufel of Norman's report. But she noticed the satisfied gleam in the child's eyes when her mother went on to retail other instances of Miss Edna's harshness. Mr. Rochester saw the expression also, and the shrewd, knowing glance that followed when he finally broached the terms of a settlement, asking them to specify exactly what would be expected of Mary and what salary would be paid in return. He mildly suggested that it might be wiser to dispense with a juvenile audience at this point. He had chosen words that he thought far beyond little sister's comprehension, and there was something startling as well as uncanny in the way she spoke up for the first time since his entrance. "I aren't a-going to leave this room. Nobody can make me." Mrs. Mallory looked up at her husband with an amused simper and shook her head as if to say, "Now isn't that the smartest thing you ever saw?" And Mr. Rochester's suggestion was ignored. When they rose to go, it had been arranged that Mary was to take the children in charge every afternoon, except Sundays, from 1 o'clock till 5, at the same salary Professor Carnes had offered her. She was to teach them anything she could in any way she chose, provided her methods did not conflict with their happiness. The chief thing was that they should be kept interested and amused. "Then tomorrow at 1, said Mr. Mallory, rising with them. "They will take their first lesson. Come out from under that table, Brood, and get acquainted with your new teacher." Brood waved one leg in token that he heard, but made no further response. Suddenly Sister found her voice again. "What you going to teach us first? 'Cause if we don't like it, we won't go." Taken thus suddenly, without having had a moment in which to form any plan of action, Mary groped wildly around in her mind for an answer. She recognized this as a crucial moment. She could not hesitate for long, for Mrs. Mallory's appealing blue eyes were fixed on her also, while she patted the child's cheek and purred, "Why, of course little sister will go when the nice lady is planning to give her such a happy time." "Happy time doing what?" was the persistent question. Just then Melisse, the colored nurse girl, opened the side door, and there floated in from the hotel kitchen the appetizing smell of pies, hot mince pies just being lifted from the oven. Mary caught eagerly at the straw of suggestion which the odor offered. At the same time some instinct prompted her that it was foolishness to address this child of 8 as if she were an infant, or talk down to her as her family made a practice of doing. So speaking directly to her as if she were addressing an intelligent and reasonable being, she said gravely, "The kind of school we are going to have is so different from any you've ever heard of that I can't explain it beforehand. I can only tell you this. It is somewhat like a Jack Horner pie. Each day you'll put in your thumb and pull out a plum, but what that particular plum will be depends on so many things that I could not possibly give it a name before it actually happens. It will be a surprise school." At the mention of pies, the legs under the table hastily came down out of the air, and the small boy attached hastily backed out into general view. Planting himself in front of Mary with a swaggering air, his feet wide apart, he announced aggressively, "I'll bring my new hatchet if I want to, and nobody can make me leave it at home." There was something so impertinent in his manner that Mary longed to shake him and say, "Don't be so sure of that, Mr. Smarty." But remembering the dignified position she now had to maintain, she only remarked in a matter-of-fact tone, "If your hatchet has a good sharp edge, it will probably be one of the first things you'll need, and you'll find use for a pocket full of medium-sized nails, too." "What for?" he demanded, drawing a little closer to begin a thorough cross-examination. But Mary, who had turned to listen to a question of Mr. Mallory's, paid no heed. "I say," Brood repeated, calling as if she were deaf, "what for? What for? What for?" Mary paid not the slightest attention until she had answered his father, then said deliberately, "I've already explained that in a surprise school you can't know what is going to happen till the time comes." "Why?" he whined. "Because," she said, pausing impressively, and then lowering her voice as if she were imparting a mysterious secret, "it's the law of the jungle." The unexpectedness of this mystifying answer, and the sepulchral voice in which she gave it, was so different from anything Brood had ever encountered before, that it took him some seconds to recover, and she was gone before he could think of another question. Mr. Mallory walked to the gate with them. "You've certainly started out well, Miss Ware," he remarked admiringly. "At first I thought we might have some difficulty in getting their consent to go, but they'll be on hand tomorrow, all right. You've aroused their curiosity to such a pitch that a regiment armed to the teeth couldn't keep them from satisfying it now." After an instant's pause, he added a trifle awkwardly, seeming to feel some explanation was due, "Their mother never sees a fault in them, and my business keeps me away from them so much that, well, you see yourself how it is." On the way home neither Mary nor Mr. Rochester spoke till they were halfway down the hill. Then they looked at each other and laughed. "I hope I haven't gotten you into too deep water, Miss Mary," he said. "It's a big undertaking. I must confess to a curiosity as great as Brood's. What are you going to do with them?" "Oh, I don't know," exclaimed Mary desperately. "Did you see me fencing for time when little sister demanded to be told what I'd teach them first? Things had happened so fast that I hadn't had a moment to think, so I had to say the first thing that came into my head. I tremble to think what a long pause there might have been if the smell of those pies had not suggested an answer. I think the first week I'll just play with them as hard as I can. Play Indian, maybe, so that if they get too obstreperous, it will be part of the game to tie them to a tree and torture them. But after all, I can't help being sorry for the little things after hearing their mother talk to them and about them." At the end of the footbridge, where she turned to take the lower road, which was the short cut home, she started to thank him, but he stopped her earnest words with an uplifted hand and an amused protest. "Wait and see how it turns out before you thank me. You might want to wreak dire vengeance on me before the week's over, for getting you into such a predicament." With a cordial word of parting, Mary hurried down the road and burst into the house with a breathless announcement that she consented to go as a missionary, that Mr. Rochester had persuaded her to take the step. She waited a moment to give them a chance to guess what special field it was that she was about to enter, but was so eager to tell she had to burst out with the answer herself. "It's to the heathen at home I'm going. I'm to be an apostle to die Kleinen Teufel." Jack gave a loud whistle of surprise and then burst out laughing. But Mrs. Ware looked across at him soberly, with a triumphant nod of the head. "There, what did I tell you?" she asked. "Didn't I say that she'd soon adjust herself, find something to amuse herself and all the rest of us as well?" Mary, who had been wondering all the way home how her news would be received, had never imagined this, that her venture would be looked upon merely as an outlet for her surplus energy. But after one gasp of surprise, she was glad that her mother had put it that way. She did it on purpose, Mary thought, so that Jack need not have added to his other ills the tormenting thought that he had driven his little sister to a disagreeable task, in order that she might help support him. An understanding glance from her mother, full of approval and tender appreciation, flashed on her as she drew her chair up to the stove, but all she said was, "I'm sure you had an amusing interview." Then Mary proceeded to recount it, giving a graphic and laughable description of her half-hour in the gray cottage. But all the time she was talking and mimicking, she was looking forward to the moment when she could escape to a corner of the kitchen and calculate with pencil and paper what she could never do in her head, the height of prosperity to which this tidal wave of a salary would lift them. End of Chapter 8, Die Kleinen Teufel.
Chapter 9 of Mary Ware in Texas. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Michelle Morales. Mary Ware in Texas by Annie Fellows Johnston. Chapter 9. At the Barnaby Ranch. 3 alert and expectant little figures sat in a row on the steps of the gray cottage and watched for Mary's coming the next afternoon. Brud, sawing his hatchet blade up and down on the edge of the step below him, made deep notches in the paint while he waited. Little sister, fuming with impatience, sat with one arm around the young hunting dog which squatted beside her and made dire threats as to her conduct in case the new teacher should refuse to let him go with them. He was a brown English pointer with a white vest, and the silver plate on his collar bore the name by which he was registered among the aristocracy of dogs. The name was Uncle August. Strangers always laughed when they read that on his collar, but as Bud usually began to explain about that time that he was a pedigreed dog, his sister thought that they were laughing at the way he pronounced pedigreed. Therefore, she would gravely correct him and add the information that one of his great-grandpas was the King of Kent, and the other was Rip Rap, that he was the finest bird dog in the United States, her pappy said so, and that he had been to a dog college and learned all that there was for a dog to know. The moment Mary appeared, the usual formula was gone through with before they gave her a chance for more than a bare word of greeting, and she never knew how much her reception of Uncle August counted in her favor with the 2 watching children. Like everybody else, she laughed when she heard his name, and put out her hand to shake the brown paw which he gravely offered. But when he continued to hold it out to her, and plainly showed by every way in a dog's power that he liked her and wanted to emphasize his friendliness, she took his silky ears in her hands, and looking down into his wistful eyes, praised and petted him till he wriggled all over for joy. Brud immediately gave her his full approval, but little sister, while impressed favorably, was not in a mood to approve anything fully. According to Melissa, she done got out of bed crosswise of herself that morning, and had continued so ever since. There was a pout on her lips when her mother called her in to kiss her goodbye, and there was a defiant light in her eyes as she listened to the farewell instructions delivered to Mary through the window. She lagged behind when the others started briskly off, and halfway down the hill began to drag and scrape her feet annoyingly through the gravel. Although she hadn't the faintest intention of turning back, she stood still when they reached the footbridge and announced with a whine, "I'm going home. I aren't having a happy time like Mommy said I would." Mary, who was a few steps ahead, never stopped, even to glance back over her shoulder, and sister was obliged to follow in order to hear what she was saying. "You can hardly expect to enjoy a thing before it begins," explained Mary politely, in that grown-up tone that was such a novelty to sister when employed towards herself. "You've never seen the place where Mr. Metz has given us permission to build. It's where a branch of the creek curves up through his place. It's dry now, but it is full of big, flat rocks where we can build the fire when we get to that part for the school. Maybe we'll be ready for one as soon as next week." There was no response save a stifled sniffle and a patter of small feet which had to move briskly in order to keep up with the procession. But Brud's questions opened the way for further information, which was not lost on the reluctant follower. "There's a little spring that comes bubbling out below, so that we won't have to go far to fill our kettle. He said we might trim off some of the smallest shoots of his willows, and he marked the trees we could chop. That's where you will find use for your hatchet. Willow switches woven together make a fine covering for a wigwam or a Robinson Crusoe shack. I learned how to weave them the way the Indians do when I first went to Arizona." It was the novelty of being talked to in that dignified, grown-up way that drew Sister slowly but surely along after the others. As they followed the creek, Uncle August, dashing on ahead, scared a rabbit out of the underbrush. He was too well trained to give chase to it, so the frightened little cottontail loped away unhurt. It served its mission in life, however, as far as Mary was concerned, for it reminded her of a story which she proceeded to tell as they walked along. Sister listened suspiciously, expecting a personal application at the end, about a sulky little girl who never wanted to do anything that other people did. That was the kind Melissa always told. So did Mommy, in a vivacious kindergarten style when they had been especially naughty. Sister hated stories, since those with a moral attached were the only kind she had ever known. When this tale turned out to be one of Brer Rabbit's funny adventures in outwitting Mr. Fox, and ended with a laugh instead of a personal application, she was bewildered for a moment. Then she remembered that this was a surprise school, and determined not to miss anything that seemed to start out with such promise for further entertainment. She stopped dragging her feet and took up a more cheerful pace along the creek bank, in the trail of Brud and Uncle August. It would have been a determined soul indeed who could have stayed morose very long. Out of doors in the perfect weather that had followed the norther, it was like late October in Kentucky, sunny, yet with a crystal-like coolness that made exercise a delight. It had been such a short time since Mary had stepped out of her own play days that she found herself stepping into the children's with an abandon which almost equaled theirs. There was no pretense about her enjoyment at first, with a pleasure almost as deep and unalloyed as when she and Hazel Lee built wigwams on the edge of the Arizona desert. She went about the building of a shack on the side of this Texas creek bank. The energy with which she brought things to pass was contagious. Brud and little sister worked like beavers to keep up with this rare new playfellow, who had something better than a Midas touch, something which not only put a golden glamour over everything she said and did, but turned their little world of mimic sports into a real world of tremendous meaning and importance. For the first time in his life, Brud found himself where there were things lawful for his hatchet to cut. For the first time, Sister was kept so busy doing delightful things that there was no necessity for anyone to say don't. Before the week was over, Mary had opened so many windows for them into the land of make-believe that they began to look upon her resources for entertainment as boundless. The more she gave, the more they demanded. They never wanted to go home, and would have hung on her until dark every evening, had it not been for the alarm clock which she brought with her each day. She had no watch, and was afraid to accept Jack's offer of his, lest she should lose it in the woods. It was a little round clock with a bell on top, the $1.50 kind sold in country groceries and crossroads stores. She always wound the alarm just before she hung the clock on a bush, muttering over it a mysterious charm that the children listened to with skeptical grins, yet with furtive side glances at each other. To her surprise, they accepted the whir and bang of the alarm bell at 5 o'clock as the voice of fate, which must be promptly obeyed. She often wondered why they did. To Mary, the muttering of the abracadabra charm was only part of the game, one of the many little embellishments which made her plays more picturesque than ordinary people's, and she had no thought of the children's attaching any superstitious import to it. She did not take into account their long association with Meliss, who was wise on the subject of hoodoos. But the fact remained that her alarm clock was the only timepiece within their reach which they never tampered with, and the only one whose summons they ever obeyed. It was probably because she had set such a hard pace for herself that first week that she found it so difficult to go on afterward. A surprise school was a greater tax on her inventive genius than she had anticipated. She had promised them a different plum in their pie each day, and she lay awake at night to plan games that were instructive as well as interesting, for she was conscientiously carrying out her agreement to teach them as well as to amuse them. By the end of the second week, the strain was almost unendurable. One evening she went home to find the Barnaby carriage and the gray mules standing at the gate. Mrs. Barnaby had brought in some venison for them and waited to see Mary before taking her leave. "I'm waiting to hear about those little savages of yours," she said, as Mary greeted her and sank limply down into a chair. "Why, you look all tuckered out. They must be even worse than people say." "No, they're not," protested Mary warmly. "I'm really proud of the way I succeeded. The only thing is, I have to keep them busy and interested every moment, and they're so hungry for stories, they never get enough. The poor little souls have never heard any before. And it is really pathetic the way they listen. They'll sit as still as graven images, so interested they scarcely breathe, till the last word is out. Then they'll begin, 'Oh, tell us another, Miss Mary. Just one more. Please, Miss Mary.' They cling to me like burrs. We nearly always have a small campfire every day now, for either we're Indians or gypsies cooking our meals, or we're witches brewing spells, or elves gathering magic fires for our midnight revels. They play so hard that the last hour they always want to sit down by the embers and listen to stories. But they've nearly drained me dry now. Sometimes I come home so limp and exhausted I can scarcely move my tongue. I'm glad that tomorrow is Sunday, for I've surely earned one day of rest." "Come out and spend it at the ranch," urged Mrs. Barnaby hospitably. "It happens that there's no service tomorrow at St. Boniface, but James will be coming in for the mail and will be glad to bring you out in time for dinner." Mary had spent 2 afternoons at the Barnaby Ranch, driving out with Mrs. Rochester, and she enjoyed them so much that she welcomed the thought of a return to the home-like old place, with its air of thrift and comfort. Jack had been better the last few days, so she eagerly accepted the invitation. Next morning, Mr. Barnaby drove in for her himself, with the gray mules and the roomy old carriage. Mary, comfortably stowed away on the back seat, because it had the best springs, leaned forward to hold the reins while he went into the post office. She had risen early and hurried through as much of the work as she could, in order that her holiday might not mean extra work for her mother. Now, with an easy conscience, she settled herself to enjoy a carefree day, and looked forward with keen enjoyment to the 7-mile drive along the smooth country road. She had been sitting in a pleasant reverie some 4 or 5 minutes when a familiar little voice close by the wheel piped out, "Why, there's Miss Mary! Where are you going?" Before she could reply, Brud and Sister and Uncle August came swarming into the carriage, stepping on her toes, climbing up on the seat, and showing such joy over having discovered her that it was impossible not to give them a gracious reception, even though she groaned inwardly at the sight of them. Their prompt demand for a story the moment they were seated was followed by the appearance of Mr. Barnaby. "I can't tell you any stories today," Mary explained pleasantly, "because I am going visiting. But I'll tell you a lovely one tomorrow about Ali Baba and the 40 Thieves. You'll have to hop out now. Mr. Barnaby is ready to start." "I aren't going to hop out," declared Sister, winding her arms around Mary's neck in a choking clasp. Brud immediately threw his arms around Uncle August and held him tight, regardless of the fact that Mr. Barnaby was whistling to the dog and motioning him to jump out. "We are a-going with you," Brud announced. "But you're not invited," Mary answered in a provoked tone. "You surely don't care to go where you're neither asked nor wanted." "Come on, bub, I'm in a hurry," said Mr. Barnaby kindly. He took hold of the child's arm to lift him out, but Brud, seizing the back of the seat with both hands, stiffened himself and began to cry, shrieking out between sobs, "I want to go with Miss Mary. Please don't put me out. Oh, Miss Mary, don't let him put me out." Immediately, Sister added her tearful wails to his. Melissa, sauntering down the street in search of the children, heard the familiar cries and quickened her pace to a run. A crowd was gathering around the carriage. She came up in time to hear Mr. Barnaby say, good-naturedly, "Oh, well, if they're going to break their little hearts over it, let 'em come along. I don't mind." "But their mother will think that something has happened to them," protested Mary. "She'll be frantic." Melissa pushed her way through the crowd to the carriage. "No, she won't. Miss May, she won't worry none. Her head aches fit to bust this morning. I'll tell you's taking keer of 'em, and she'll be only too thankful to you for a free day." "It's Melissa who will be thankful for a free day," thought Mary, still hesitating. She rebelled at the thought of her own day being spoiled, and realized that for discipline's sake the children ought not to be allowed to carry their point. Mr. Barnaby settled the question by stepping into the carriage and gathering up the reins. "Tell the mother I'll bring them back before night," he said to Melissa. The sobs and tears stopped as suddenly as they had begun. Presently Mr. Barnaby glanced back over his shoulder, saying, "This load doesn't seem equally divided. Here, one of you kids climb over the front seat with me." At the invitation, both children threw themselves violently on Mary and clung to her, beginning to sniffle again. He looked back at her with the humorous one-sided smile that she always found irresistibly droll. "First time I ever came across that particular brand of youngsters. Strikes me the old Nick has put his earmarks on them pretty plain. You're crowded back there, aren't you, with that dog sitting at your feet? Here, sir, come over here with me." With one bound, Uncle August sprang over on the front seat and sat up beside his host, looking so dignified and so humanly interested in everything they passed that Mr. Barnaby laughed. He laid a caressing hand on him, saying, "So you're the dog that's been to college. Well, it has made a gentleman of you, sir. I admire your manners. It's a pity you can't pass them around the family." Charmed by the novelty of the drive, the children cuddled up against Mary and were so quiet all the way to the ranch that she felt remorseful when she remembered how near she had come to depriving them of the pleasure. Mrs. Barnaby threw up her hands in surprise when she saw the three self-invited guests who calmly followed Mary out of the carriage. But when the situation had been explained in a laughing aside, she said in her whole-souled motherly way, "Now, my dear, don't you worry one mite. We're used to children, and we'll find some way to keep them from spoiling your day." Her first step in that direction was to take them out to the kitchen and fill their hands with cookies and send them outdoors to eat them. She also gave them instructions to stay out and play. A low swing with a seesaw between the kitchen and the garden gate showed where her grandchildren amused themselves hours at a time on their annual visits. When she went back into the living room, Mary had seated herself in a rocking chair with a sigh of content. "What a dear old room this is," she said, looking up with a smile. "It makes me think of Grandmother Ware's. I love its low ceiling and little deep-set windows and wide fireplace. I could sit here all day and do nothing but listen to the clock tick and the fire crackle and rest." "Well, you do just that," insisted Mrs. Barnaby. hospitably. "I have to be out in the kitchen for a while. I've got pretty fair help, but she needs a good deal of oversight. You sit here and enjoy the quiet while you can." The early rising and the drive had made Mary drowsy, and as soon as she was left alone, the deep stillness of the country Sabbath that filled the room seemed to fold about her like a mantle of restfulness. She closed her eyes, making believe that she really was back at her grandmother Ware's, that the sunshine streaming in at the open door was the sunshine of a northern June instead of a Texas January, and that the odor of lemon verbena which reached her now and then came from an outside garden instead of the potted plant on the deep window-sill at her elbow. The old place was so associated in Mary's memory with a feeling of perpetual, unbroken calm, that she had never lost one of her earliest impressions that it was the place of green pastures and still waters mentioned in the Psalms. "Jack always said that I'll have my innings when I'm a grandmother," she said drowsily to herself. "I wonder if I'll ever get to a place where I can always be as serene of spirit as she was, no matter what happens. I wonder if she ever had anything as upsetting as Brud and sister to try her nerves in her young days." As if in answer to her mere thought of them, the two children came racing around the house. They fairly fell into the room, and throwing themselves across her lap, demanded that she come out at once and see the peacocks. Had they said any other kind of fowl, she would have resented the intrusion more than she did. But peacocks recalled Warwick Hall so pleasantly that she got up at once and went with them. She had seen none since leaving school. These had not been near the house on her former visits to the ranch. The stately birds strutted up and down in the sunshine, their tails spread in dazzling gorgeousness. "They're Sammy's," called Mrs. Barnaby from the kitchen door. "He takes the greatest pride in them. That cock took a prize at the last San Antonio fair." Mary had met Sammy the last time she was at the ranch, and had heard of him ever since her first conversation with Mrs. Barnaby. He was an elderly cousin of her husband's who had made his home with them for years. A few minutes later she came upon the old man in the barnyard. The children, having once obtained possession of her, had dragged her down there to see a colt they had discovered. Sammy was sitting on the fence in his Sunday clothes, busy with his usual Sunday occupation of whittling. His bushy gray beard made him look older than Mr. Barnaby, and the keen glance he gave the children from under his shaggy eyebrows made them sidle away from him. They too had met him before, under circumstances which they did not take pleasure in recalling. Only a few moments before he had caught them chasing the ducks until they were dizzy, and stopped them with a sternness that made them wary of him. They had had an encounter with him one day in town also, soon after their arrival in Bauer. They had climbed into the wagon, which he left hitched in front of the grocery, and had poked holes into every package he had piled on the seat, in order to discover what they held. When he came out, little streams of rice and sugar and meal were dribbling out all over the wagon. When he started after them, with a threatening crack of his whip, they escaped by darting into the front door of the butcher shop and out of the back. But they always felt that it was one of the narrowest escapes they ever made, and that a day of reckoning would come if he ever got close enough to them to reach them with his whip. It was a trifling disconcerting to come across him suddenly on this peaceful ranch, and they pulled Mary away as soon as they could. She was enjoying the conversation they had drifted into, starting with the colt. He spoke with a strong New England twang, and his quaint sayings and homely comparisons suggested the types and times portrayed in the Bigelow papers. Despite her determination not to have her day taken up by the children, Mary found herself devoting the entire morning to their entertainment. Country sights and sounds were so new and strange to them that it seemed selfish not to answer their eager questions, and when their wanderings around the place led them to a deserted cabin, where the Indians had once killed 2 Mexican shepherds, She repeated the thrilling story as she had heard it from Mrs. Barnaby, with all its hair-raising details. When they went in to dinner, she had been answering questions and entertaining her pupils for 2 hours as diligently as on any weekday. It was an old-fashioned turkey dinner to which they were summoned, and the variety of deliciousness of the dishes may have had much to do with the children's conduct. They were so quiet and well-behaved that Mary watched them in surprise. Beyond yes and no and politely expressed thanks, Brud spoke not at all, and sister only once. That was to say, when Mrs. Barnaby addressed her as sister, "Call me Nancy. I'm trying that name now." Seeing the look of surprise that circled around the table, Mary explained, feeling that sister, as usual, was enjoying the limelight that this particular custom of hers called her into. "Hump!" exclaimed old Sammy. "Something of a chameleon, eh? If she changes her nature to suit her name, it must keep her family busy getting acquainted with her." "I think it does have some slight influence," answered Mary. "Then she'd better drop the name of Nancy," said old Sammy, with a solemn wag of his head. "In an old blue poetry book that I used to read back in Vermont, it said, 'Little Nancy would never her mother obey, but always did choose to have her own way. She came to a frightful end, jumping up and down in her chair. In vain did her mother command her to stop. Nan only laughed louder and higher did hop, till she fell over and cracked her head. The only Nancys I have ever known have all been self-willed like that.'" Garrulous Cousin Sammy was only indulging in reminiscence. He had not intended to tease the child, but she resented his remarks, and thrusting out her tongue at him, screwed up her face into the ugliest grimace possible for her to make. Fortunately, the arrival of a huge pumpkin pie turned his eyes away from her just then, for Sammy Bradford, old bachelor that he was, had strict New England notions about the rearing of children, which he sometimes burned to put into practice for the good of the general public. After dinner, Mr. Barnaby retired to his room for his usual Sunday nap. Cousin Sammy took his pipe to the sunny bench outside the open door, and Mrs. Barnaby provided for the children's entertainment by bringing out a box of toys that had been left behind at different times by various grandchildren. She arranged them on a side table in the dining room, with some colored pencils, paper, and scissors. Brud and Nancy, ever ready to investigate anything new, seated themselves at her bidding, and began to paw over the games and pictures with apparent interest. Thereupon Mrs. Barnaby and Mary went into the next room, and drawing 2 big easy chairs into the chimney corner, they settled themselves for a long, cozy tete-a-tete. It was the first opportunity Mary had had to explain to Mrs. Barnaby that she had undertaken to teach the children in order to prevent her mother from sewing for other people. They had had about 10 minutes of uninterrupted quiet when the door opened, and Nancy walked in with her hat and coat on. Her lips were drawn into a dissatisfied pout. She threw herself across Mary's lap, whining, "I don't like those old things in there. Tell us about the 40 Thieves now." "No, Nancy," said Mary firmly, hoping to appease her by remembering to use the new name. "I told you before you came out here that I'd not tell you a single story today." "But you already have," cried Bud triumphantly, appearing in the doorway also in coat and hat. "You told us about the Indians killing the shepherds." "Oh, but that was just a true happening that I told to explain about the cabin we were looking at," was the patient answer. "That was different from sitting down on purpose to tell you a story, and I shall not do that today." "Then come and play with us," demanded Sister, seizing her by the hands, after one keen glance at her to see if she really was in earnest. Come on, Brud, and help me pull. We'll make her come." "Shh," warned Mary, attempting to free herself as they began shouting and tugging at her. "I came out here to visit Mrs. Barnaby, and I'll not play with you till tomorrow. If you don't want to make pictures or cut paper or work the puzzle games, you'll have to go outdoors and amuse yourselves. But you must not make such a noise. Mr. Barnaby is asleep." "Then if you don't want us to wake him up, you've got to play with us to keep us still," cried Bud. "Hasn't she, sister?" "Call me Nancy when I tell you," screamed sister in an exasperated tone, stamping her foot. Then, fired by Bud's suggestion, she dropped Mary's hands and darted across the room to the piano, which was standing open in the corner. It was an old-fashioned one, its rosewood case inlaid above the keyboard with mother-of-pearl. The yellow keys were out of tune, but they had never been touched save by careful fingers, for it was one of Mrs. Barnaby's cherished treasures. Now she rose as if she had been struck herself, as both children began pounding upon it ruthlessly with their fists, making a hideous discordant din. "Stop, children! Stop, I say!" she demanded. But her commands fell on unheeding ears, and they pounded away until she laid vigorous hands on them and forcibly dragged them away from the piano. Instantly they struggled out of her grasp and, rushing back, pounded the keys harder than before. Mary, who had never seen them act like this, was distressed beyond measure that she had been the cause, even though the unwilling one, of such an invasion. She started to the rescue, thinking savagely that they would have to be gagged and tied, hand and foot, and that she would take pleasure in helping do it. Old Sammy reached them first, however, his puritanical soul resenting both the disobedience and the Sabbath-breaking uproar. With one swoop, he caught up a child under each arm and carried them kicking and struggling out of doors. "Here ye'll stay the rest of the afternoon," he announced in a gruff voice as he put them down. "There's all out of doors to play in, and if you so much as step over the door-sill into that room until I give ye leave, I'll whiff ye." It was a mysterious threat, since neither child had ever heard the word "with" before, and he said it in a deep, awful voice that made Bud think creepily of the fee-fi-fo-fum giant in his picture book at home, who went about smelling blood and saying, "Dead or alive, I will have some." For a moment they stood in awed silence, gaping at the only person who had ever intimidated them. Then sister, in a blind rage, seized his clay pipe that he had put down on the bench and threw it with all her force on the stone floor of the porch. "You let me alone!" she shrieked as she darted away from him. You old billy goat, you!" It was the sight of his gray beard that finally suggested to her choking wrath a name ugly enough to hurl at him. Then she took to her heels down the grassy lane, Bud following as fast as possible. "There's nothing for me to do but follow them," said Mary, starting into the bedroom for her hat and coat, which had been laid away in there. "I'd feel so responsible if they should get hurt, and there are so many things on a big place like this that they're not used to." "Now don't you worry," interrupted old Sammy. "I'll keep my eye on them." He was quite red in the face with vexation over the loss of his pipe, which lay in several pieces on the floor, and Mrs. Barnaby, knowing him well, prevailed on Mary to come back to her easy chair. "You leave them to him," she insisted, in a laughing aside. "He's so mad that he'll watch them like a hawk just for the pleasure of pouncing down on them again if they cut up any more dittos. But his bark is worse than his bite, and they'll be perfectly safe with him." So Mary allowed herself to be drawn back to their interrupted conversation, but she could not rid herself of an uneasy feeling that kept obtruding itself into her thoughts, even when she was most interested. If Brud and sister had deliberately planned a revenge on the old man who had forced them into exile and temporary obedience, they could not have chosen anything which would have hurt him worse than their next prank. Their wild chase down the lane had been brought to a sudden stop by the sight of the lordly peacock strutting back and forth in the barnyard, his beautiful tail spread wide in the sun. They climbed up on the gate to watch it, and hanging over the top bar, admired it in almost breathless ecstasy for several minutes. The iridescent shimmer of the gorgeous eyes in its tail started a dispute. "That's why you can't ever catch a peacock," Brud asserted. "'Cause with all those eyes in its tail, it can see you coming up behind it." "Oh, goosey," contradicted Nancy. "It sees with its two little head eyes. Those feather eyes in its tail can't see." "They can. They can't." The two words were bandied back and forth, the dispute promising to go on indefinitely, till Brud's triumphant 10,000,000 times can was answered by Nancy's final 1,000,000,000,000 times can't. So there. "We'll prove it," was Bud's next taunt. "Try and see if you can catch him." "All right," was the willing assent. "And if the feathers come out of his tail as easy as they did out of Miss William's red rooster, won't that old man be mad?" In the meantime, Sammy had gone into the house to hunt among his possessions for a certain corncob pipe to take the place of the clay one just broken. The mantel shelf in his room was as crowded as the corner of an old junk shop, so it took some time for him to find what he was searching for. He had taken it down and was slowly filling it when the sound of a wild commotion in the barnyard made him hurry to the door. Turkeys, guineas, ducks, hens, everything that could gobble or flutter or squawk were doing their utmost to attract someone's attention. And the cause of it all, or rather the two causes, were standing by the watering trough, comparing the spoils of the chase. They had crept up behind the peacock, despite his 1,000 eyes, and caught him by the tail. Each proudly clutched a handful of long trailing feathers, and the bird, miserably conscious that his glory had been torn from him, had taken refuge under the corn crib. "You outrageous little Hittites!" roared old Sammy, coming upon them suddenly and seeing the feathers. Then a real chase began. A little while later, Mary paused in the middle of a sentence to say, "Listen, didn't that sound like the children crying or calling?" Mrs. Barnaby, who was slightly deaf, shook her head. "No, I think not. Anyhow, Sammy is looking after them. He won't let them come to any real harm. What was it we were talking about? Oh, yes, those heirloom candlesticks." More than an hour afterward, a shadow darkened the doorway for an instant as Sammy strode past it on his way across the porch. "Mr. Bradford," called Mary, "do you know where the children are?" At her call, he turned back to the door, holding out a great handful of peacock feathers, which he was taking sorrowfully to his room. "Those pesky little varmints!" he exclaimed, still wrathful. "They've teetotally ruined that cock's looks. Yes, I know where they are. I've had them shut up in the corn crib till a minute ago." "Shut up in the corn crib?" echoed Mary and Mrs. Barnaby in the same breath. "Yes. As I told 'em, they haven't any more idea of other people's rights than weasels, and it's high time they are being taught." "Well, do you think they've learned their lesson in one dose, Sammy?" asked Mr. Barnaby dryly, coming out from his room in time to hear his cousin's speech. "That remains to be seen," spluttered Sammy as he strode on to his room. "They were sniffling and snubbing considerable when I let them out. I don't think they'll chase my peacock any more." The sniffling and snubbing changed into out-and-out crying as soon as they reached Mary's side, and that was followed by heartbroken wails and demands to be taken home. Nothing comforted them. Nothing could turn them aside from their belief that they had been abused and must be taken back immediately to Mommy. After nearly half an hour spent in vain attempts to silence them, Mrs. Barnaby said in sheer desperation, "Well, James, you'll just have to hitch up and take them back, even if it's so early. I hate to have Mary's visit cut short, but they'd spoil it worse if they'd stayed. If I only felt free to give them a good sound spanking now." She did not finish the sentence, but looked over her spectacles so sternly that the children backed away, lest a feeling of liberty might suddenly descend upon her. As Mary pinned on her hat before the mirror in the bedroom, she turned to her hostess with a hunted look in her eyes. "Do you ever get desperate over things?" she asked. "That's the way I am now. I'm so tired of those children that the very sound of their voices sets my teeth on edge. If I only could have had this one whole day away from them, I might have been able to go on with them tomorrow. But now it seems as if I can't. I just can't." "I don't wonder, you poor child," was the sympathetic answer. "The worst of it is I'm utterly discouraged," confessed Mary, almost tearfully. "I've been plumbing myself on the fact that my 2 weeks' worth had amounted to something, that I'd really made an impression and given them all sorts of good ideas. But you see, it isn't worth a row of pins. They are good only so long as I'm exercising like an acrobat, mind and body, to keep them entertained. The minute I stop, they don't pay the slightest attention to my wishes." "Maybe you've done too much for them," said Mrs. Barnaby, shrewdly guessing the root of the trouble. "You told them it was a surprise school. Let the next surprise be a different sort. Turn them loose and make them hunt their own entertainment." "As they did today," Mary answered with a shrug. "They'd run home howling, and their mother would think I was incapable and give my place to someone else. No, we must have the money, so I'll have to go on and put in my best licks no matter how I detest it." When she drew on her gloves, she was so near to tears that the little bloodstone ring on her hand looked so dim she could scarcely see it. But it made her glance up with a smile into the benevolent old face above her, and she stripped back the glove from her finger with a dramatic gesture. "See," she said, brightly exhibiting the ring. "By the bloodstone on my finger, I'll keep my oath until the going down of one more sun." "You're a brave little girl, that's what you are," said Mrs. Barnaby, stooping to kiss her goodbye. Only that week she had read The Jester's Sword, from which Mary was quoting, and she knew what grim determination lay beneath the light tone. "I guess it will help you the same way it did poor Jester, to remember that it's only one day at a time you're called on to endure. And another thing," she added, trying to put as many consoling thoughts into their parting as possible. "If you do succeed in teaching them anything that'll help to snatch them as brands from the burning, it will count for a star in your crown just as much if you'd gone out and converted the heathen on India's coral strand." "It's not the stars in my crown I'm working for," laughed Mary. "It's for pence in my purse." Nevertheless, the suggestion stayed with her all the way home. When conversation flagged, she filled the silences with pleasant snatches of daydreams, in which she saw herself becoming to those benighted little creatures asleep on either side of her the inspiration that Madame Chartley was to everyone who crossed the threshold of Warwick Hall. "I've just got to do something to make them see themselves as they look to other people," she thought desperately. "But the question is what?" A hard problem indeed, for one who, in many ways, was still only a child herself. End of Chapter 9. Recording by Michelle Morales.
Chapter 10 of Mary Ware in Texas. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Marya James. Mary Ware in Texas by Annie Fellows Johnston. Chapter 10 in Joyce's studio. It was a wild, blustery day in March, 2 months after Mary's interrupted visit at the ranch. Joyce Ware, sitting before the glowing wood fire in the studio high up on the top floor of a New York apartment house, had never known such a lonesome Sunday. The winds that rattled the casements and sent alternate dashes of rain and snow against the panes had kept her housebound all day. Usually she was glad to have one of these shut-in days after a busy week, when she could sit and do nothing with a clear conscience. Every moan of the wind in the chimney and every glimpse of the snow-whitened roofs below her windows emphasized the luxurious comfort of the big room. She had had a hard week, trying to crowd into it some special orders for Easter cards. A year ago she would not have added them to her regular work, but now she was afraid to turn anything away which might help to swell the size of the check she must send home every month. If the days were not long enough to do the tasks she set for herself at a comfortable pace, she simply worked harder, feverishly if need be, to finish them. She had been practically alone the entire day, for the 2 members of the household who were at home were staying in their own rooms. Lucy Boyd had a cold, and her devoted little aunt was nursing her with the care of the traditional hen for its one chicken. Mrs. Boyd had not allowed Lucy to leave her room even for her Sunday dinner, but had carried it in to her with her own on a tray. As Miss Henrietta Robbins was spending the weekend in the country, Joyce did not take the trouble to set the table for herself, but ate her own dinner in the little kitchenette. Afterward, to make the day as different as possible from the 6 others in the week, in which she sat at her easel from morning till night in a long-sleeved gingham apron, she went into her room and put on a dress of her own designing, soft and trailing and of a warm wine red. Pushing a great Sleepy Hollow chair close enough to the hearth for the tips of her slippers to rest on the shining brass fender rail, she settled herself among the cushions with a book which she had long been trying to find time to read. The story, like the bleak outdoor world, seemed to accentuate her sense of shelter and comfort, but at the same time it somehow emphasized her loneliness. Now and then, when her eyes grew tired, she paused for a moment to look around her. There were several things which gave her a keen pleasure every time her attention was called to them, which she felt ought to be enough of themselves to dispel her vague depression. The odor of growing mignonette, the sunny yellow of the pot of daffodils on the black teakwood table, the gleam of firelight on the brasses, and the warm shadows it cast on the trailing folds of her wine-red dress. That lighting was exactly what she wanted for some drapery folds, which she would be putting on a magazine cover next week. She studied the effect, thinking lazily that if it were not her one day of rest, she would get out palette and brushes and make a sketch of what she wanted to keep while it was before her. She read for over 2 hours. When the story came to an unhappy ending, she dropped the book, wishing she had never come across such a tale of misfortune and misunderstanding. It depressed her strangely, and presently, as she sat looking into the fire, the unbroken quiet of the big room gave her an overwhelming sense of loneliness that was like an ache. "I'd give anything to walk in and see what they're all doing at home right now," she thought as she stared into the red embers. "But I can't even picture them as they really are, because they are no longer living in any place that I ever called home." The thought of their being off in a strange little Texas town that she had never seen made her feel more forlorn and apart than she would have felt could she have imagined them with any of the familiar backgrounds she had once shared with them. They seemed as far away and out of reach as they had been that winter in France, when she used to climb up in Monsieur Greville's pear tree and cry for sheer homesickness. That was years ago, and before the gate of the giant scissors had opened to give her a playmate, but she recalled, as if it were but yesterday, the performance that often took place in the pear tree. She began by repeating that couplet from Snowbound. the dear home faces, whereupon the fitful firelight paled and shone. It was like a charm, for it always brought a blur of tears through which she could see, as in a magic mirror, each home face as she had seen it oftenest in the little brown house in Plainsville. There was her mother, so patient and gentle and tired, bending over the sewing which never came to an end, and Jack, charging home from school like a young whirlwind to do his chores and get out to play. She could see Mary, with her dear, earnest little freckled face and beribboned pigtails, always so eager to help, even when she was so small that she had to stand on a soapbox to reach the dishpan. Such a capable, motherly little atom she was then, looking after the wants of Holland and the baby untiringly. Despite the ache in her throat, a smile crossed Joyce's face now and then as she went on calling up other scenes. They had had hard work at the wigwam and had felt the pinch of poverty, but she had never known a family who found more to laugh over and enjoy when they looked back over their hard times. But now, the change was more than she could bear to think of. Jack as a hopeless cripple, Mary tied down to the uncongenial work that she had to take up as a breadwinner, when she ought to be free to enjoy the best part of her girlhood as other girls were doing. Tears came into Joyce's eyes as she brooded over the pictures she had conjured up. Then she rose and, trailing into her bedroom, came back with a lapful of letters, all that the family had written her since leaving Lone Rock 4 months ago. Dropping on the hearthrug, she arranged them in little piles beside her, according to their dates, and beginning at the first, proceeded to read them through in order. They did bring the family nearer, as she had expected them to do, but the later ones brought such a weight of foreboding with their second reading, that presently she buried her face in the cushions of the chair against which she was leaning, and began to cry as she had not cried for nearly a year. Not since the first news of Jack's accident had she given way to such a storm of tears. It was some time before she sobbed herself quiet, and then she still sat with her head in the cushions till she heard the faint buzz of an electric doorbell. It sounded so far away that she thought it was the bell of the adjoining apartment, and gave it no more than a passing thought. So, too, the sound of an opening door, of an umbrella dropped into a hat rack, of voices, seemed to have but a vague connection with her world. Then she was startled by hearing Mrs. Boyd's voice at the portiere, saying, "Joyce, dear, here is Mr. Tremont to see you. Ah, I knew you were asleep. He rang twice, so I answered the bell." Phil Tremont, pausing between the portieres as Mrs. Boyd slipped back to Lucy, caught only a glimpse of Joyce's red dress trailing through the opposite doorway. The scattered letters on the rug bore witness to her hurried flight. "Come on in to the fire, Phil," she called through the partly closed door. "Poke it up and make yourself at home. I'll be out in a minute. I never dreamed of such joy as a caller on this dreadful day, or I should have been sitting up in state, waiting to receive you." The laughing reply he sent back brightened her spirits as if by magic. The next best thing to having one of her own family suddenly appear was the pleasure of seeing the friend who had made one of their home circle so often and so intimately in the old wigwam days which she had just been crying over. Hastily smoothing her rumpled hair, bathing her eyes, and fluffing a powder puff over her nose to take away the shine which her tear-sopped handkerchief had left on it, she came out to find him standing before the fire, looking down suspiciously at the scattered letters. As he stepped forward with a hearty hand-clasp, she felt that the keen glance he gave her was a question, and answered as if he had spoken aloud. "No, I wasn't asleep, as Mrs. Boyd thought. I was just having a good old-fashioned cry, a regular ball. I don't get a chance to indulge in such an orgy of weeps often. But now the storm is over, and it has cleared the atmosphere for another year or so. What is it, Joyce? Bad news from home? Is Jack worse?" Phil's voice was so sympathetic, his real concern so evident, that Joyce could not trust herself to answer immediately. She stooped and began to pick up the letters. I'm afraid I boasted too soon about the storm being over. You'll have to talk about something else for a while, or I might tune up again." "All right," he answered in a soothing tone, reaching down to help her gather up the letters. "That suits me anyhow, for I came on purpose to bring you a rare bit of news concerning the Tremont family." In her present mood, the mere sight of Phil's broad shoulders was a comfort. They might not be able to lift her actual burdens, but she felt their willingness, and his unspoken sympathy steadied her like an outstretched hand. Now, with the consideration that was one of his most lovable traits, he gave her time to compose herself by rattling on in a joking way about himself. "I've come a long distance in the rain and snow to tell my news. I've torn myself away from all the wiles of Stuart and Eugenia to keep their only brother with them. I've braved the dangers of greater New York and defied the elements in order to be the bearer of such important tidings, and you needn't think I'm going to give it to you as if it were any common bit of information. I'll tell you what I'll do. You may have 3 guesses. If you fail, you pay a forfeit, say, an invitation to supper, with the privilege of my helping get it ready in that tabloid kitchen of yours." "That is highly satisfactory," agreed Joyce, whose voice was under control by this time. She drew her chair a trifle closer to the fire, and, leaning her elbows on her knees, looked into the embers for inspiration. "It concerns the Tremont family," she mused. "That means all of you. Well, it must be that the old tangle about your great-aunt Patricia's holdings in England has been settled, and you're coming into some money after all these years." "No, guess again." Picking up the long brass tongs, she began to trace pictures on the sooty background of the chimney while she tried to think of a better answer. "It concerns all of you." "Yes." With his hands in his pockets, Phil walked over to the window and stood looking out over the wide stretch of city roofs below, now almost hidden by the rapidly deepening twilight. He was smiling while he waited, and humming half under his breath a song that his old English nurse used to sing to him and his sister Elsie. "Maid Elsie roams by lane and lea." He had whistled it almost constantly the last few days. "Cling, lang, ling, she seems to hear her bride bells ring, her bonny bride bells ring." He hummed it again when Joyce's second guess was wrong, while he waited for a third. Then, when it too was wide of the mark, and she demanded to be told, he began it again, but this time he sang it meaningly and loud enough to fill the room with the deep, sweet notes. "A year by the seas, a year by lands, a year since then has died, and Elsie at the altar stands, her sailor at her side, while cling, lang, ling, their bonny bride bells gaily ring." Joyce's face grew bright with sudden understanding as he finished, and she cried, "Elsie is to be married! Is that what you came to tell me?" "Yes, my littlest, onlyest sister is to be married, immediately after Easter, out in California, in the Gold of Ophir rose garden you have heard so much about. We are all going. Daddy and Stuart and Eugenia and little Patricia and your obedient servant Pat's Pill himself." He left the window and, stretching himself out in the big chair opposite hers, gave her the details that she instantly demanded. "Elsie's sailor is a Navy surgeon. The wedding is to be in the rose garden because there is where they first met, and there is where Elsie has had all the best times of her life. She has always lived with Mother's people, you know, since our home was broken up, and even before Mother's death we used to spend our winters there. Yes, Daddy opposed the marriage at first, but you know Daddy, he'd hardly think an archangel good enough for Elsie." The news had the effect which Phil had foreseen, and Joyce's own affairs retired into the background, while she discussed the matter which was of such vital importance to the whole Tremont family. Later, he asked her to name all the things she considered the most desirable and unique as wedding gifts, and they were still adding to the list from which he was to make his choice, when they heard Mrs. Boyd come out into the hall to turn on the light. In the bright firelight they had not noticed how dark it had grown outside. Joyce looked at the clock and sprang up, exclaiming, "Lucy will be wanting her cream toast, and it's time also for me to pay my forfeit to you. How much of a supper are you going to claim, young man?" "That depends on how many good leftovers there are in the pantry and icebox," said Phil, rising also. "I'll come and investigate myself, thank you." Pinning up the train of her red gown and tying on a big apron, Joyce made quick work of her supper preparations, and the long, lonely day ended in a jolly little feast which completely restored her to her usual cheerful outlook on life. Mrs. Boyd joined them, despite the fact that she must leave Lucy to eat alone in order to do so. It was always a red-letter day in her drab existence when Phil Tremont came into it. She was a literal little body that she never joked herself, She was mentally incapable of the repartee that always flew back and forth across the table when Phil was a guest, but she considered his tamest sallies as positively brilliant. When she went back to Lucy, she had enough material to furnish conversation all the rest of the evening. "Now," said Phil when he and Joyce were back in the studio again before the fire, "I don't want to upset your equanimity, but if you can talk about it calmly, I'd like to hear exactly how things are going with Jack and Aunt Emily and that little brick of a Mary. I had one letter from Jack the first of the winter, and I've had the casual reports you've given me at long intervals, but I've no adequate idea of their whereabouts or their present sayings and doings." "Suppose I read you some of Mary's letters," proposed Joyce. "I've been surprised at the gift she's developed lately for describing her surroundings. Really, she's done some first-class word pictures." In answer to his pleased assent, Joyce turned over the letters till she came to the first one that Mary had written from Bauer. "It was written on pieces of a paper sugar sack while she was getting supper," explained Joyce, "but you can fairly see the little town spread out between the spire of St. Peter's and the tower of the Holy Angels Academy, with the big windmills in between and the new moon low on the horizon." Phil, lounging back in the big chair, sat with a smile on his face as he listened to Mary's account of the rector's call while she was perched up on the windmill. But when Joyce reached the closing paragraph about its being a good old world after all, and her belief in Grandmother Ware's verse that the crooked should be made straight and the rough places smooth, a very tender light shone in his keen eyes. He said in a low voice, "The dear little vicar, she's game to the core." Urged to read more, Joyce went on, sometimes choosing only an extract here and there, sometimes reading an entire letter, till he had heard all about her visit to Gay, her first experience at a military hop, their brave attempt to make a Merry Christmas among strangers, and finally her experience with the Mallory children because of their desperate need of money. "Don't skip," insisted Phil, still laughing over her account of her day of rest at the Barnaby Ranch when the peacock lost its tail. "The next one isn't funny," replied Joyce, "but it is especially interesting to me because it shows how Mary is growing up." She hunted through the disordered pile until she found one dated 2 months ago. "The night after I brought Brud and Sister back from the ranch, I lay awake for hours trying to think what to do next to find the vulnerable spot in my Kleinen Teufel. I couldn't think of a thing, but decided to begin telling them Kipling's jungle stories instead of any more fairy tales, and to try Mrs. Barnaby's suggestion of making them responsible for their own entertainment part of the time." "Oh, this isn't the one I thought," exclaimed Joyce. "It goes on to tell about the latest news from Holland instead of the children. Here's the one I wanted, written 2 weeks later. Hail Columbia, happy land! I've found the open sesame, thanks to Kipling, and in a way I little expected." The children showed a breathless interest in the jungle stories from the start, and began dramatizing them of their own accord. They have thrown themselves into the play with a zest which nothing of my proposing has ever called out. For 2 weeks I have been Old Baloo, the brown bear, and Father Wolf by turns. There are 2 little hairless man-cubs in our version, however, for Moglina divides honors with Mowgli. Sister says she has chosen the name of Moglina for keeps, and I sincerely hope she has, if what Mr. Sammy Bradford said about names having a moral effect on her is true. We have our Council Rock up on the high hill back of St. Peter's, where Melis sometimes plays the part of the Black Panther. We no longer greet each other with good morning. It is good hunting now, and when we part it is with the benediction, "Jungle favor go with thee." You remember Baloo taught the wood and water laws to Mowgli, how to tell a rotten branch from a sound one, how to speak politely to the wild bees when he came upon a hive of them, etc. But more than all, he taught the master words of the jungle that turned every bird, beast, and snake into a friend. It is simply amazing to me the way they seemed to be charmed by that idea, and it is strange that such utterly lawless children should be not only willing but eager to abide by the rules laid down for animals. It does my soul good to hear Brud, who has never obeyed anyone, gravely declaim, "Now these are the laws of the jungle, and many and mighty are they, but the head and the hoof of the law, and the haunch and the hump is obey." or to hear saucy little sister in the role of Moglina repeating Kaa's words to Uncle August. A brave heart and a courteous tongue, they will carry thee far into the jungle, manling. It was Uncle August, bless his old brown body, who helped me to make my first personal application of the play. I had just heard of their latest prank downtown. Sad to say, the more angelic they are as little wolves, the more annoying they are when they return to the man-pack. They had dropped a live garter snake, a good-sized one, through the slit of the package box, and the postmistress had picked it up with a bundle of newspapers. She was so frightened that she yelled like a Comanche, and then had a nervous chill that lasted for a quarter of an hour. That same day they filled all the keyholes of the private letterboxes with chewing gum, as far up as they could reach, and everybody who had to stop and pry it out was so cross. I didn't say anything to them about it till after they had told me about Uncle August's chasing the calves out of Mrs. Williams's garden, and how she had petted and praised him for it. We talked a few minutes about the way Uncle August is beloved by everybody who knows him, and how even strangers on the street stop to pat his head or say something kind about him. It's because he keeps every law of the jungle for dogs, I told them, and then I said, quite mercilessly, but the whole town looks on you two children as banderlogs, mere, senseless monkey folks, outcasts who have no leaders and no laws. Really, it hurt them dreadfully, and I felt almost cruel for saying it. I could see that the shot told when I reminded them how they had been turned out of the hotel and chased out of every store in town. I told them that people said ugly things about them behind their backs, just as Kaa and Baloo did about the silly gray apes who threw dirt and sticks and made mischief wherever they went. That was the climax. They both threw themselves across my lap and began to cry, protesting that they were not banderlogs. They didn't want people to call them that. I think my good angel must have inspired me to make the little sermon I gave them then, for I certainly had never thought of the analogy before, how the same thing that is true in the jungle holds good in the man world, that we must learn the master words for each person we meet, so that every heart will understand when we call out, "We be of one blood, ye and I." That just as the elephants and kites and snakes became friendly to Mowgli as soon as he learned the master words of their speech, so Miss Edna and the postmistress and old Mr. Sammy would be friendly to them when they showed that they not only had brave hearts, which scorned to play little mean silly tricks, but courteous tongues as well. The amazing part of it is that they understood me perfectly, and right then and there had a sort of spiritual awakening to the fact that they really are of one blood with these people they have been tormenting. It is pathetic to watch how hard they have been trying ever since to convince people that they are not banderlogs, but are sensible children, willing to be governed by laws that they never understood before. Now at parting, they insist on my repeating all the verse. Wood and water, wind and tree, wisdom, strength, and courtesy, jungle favor go with thee. They seem to believe that it verily holds some sort of hoodoo spell which will armor them with magic power to make friends. Already Sister has made peace with the postmistress by the gift of a crude little willow basket of her own weaving, filled with wildflowers. It met with such a gracious reception, due principally to private explanation beforehand, that Sister fairly squirmed with the blessedness of giving, her first real experience of that sort. Brud used his hatchet to split a pine box into kindling and presented the same tied in neat bundles to Mrs. Williams. Her surprise and voluble thanks, also solicited beforehand, were so gratifying that Brud came home, so satisfied with the new application of the game that he burns to play it with everyone in Bauer, proving with actions, if not words, that he has a right to say, "We be of one blood, ye and I," and that he is not a banderlog. As Joyce slipped the letter back into its envelope, Phil leaned forward to put another log on the fire, saying, as he did so, "Good for Mary. She always manages to find some way out, and it is always a way no one else would think of. But somehow I can't quite place her in these letters. She's the same little bunch of energy that I've always known, and yet there's a difference. I can't quite make out what. She's growing up, I tell you, answered Joyce. "That's what makes the difference. Listen to this one. Yesterday being Valentine's Day, we had a picnic at the Council Rock. The hill rises straight up from the public road just back of the Mallory Cottage and St. Peter's. There is a roundabout road to the top, leading in from a back lane, which is easy to climb, but, of course, the children chose the steep trail starting near their gate. Nothing but a goat could walk up it with perfect ease and safety. Once at the top, the view is lovely. You can see over half the county and look right down into the chimneys of the town. The whole hilltop is covered with wildflowers, strange, beautiful things I have never seen before. So many exquisite colors you'd think a rainbow had been broken to bits and scattered over the ground. At 1 o'clock we started out of the Mallory Gate, the most grotesque procession that ever went down the pike of Bauer. You see, we'd dropped the jungle game for the day, and they were doing St. Valentine honor. I went first in my oldest dress on account of the climb, my Mexican hat on my head, my alarm clock, as usual, in one hand, and a thermos bottle in the other. I was taking some boiling water along to make them tea, as a great treat. They don't like it particularly, but they wanted to use a little Japanese tea set that had just been sent to them. Sister, fired by some of my descriptions of Valentine costumes, had elected to attend the picnic as the Queen of Hearts, and had dressed herself for the part with the assistance of Melis. She looked perfectly ridiculous, spotted all over with turkey-red calico hearts. They were sewed on her dress, her hat, and even her black stockings. She was as badly broken out with them as a measles patient would have been with a red rash. Brud wouldn't let her dyke him out in the same way. She wanted him to go as Cupid. He consented to let her call him Cupid, and he carried a bow and arrow and wore some of the trimmings, but he wore them in his own way. The white turkey wings, which she tried to attach to his shoulder blades, he wore bound to his brow like an Indian chieftain's war bonnet. Long-suffering Uncle August frisked about in a most remarkable costume. I think it must have been made of the top section of Brud's pajamas, with the sleeves pulled up over his front paws and buttoned in the back. It was sprinkled with big hearts, some blue and some yellow. But, funny as they looked, Melis was the comic Valentine of the occasion. The front of her was covered with an old lace window curtain. Across her bosom, carefully fastened with a gilt paper arrow, was the lithographed picture of a big red heart, as fat and red and shiny as a ripe tomato. She carried the lunch basket. I must confess it staggered me a trifle when the procession came out to meet me, but they were so pleased with themselves I hadn't the heart to suggest a single change. I led on, hoping that we wouldn't meet anyone. Well, we hadn't gone 100 paces till we heard hoofbeats, and a solitary horseman came riding along behind us. Brud looked back and then piped up in his shrill little voice, "Oh, look, Miss Mary, look at the soldier man coming." Naturally, I glanced back, and my blood fairly ran cold, for there, riding along with a broad grin on his face at the sight of our ridiculous turnout, was Lieutenant Boglin. I was so amazed at seeing him that I just stood still in the road and stared, feeling my face get redder and redder. Somehow I had no power to move. He didn't recognize me till he was opposite us, but the instant he did, he was off his horse and coming up to shake hands, and I was trying to account for our appearance. It seems he had been with the troops up at Leon Springs for target practice, and was taking a day off while they were breaking camp. He had been commissioned to look at a polo pony somebody had for sale in Bauer, and thought while he was about it he would call and see the Ware family after he had had dinner at the hotel. He was on his way there. Well, there I was. I couldn't ask him to go on such a babified lark as our Valentine picnic. I couldn't leave the children and take him over home because my time is Mrs. Mallory's. Even if she had excused me, the children would have raised an unstoppable howl, and probably would have followed us. They are making grand strides in the courtesy business, but they are still far from being models of propriety. When I had explained to the best of my ability, I told him I would be through at 5 and asked him to wait and take supper with us. I could see that he was inwardly convulsed, and I do believe it was because we all looked so ridiculous, and he wanted to see the show a second time, that he accepted my invitation with alacrity. As soon as he started on to the Williams house, I stopped under a tree and wrote a scrawl to Mamma on the margin of the newspaper that was spread on top of the lunch basket. Then I gave Melis a dime to run over home with it, so that the family needn't be taken by surprise if Bogey happened to get there before I did. But it seems that he forgot the directions I gave him for finding the house, and about 10 minutes to 5, as the children and Melis were finishing the lunch which was spread out on the Council Rock, he came climbing up the side of the hill. The children had been angelic before his arrival, and they were good after he came, except, I can't explain it, there was something almost impish in the way they sat and watched us, listening to everything we said, as if they were committing it to memory to repeat afterward. Even Uncle August, in his heart-covered pajamas, squatted solemnly on the rock beside them and seemed to be stowing away something to remember. The lieutenant couldn't glance in their direction without laughing out loud. They looked so utterly comical. So he turned his back on them and began to admire the view, which certainly was magnificent. As the sun began to go down, the wind came up, and the veil I had tied around my hat got loose and streamed out like a comet's tail. I couldn't tie it down, and I couldn't find a pin to fasten it, and the first thing I knew he had taken one of those fancy bronze pins from the collar of his uniform, those crossed guns that officers wear, you know, and he gave me that to fasten my veil with. Now, there was nothing remarkable in that. Gay and Roberta have whole rows of such pins that different officers have given them. But Sister pointed her finger at me and shrilled out like a katydid, as if they had been discussing the subject before. "No, sir, Brud, you can't fool me. He is Miss Mary's Valentine. He's her beau." Unless you could have heard the elfish way she said it, you couldn't understand why it should have embarrassed me so dreadfully. My face felt as hot as a fiery furnace. He sort of smiled and pretended not to hear, and I couldn't think of a word to break the awful pause. But just then the alarm clock, hanging on a bush behind us, went off with a whang and a clutter that sent us both springing to our feet. They had finished their lunch by that time, so I helped Melis hustle the dishes into the basket and headed the party for home as soon as possible. You can imagine the deep breath of thankfulness I drew when I finally left them at their own gate. But I drew it too soon. I should have waited until we were out of earshot. For as they went racing up the path to meet their mother, we could hear them shrieking to her about Miss Mary's Valentine beau, who gave her 2 teeny-weeny guns to pin her veil with. The wind wasn't blowing so hard down where we were then, so as we went along, I said in a careless sort of way, "Oh, lest we forget, I'll return this now," and started to take it out of my veil. But he only laughed and said, with such a mischievous glance, "No, keep it, Miss Mary, lest you forget your Valentine." Fortunately, it was one of Jack's good days, and he was able to be out in the sitting room, and the two took to each other at once. You know, nobody can give people quite such a gentle, gracious reception as Mamma can, and much as I had dreaded taking him into such a barely furnished little house and serving him from our motley collection of dishes, I didn't mind it at all after she had made him welcome. Such things don't matter so much when you've a family you can be proud of. We had a delicious supper, and he ate and said nothing had tasted so good since he left home years ago to enlist. He stayed till 10 o'clock, and then went down to the livery stable to get his horse and ride back to camp by moonlight. We sat up for nearly an hour after he left, comparing notes on how we had enjoyed the evening, and talking over all he had said. Jack said it was like coming across a well in a thirsty desert to meet a fellow like that. And Mamma said she was sure he had enjoyed his little taste of simple home life quite as much as we had enjoyed having him. He quite captivated her, especially when he asked permission to come again. Norman was so impressed that he has been talking ever since about the advantages of being an army man. As for me, I found him lots more interesting than he was the night of the hop, although I must say I'll always remember him as a sort of guardian angel that night, for being so kind and saving me from being a wallflower. There was a peculiar expression on Phil's face as Joy laid down that letter. "Do you know," he said gravely. "I feel as though I'd been seeing the little vicar grow up right under my very eyes. I'd never before thought of her as being old enough to have affairs, but this one seems to give promise of blossoming into one. Of course, it's what one might naturally expect, but somehow I can't quite get used to the idea, and—" He did not finish the sentence aloud, but as he scowled into the fire, he added to himself, "I don't like it." End of chapter 10.
Chapter 11 of Ware in Texas. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Dessa. Ware in Texas by Annie Fellows Johnston. Chapter 11. Phil Goes to Warwick Hall. Had it not been for that package of letters read aloud before the fire on that stormy March night, this story might have had a very different ending. But for them, Phil never would have known what a winsome, unselfish character the little vicar had grown up to be. The casual meetings of years could not have revealed her to him as did these intimate glimpses of her daily life and thought through her letters to Joyce. They showed her childishly jubilant in her delight when the first month's salary was paid into her hands, and yet practical and womanly in her plans for spending it. Like a child she was, too, in her laments over some of the mistakes which her inexperience led her into with Brood and sister, yet he could see plainly underneath her whimsical words her deep earnestness of purpose. At last she had recognized that this opportunity to impress them with her high ideals was one of the king's calls, and she was bending every energy to the keeping of that tryst. It was this development of character which interested Phil even more than the news of the letters. Still, there were a number of items which gave him something to think about. Lieutenant Boglin had made a second visit. Once she mentioned a book he had sent her, and another time a rare butterfly to add to the new collection she was starting. Evidently they had found several interests in common. On his last visit she had taken him to Fernbank in the boat, and he had captured a fine big hairy tarantula for her from among the roots of a clump of maidenhair ferns. She had been able to enjoy the boat a great deal more since the children had learned the meaning of the word obey. She could take them with her now without fear of their rocking the boat, and in consequence they had had many a delightful hour on the water that had not been possible before. "Do you know," said Phil slowly when he had listened a while longer, "it doesn't strike me that those are particularly doleful letters. At any rate, anything to send you into an orgy of weeps. I believe it is nothing but the weather which gave you the spell of doldrums that you were in when I came." "Oh, but you haven't heard the latest ones," Joyce exclaimed. "Mamma's reports of Jack's condition, and Jack's own little penciled scrawls. I can read between the lines just what a desperate fight he is making, and this last one from Mary simply knocked all the props out from under the hope I had been clinging to." She picked up the last envelope on the pile, postmarked March 1st, and turned to the closing pages. "Jack is so much worse that I can scarcely think of anything else. We are so worried about him. He is in bed all the time now and is growing so thin and weak. He is very despondent. Something new for him. It keeps us busy trying to think of things to tempt his appetite or to arouse him out of his listlessness. He has always been so cheerful before, so full of jokes and so responsive to any attempt to amuse him. But now he doesn't seem to want to talk or to be read to or anything. Once in a while he'll smile a wan little sort of smile when I repeat some of the children's doings, but he isn't like himself any more. Sometimes I believe he's just worn out with the long effort he's made to be brave and keep up for our sake. It is hard for me to keep my interest in the children keyed up to the proper pitch any more, when all the time I am thinking how pitiful and white he looks, lying back on his pillows. I am telling you exactly how things are because I would want you to tell me if I were in your place and you in mine. I can understand how hard it is for you to be so far away where you can't see for yourself how he is every hour. I'll try to send a note or postal each day. He's talked about you a lot lately. Says you have the pioneer spirit of all our old colonial grandmothers to stick to your post the way you are doing for our sakes. He's constantly referring to the things that happened at the wigwam and to the people who used to come there. Mr. Ellis did, and the Lees and Phil, especially Phil. I wish he could drop in here to see us daily as he used to do in Arizona. Maybe Jack would rouse up and take some interest in him. He doesn't take any now in the people we have met here, although no one could be kinder than the Rochesters and the Barnabys have been to us. Joyce finished reading, and Phil rose to his feet and began pacing up and down the long room, his hands in his pockets and his eyes fixed on the floor as if he were considering some weighty problem. Finally he stopped, and leaning against the mantel, looked down at her thoughtfully, saying, "Joyce, I've about thought out a way to manage it, to take in Bauer on my way to California, I mean. You told me once that Aunt Emily calls me her other boy. Well, you all are my other family, and these glimpses you've given me of it make me homesick to see them. I might be able to help matters some way. I'm almost sure I can arrange to start several days before the rest of the party and go around that way, so if you have any messages or things to send, get them ready." "Oh, Phil," she cried, thankfully. "They'll be so glad. I know it will do them a world of good to see you. Maybe you can cheer Jack up a bit. So much depends on keeping him hopeful." Then she added, wistfully, "I only wish you could put me in your pocket and take me along." "I wish I could," he answered cordially. Then more cordially still, after a moment's thought, "Why, that's the very thing. Come and go along. Just cut loose for a short visit and let things here go hang. It would mean more to them at home to see you again than the few dollars you could pile up if you stayed on here." "No," she contradicted sadly, the light dying out of her eyes, which had brightened at the mere thought of such a visit. "It's too long a trip and too expensive, but we can easily arrange all that," he interrupted eagerly. "Under the circumstances, you ought to let me do for Jack's sister what Jack would gladly do for mine were the circumstances reversed. Please, Joyce." She shook her head as he urged his plan, but her eyes filled with tears, and she said brokenly, "You are a dear, generous boy to offer it, and I'll remember it always. But Phil, don't you see, there's too much at stake. I can't leave now. Not only my work in hand would stop, but I'd lose the orders that are constantly coming in, and I can't afford to miss a penny that would add to Jack's comfort in any way. He may be helpless for years and years, and Mary's salary will stop as soon as the Mallorys leave Bauer this summer." "Well, think about it anyway," urged Phil, hopefully. "Maybe you'll see things differently by daylight and change your mind. I'll ring you up in the morning." "By the way," he said a few minutes later when he was slipping into his overcoat, "don't write to Mary that there is a possibility of my going to Bauer. If I should go, I want to surprise her." "Very well," agreed Joyce, "but I may write about Elsie's wedding and say that you'll all be going west?" "Oh yes, she'll probably have cards herself soon, for Elsie has never forgotten her one encounter with the little vicar, and she wrote for her address some time ago." It was several days before Joyce saw Phil again. When he did come, he was in such a hurry that he did not wait for the elevator, which seemed to be stuck somewhere in the basement. After several impatient rings, he started up the stairs, 2 steps at a time, and had reached the 5th floor before the elevator overtook him. He was slightly out of breath, but so intent on his errand that he never would have thought to step in and ride the rest of the way, had it not stopped on the landing for another passenger as he was about to pass the cage. The janitor was cleaning the halls of the top-floor apartments, and the door into Joyce's studio being open, Phil walked in without waiting to ring. Joyce was at her easel hard at work. Her face lighted up when she saw his, for it showed so plainly he was the bearer of good news. "Daddy's going with me," were his first breathless words of greeting. Then he paused, as if some sudden recollection warned him to ask, "What have you heard from home lately?" She thought the question was prompted by his fear that it might not be convenient for them to have guests in the house if Jack were so ill, so she hastened to reassure him. "Oh, I had the cheerfulest sort of letter from Mamma this morning, written last Sunday, the very day I was crying my eyes out over them. Isn't that always the way? Here it was so bleak and blustery that I couldn't help imagining that they were as dismal as I. And all the time it was as warm as summer in Bauer, the country a mass of wildflowers, and they were having a perfectly delightful time with gay Melville. And guess who had gone up with her to spend the day there? Alex Shelby of Kentucky. she added without an instant's pause for him to answer. Mama wrote that she didn't know when she had had such an enjoyable day. Dr. Shelby insisted on her going for a little outing with the girls while he and Norman took care of Jack. Mary pulled them up to Fern Bank in the boat, and when they got back they found that, in some unaccountable way, Jack had been wonderfully cheered up. He seemed more like himself than he had been for weeks. Mama was so happy over that, for even if he can never be any better physically, it is a lot to be thankful for to have his spirits kept up. "Is that all?" asked Phil when she paused at last. "Yes. Why, isn't that enough?" "I only wanted to find out how much you knew before I broke my news. Now listen to this. Alex Shelby wrote to Daddy that same night. You know they met at Eugenia's wedding, and Shelby, who was just beginning to practice medicine then, seemed to develop a case of hero worship for Father. Shelby has taken a great interest in Jack's case ever since he heard of the accident, and the reason he sent Aunt Emily out that afternoon was that he might have a chance to examine Jack without her knowing it. He didn't want to raise anybody's hopes if nothing can be done. He thinks that the first operation did not go quite far enough. There is still a pressure on the spinal cord which may be removed by a very delicate bit of surgery. I don't understand his technical terms, but it's one of the most difficult things known to the medical profession. Daddy says there are very few cases on record of its having been done successfully, although it has been attempted several times. Personally, he knows of 2 cases. One was a football player in this country who had his back broken, and one was a man in Germany who was injured in exactly the same vertebrae where Jack's trouble lies. And, mark this now, Daddy helped with that operation. The surgeon who performed it was a friend of his, and called him in because it was such a rare and peculiar case. Joyce was scarcely breathing now as she listened. She was white to the lips in her intense excitement. "Oh, go on!" she exclaimed, unable to endure the suspense when he paused. "Dr. Tremont thinks he can cure him?" "No," was the guarded response. "He is not sure. He doesn't say that. But there is a chance, just one chance, and he is going to take it. We're leaving in a few hours, so I haven't another moment to stay." Joyce, who had risen in her first excitement, dropped back on her stool again, limp and trembling. She had thought so long of Jack's illness as being hopeless that the possibility of a cure almost unnerved her with the great joy of it. Phil went on rapidly. Shelby told Jack of his hope, but evidently he said nothing to the rest of the family, or they would have known the reason for Jack's return to cheerfulness. "Now don't go to getting upset like that," he added, holding out his hands for a cordial leave-taking. "I don't want to get your hopes up too high, but I've always felt that Daddy could come as near to working miracles as anyone living, and you just remember this. He's going to work one this time, if mortal man can do it. You see, he knows what the Wares were to me that year on the desert. He hasn't forgotten how you all saved his motherless boy for him. That's the way he puts it. Saved me from my besetting temptation and sent me away to make a man of myself. If he can put Jack on his feet again, he will feel that he is only paying back a small part of his obligation to you all, to say nothing of my debt. Lord, I can't even talk about that now. It's too big for me ever to tackle myself. But I just wanted you to know how we both feel about it." He did not attempt to finish, but with a final strong hand clasp he was gone before Joyce could find her voice for more than a faltering goodbye. For a little while after he left, she sat before her easel, gazing vacantly at the canvas with eyes which saw nothing. She could not settle down to work again with so many exciting mental pictures rising up before her. Jack undergoing the operation at home, the awful suspense and tension of that time of waiting until they could know the result, and then Jack strong and well and swinging along with the vigorous stride she remembered so well. Or would it be— She shut her eyes and shuddered, putting away from her with an exclamation of horror the other scene that persisted in presenting itself. She had never forgotten the tramp of feet across the threshold of the little brown house in Plainsville the day they carried her father away. Presently she could bear it no longer, and pushing back her easel, she slipped off her apron and called to Miss Boyd that she was going out for a while. In her present tremor of nervousness, she could not trust herself to stop and explain. She felt that she could not bear to listen to the little woman's platitudes, no matter how sympathetic they might be. It was not till she was on the car, halfway out to Central Park, that she remembered she had not told Phil of one other item of news in her mother's letter. She wondered if he knew that Gay and Alex Shelby were engaged. The reason they had gone to Bauer was to announce it themselves to the only people in that part of the world who knew and loved Lloydsboro Valley. It was in that happy valley that their romance had begun, and they both knew that Miss Ware had spent her girlhood there, that Mary regarded it as her promised land, and that Jack, although his visit there had been limited to one day, had seen the rose-covered cabin where Gay and her knight of the looking-glass had first caught sight of each other, and where their married life was to begin. It was several hours before Joyce got back to the studio. The long car ride and the brisk walk in the park had helped her to regain her usual outward composure, but she was far from being as calm as she seemed. Alternate moods of hopefulness and foreboding kept her swinging like a pendulum from exhilaration to a sickening sense of fear. She could hardly fix her mind on her work, although her hands moved feverishly. Before starting back to work, she hunted up one of Henrietta's railroad timetables and fastened it to a corner of her canvas so that she could follow the course of the Texas-bound travelers. At intervals, she glanced from the clock to the card, thinking, "Now they are just leaving the New York station," or "Now they are pulling into Washington." Later she found the time when they would be going aboard the New Orleans sleeper, and from then on 1,000 times her thoughts ran on ahead to picture the reception in Bauer and the events that would follow there in quick succession. Her waking hours were filled with only one thought till Phil's first telegram announced their arrival. Then she scarcely ate or slept, so great was her anxiety as she waited his second message. As Dr. Tremont and Phil pushed through the crowds at the New York station, hurrying to reach the Washington-bound train steaming on the track, Phil recalled the last time he had passed through. It was in March of the previous year, but later in the month, that he had come down with Joyce to put Mary and Betty aboard the train the morning after they had heard about Jack's accident. It was at that stand that he bought the fruit for them. Here he snatched up the magazines, and there was where he had stood while the train pulled out, waiting for the last glimpse of the little vicar's face at the window, bravely smiling in her efforts to keep inflexible for Joyce's sake. The scene had been impressed vividly upon his memory because of the way the whole affair had touched his sympathies, and now he found himself, after a year, recalling things that at the time he had barely noticed. It was like taking a second look at a snapshot picture and finding details in the background to which he had paid no attention when first focusing the camera. There was that wistful look in Betty's brown eyes, for instance. They had been almost as full of trouble as Mary's. Their appealing sadness came back to him now quite as forcibly as Mary's tearful goodbye smile. He remembered the protecting way she had put her arm around her little pupil. They had been such good comrades all through the vacation pleasures which they had shared that Christmas and Easter. He remembered now how far back Betty's friendship with Joyce dated. Suddenly it occurred to him that Betty, of all people, would be most interested in what was about to occur in the Ware family. Whatever followed the operation, whether it were grief or joy, she would share with them. Dr. Tremont had some business to attend to which would keep him busy during the few hours they were obliged to stop over in Washington, and, after a few moments' deliberation, Phil decided to go out to Warwick Hall while he waited, instead of spending his time looking up an old acquaintance as he had intended doing. There was another reason for calling on Betty, which he did not acknowledge to himself as a reason, but it carried weight in helping him to make a decision. That was the knowledge that she would have the latest news of Lloyd Sherman. He had had 6 months in which to grow accustomed to the idea that the little unset turquoise he had once given her could never stand for anything more between them than the true blue friendship stone. He had been so determined to make it more that his whole world seemed jolted out of its orbit when he heard of her engagement to Rob Moore. He could not talk of it at first. Lately, however, he had come to take a more philosophical view of the situation. Several hours later, when Phil found himself in front of Warwick Hall, the great castle-like building and beautifully kept grounds seemed as familiar as if he had visited it before. The Lloydsboro Valley girls had sung its praises ever since he had known them. Lloyd herself had talked much of it in the days when every subject she mentioned was interesting, simply because she chose to talk about it. Mary Ware had pictured it to him as a veritable paradise, and he had been pressed to admire so many photographs of it on so many occasions that it was no wonder it had a familiar look every way he turned. He would have been highly amused could he have known what a sensation he was creating in the school as he stood on the highest terrace looking down the flight of stately marble steps that led to the river. In the first place, the sight of such an unusually attractive man, young, handsome, and with an air of distinction, was a rarity in those parts. That he should loiter down the walk instead of striding straight up to the massive portal aroused the curiosity of every girl who happened to be near a window, and why he should pluck a leaf from the Abbotsford ivy overhanging the pergola, and then walk along the hedge of the wonderful old garden until he could lean over and read the motto on the ancient sundial, was more than any of them could fathom. There was a flutter among those who had seen him, when presently the great knocker, echoing through the hall, announced that he was ready to enter. The pompous butler opened the door, and for the second time in his history nearly fell backward, for the dignified young stranger, who stood there with the easy grace of at least a viscount, called out as if he had known him always, "Oh, it's Hawkins." When Phil raised his hand to the knocker, he was smiling over Mary's account of her first entrance through the door. He had teased her unmercifully when he heard of her rehearsals for the purpose of impressing the butler, and when the man instantly appeared just as Mary had pictured him, he was so much like a stiff old portrait bowing from the frame of the doorway that the exclamation slipped from Phil in surprise. Then he smiled again, thinking how inadvertently he had copied Mary. At first glance, Hawkins thought he must be one of Madame Chartley's relatives from England, and bowed again, obsequiously this time. But the card laid on his silver tray was not for Madame. It was for Miss Elizabeth Lewis, the youngest and most popular teacher in the hall. It was after recitation hours, and Betty was not in her room, but she came in presently from a walk, looking as girlish and rosy as the little freshman who had been her companion. The March winds had given her color and blown her brown hair about her face in soft little curls. Phil could see her through the curtained arch as she came into the hall and took the card Hawkins presented on his tray. Her face lighted up with pleasure, and she gave an exclamation of surprise, both of which items Hawkins noticed. When she hurried into the reception room, he cast a look of discreet curiosity after her. Then he turned away with a wise wag of the head. Of course, one knew what to expect when the young stranger called her by her first name in such a joyful tone as that, and she responded cordially that it was such a lovely surprise to see the best man. All the wedding party had called Phil the best man, ever since Mary had emphasized the name by her comically reverent use of it, and it seemed quite natural that the next remark should be about her. Phil thought to surprise Betty by saying, casually, "I've just stopped by to ask if you want to send any message to Mary Ware. I'm on my own way to Bauer now." But he was the one to be surprised, for her face paled, and she exclaimed, in a voice tense with suppressed excitement, "Oh, is your father going too? Has he really consented to attempt the operation?" Then, in answer to his exclamation of astonishment that she should know anything about it, she explained, while the color returned in a rush. She had had a note from Jack that morning, just a scribbled line, telling what Alex Shelby had written to Dr. Tremont and what they hoped would be the answer. "He hasn't told the family yet," she explained, seeing from Phil's face that he thought it queer she should know of it. He didn't want them to suffer the cruel disappointment it would be should they discover they had been cherishing a false hope. But he just had to tell somebody, and he knew I'd understand how much recovery would mean to him, for he used to write me so fully of his plans and ambitions before he was hurt. She closed her hands so tightly that the pink nails pressed into the tender palms. "Oh, I hope Alex hasn't been mistaken," she exclaimed. "I can't think of anything so cruel as to hold out the heaven of such a hope to him, only to have it dashed away." "Daddy says there is one chance," answered Phil, "and he is going to take it." Then, with a sudden understanding of the situation as he watched her face, he began to comfort her with the same words he had spoken to Joyce. "Daddy can come as near to working miracles as any man living, and you just remember this, little girl. He's going to work one this time if mortal man can do it." The ring of certainty in his voice made her look up at him with a smile that was like an April day. Such joy shone through the brown eyes, which a moment before had been misty with tears. She did not know how much she had revealed, but as she turned away, Phil said to himself, "So that's the way the land lies. I must give Daddy a hint of how much is at stake. If he saves Jack, it won't be for the Ware family alone." Betty had been called aside a moment to speak to a visiting parent, and when she came back to Phil, had fully recovered her composure. "Come on," she said gaily. "There are a few things I must show you. It will never do for anybody to confess to Mary Ware that he has been to Warwick Hall and missed seeing the things that she particularly adores." It was a short pilgrimage she led him on. To meet Madame Chartley first, then to see the great stained-glass window where the motto of Edrin, a keep triste, flaunted itself in letters of light above the ruby heart and the mailed hand clasping the spear. Then outdoors they went, past the peacocks on the terraces, down the marble steps to the river, where pretty girls were walking arm in arm, and Phil was conscious of many curious glances cast in his direction. Then they strolled through the garden, where the crocuses and early March flowers were making a brave showing, and out towards the golf links a little way. Betty's cheeks were almost as red as the bright tam o' cap she wore, and her eyes shone with a happy, tender light as she talked of Mary and what the school had meant to her. The pilgrimage, like the bundle of letters which Joyce had read, was eloquent with suggestions of Mary at every turn. He understood now, as he had not before, how much she had renounced when she left without finishing the year. He began to appreciate the greatness of her sacrifice, and guided by Betty at his elbow, he began to perceive what an influence such a place, with its ideals and its refined, old-world fashion of living, might exert on a girl like Mary Ware. There was not much opportunity to lead the conversation towards Lloyd, with Betty constantly breaking off to say, "Oh, don't forget to mention this to Mary," or "Tell her you saw this and that." He learned very little about her, save that she was well and happy. Betty had always known, she said, that Rob was the one written in the stars for the Princess Winsome. They knew each other so thoroughly and had such a happy childhood in common, and in her opinion they had always been meant for each other from the beginning. It was growing late when they came back to the front door, but Betty insisted on his coming in for a moment for a cup of tea. "Served from an ancestral teacup," she insisted, "so that you can brag to Mary of it." While they waited for it to be brought, Betty hastily summoned several of the girls whom she wanted him to meet. "You'll never remember their names," she said laughingly, "and Mary will make your life a burden with questions if you can't answer. Give me a pencil and I'll scribble them down for you. Elise Walton, you'll remember, of course, for she was the pretty child with the long, dark curls whom you used to meet so many times at the beaches the summer Eugenia was married. You'll quite fall in love with her, I am sure, for she is getting prettier every day, and you'll not need any memorandum to keep her in mind when you've once heard her talk. A.O. Miggs will be the little roly-poly dumpling of a girl, and Doreen Durrant, the one who giggles so gurglingly. Corny Dean you'll remember for the elaborate way she does her hair, and the coy way she has of casting melting side glances. That's a habit she has acquired just in this last year, so you might mention it to Mary. She'll be immensely interested in hearing it. See, I have made marginal notes for each one, if you can understand my abbreviations." As she handed him the slip of paper, the girls came in, all pleased to meet such a fascinating Lord Lochinvar-looking man as A.O. described him afterward, and all overjoyed to find that he would be the bearer of messages to Mary Ware. They sent so many that he laughingly disclaimed all responsibility in case he should get them mixed in transit. He had an odd feeling that he was on exhibition to these girls as Mary's friend, and that he must do her credit. The few moments he stayed with them he used to such advantage that he was straightway written down in their opinion as the most fascinating man they had ever met. When he took his leave, it was with a flattering regret that made each girl feel that she was the one who inspired it, and they went back to their rooms to compare notes and to rave over him, as Doreen expressed it, for days. The twilight was falling when he started back to the station. Betty walked part of the way with him. Only once they referred to Jack again, and that was not till they reached the bend in the driveway where Betty turned back. She put out her hand with wishes for a safe journey, and he held it in an instant to say, "I'm sure it's all going to end happily, and you shall have the first telegram." End of chapter 11. Phil goes to Warwick Hall.
Chapter number 12 of Mary Ware in Texas. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recorded by Marya Anastasiades. Mary Ware in Texas by Annie Fellows Johnston. In Blue-Bonnet Time. The time of bluebonnets had come. No matter where else in Texas the lupin may grow, one thing is certain. There is enough of it in the meadows around Bauer nearly every spring to justify its choice as the state flower. This particular March, acres and acres of it, blue as the Mediterranean, stretched away on either side of the high roads. Viewed from a distance when the wind, blowing across it, made waves of bloom, it almost seemed as if a wide blue sea were rolling in across the land. From his bed near the window, Jack Ware could catch a glimpse of one of these meadows, where the castle stood buried up to their bodies in the fragrant blossoms. Now and then the breeze, fluttering his curtains, brought the odor to him almost as heavy and sweet as the smell of locusts. He watched the picture with languid eyes which closed weakly at intervals. They were shut when Mary tiptoed into the room to see if there was anything she could do for his comfort before starting out on her usual afternoon excursion with her pupils. But they opened with an expression of greater interest than they had held for some days as he saw her standing there in a freshly laundered gingham. It was so blue and white that she suggested a blooming bluebonnet herself. "Hullo, Finnegan," he said, with an attempt at his old-time pleasantry. "Off again, gone again, are you? Which way this time?" Touched almost to tears by this evidence of returning interest, Mary explained eagerly that they were still studying about bees. She had found a bee tree in the herd pasture, and the lupin was all abuzz with specimens to illustrate the lesson. That was for the wisdom part of it. For the strength, there were some new exercises in climbing and hanging from a low limb. The practical application of their courtesy lesson would be the gathering of a great basketful of bluebonnets for the ladies of the guild, who wanted to decorate the parish house with them for an entertainment to be given there. "Oh, they're making long strides," she assured him. "Mrs. Mallory told me that the time it rained so hard last week, and I couldn't get across the footbridge at the ford to give them their usual lesson. Brud sat down at bedtime and howled because he'd said he'd have to count the day lost. The sun was down and he hadn't any worthy action done. It took the combined wits of the family to think of some worthy action he could do at that late hour, and he finally went to bed happy. So you see, my labor hasn't been all in vain." There was a faint gleam of amusement in Jack's eyes, but seeing that she was about to leave him, he turned the subject by motioning towards the table beside his bed, where Elsie Tremont's wedding invitations lay. "Mary," he said slowly, "would you be surprised if Phil were to come by Bauer on his way to California?" To her vehement avowal that such a happening would certainly surprise her out of a year's growth, at least he answered, "Well, I am a good deal more than halfway looking for him. I feel it in my bones that he is coming, and coming very soon." "Oh, Jack!" she cried in distress. "Don't look for him! Don't set your heart on seeing him! I couldn't bear for you to be disappointed." "Don't you worry about that," he answered soothingly. "You run along and pick your bluebonnets, and if Phil should happen to come walking down the road towards you one of these days, remember the feeling in my bones warned you. The poor old things have been so full of aches and pains that you might allow them one pleasant sensation at least." "But Jack," she began again, a wrinkle of distress deepening between her eyes, "if he shouldn't come, you'd be so awfully disappointed." Jack's thin hand waved both her and her objections aside. "Hike along," he insisted cheerfully. "I merely said if." Considerably worried by what she thought was a groundless hope of Jack's, Mary started out of the gate. His suggestion seemed to change the entire landscape, and instead of seeing as it had grown to look to her accustomed eyes, she saw it as she imagined it would appear to Phil, the cottage she was leaving behind her, the wide blue lupin meadows ahead, blossoms mingled with the glowing branches of the red bud trees, and every lane and stretch of woodland. With her old childish propensity for daydreaming unabated, she made pictures for herself as she walked along towards the footbridge. Suppose he really would come, and she, by some institution of his approach, could divine the day and hour. She would like to be all in white when he met her, emerging from the edge of the woods with her arms heaped up with snowy masses of wild plum blossoms and a spray of redbud in her hair. Or maybe it would be more picturesque for her to be standing in the boat, poling slowly towards the landing, a cargo of wild flowers at her feet, like a picture of the spirit of spring. Here she broke off from her musings, saying, half aloud, "But as sure as I posed to look like a spring goddess, I'd be looking like a young goose. It doesn't pay for me to plan impressive entrances and meetings. They always turn out with my looking perfectly ridiculous." She had reached the first turn in the road by this time, and stooping to tie her shoe, suddenly became aware of the fact that her hands were empty. She had started off without the alarm clock and the magnifying glass, which she always carried on these trips. In addition, she had intended to bring a large market basket today in which to put the flowers. The basket, with the clock and glass inside, was in her hand before she started. She remembered she had set it down for a moment on the front step while she went back into Jack's room, and it was what he said about Phil's coming that made her go off without it. So she started back, running all the way. Snatching up the basket from the step where she found it still undisturbed, she was starting off again when a little bird-like cry stopped her. It was like the softest notes of a mockingbird. "That provoking little wildcat is out of her cage again!" she exclaimed, stopping to look all around. "Here, Matilda, kitty, kitty, where are you?" In response to her call, what seemed to be the gentlest of house kittens came bounding through the grass. Thinking it would be less trouble to take it along than to carry it back to its cage in the woodshed when she was in such a great hurry, Mary caught it up in her arms, and once more started down the road. One hand slipped through the handle of the basket. It snuggled down against her shoulder, purring loudly. "You're ridiculous, little Adam," laughed Mary. "I wonder what the girls at Warwick Hall would say if they could see me going along carrying a live wildcat. That will be something wild and Texasy for me to put in my next letters. I needn't say that it weighs only 20 ounces, and that if it weren't for its bow legs and funny little bobtail and spotted stomach, one would think it was just a tame, ordinary, domestic pussy. But you'll be savage enough by and by, won't you? When the tassels grow on your ear tips and your whiskers spread out wide and your spots get big and tigery." Two soft paws reached up to tap her face, and she gave the furry ball in her arms an affectionate squeeze. She had never cared especially for kittens, but this little wild one with its coquettish ways had wonderfully ingratiated itself into her affections in the week she had owned it. Mrs. Barnaby had brought it in from the ranch. Cousin Sammy had found 8 of them in the woods after Pedro had killed the old mother cat, caught in the act of carrying off one of the turkeys. This was the only one that lived. Mrs. Barnaby could not keep it, because, tiny as it was, it toddled around after the chickens and put even the big Plymouth Rock hens to flight. So she brought it in to Mary, and Mary, feeling particularly forlorn that day, welcomed the little orphan, because its lonely state gave them a bond in common. The day it came happened to be her 18th birthday, with nothing to mark it as a gala occasion except a handkerchief from her mother and a string of trout from Norman. He had gone out before daylight to catch them for her breakfast. Joyce's present did not arrive until the next day, and the round-robin letter from Warwick Hall was nearly a week late. Not until after the sorority was seated at its annual St. Patrick's Day dinner did they recall the double celebration they had the year before. The letter was written then and there, passing around the table with the bonbons, that each one present might add as a birthday greeting. Then Doreen, to whom it was entrusted, forgot to post it for several days. It was a joy when it did come, but the anniversary itself, before the letter reached her, was a disappointing day. She had always looked forward to her 18th birthday as being one of the most important milestones of her life. Not so important, of course, as one's graduation or debut or a wedding, but still a day that should be made memorable by something unusually nice. Years ago, Jack had promised her a watch on her 18th birthday, a little chatelaine watch with a mother-of-pearl case, like the one old Colonel had given to Lloyd. But when the time came, Jack did not even know that it was her birthday. He never looked at the calendar since their weary, monotonous days had grown to be all alike. She did not show him the handkerchief, or tell him that the delicious fish which they had for breakfast was in honor of any especial occasion. In no way did she refer to its being the 17th of March. She ironed all morning and took the children out in the afternoon, as usual, and nothing made the day different from an ordinary one, only that she felt old and grown up, and thought now and then a little pityingly of her early expectations and the way they had turned out. In a vague sort of way she was sorry for herself, till Mrs. Barnaby came in with the baby wildcat, which she jokingly offered as a St. Patrick's Day greeting. Mary immediately named it Matilda, for Mrs. Barnaby, and for the civilizing effect such a tame, gentle sort of name ought to have on a wild creature. In watching it and laughing over its playful antics, she forgot to feel middle-aged and sorry for herself. As long as someone could keep an eye on it to prevent it straying away after any animal that passed the house, it could be allowed the liberty of the place, but whenever Mary went off for a long time, it had to be fastened in its cage. This was the first time she had taken it with her for an afternoon's outing, and as she hurried down the road with it in her arms, the knowledge of what she was carrying gave her the first feeling of adventure she had had since coming to Texas. "It's been as tame as an old tabby in a teapot," she thought. She had pictured Texas as a land of cowboys and roundups and thrilling frontier experiences. She had found only the commonplace and conventional, so that there was a source of satisfaction in the fact that, at last, she had captured something untamed and savage. As she reached the footbridge, a party on horseback came down the opposite bank to cross the ford. She recognized the young fellow in the lead as a boy from the East who had been staying at the Williams house several months. Evidently, he also had expected to find Texas a land of adventure. Soon after his arrival, he appeared in the quiet streets of Bauer, attired like the cowboy of a Wild West show. That he was a tenderfoot was amusingly apparent to the natives. Everything proclaimed it, from his awkward seat in his creaking new saddle to the new rope coiled around the horn of it. He could have no more use for a lariat than for a tomahawk, but he never rode without it. He had his picture taken in full paraphernalia, from his spurs to the rattlesnake skin band on his rakish sombrero, to send back home to show what a sport he had become, and his cup of satisfaction brimmed over when a still more recent tenderfoot took a snapshot of him, evidently considering him the real thing. He had 3 Eastern girls with him this morning, whom he was trying to impress with stories of his recklessness and prowess, and of the dangers one daily encountered in a new country. He had met Norman, and he knew Mary by sight, and had heard of her odd pet. As they approached her, he said, in a tone which she could not fail to hear, although he lowered his voice, "There's mighty little out here that is tame. Lots of people keep foxes running around their premises instead of rat terriers, and when they can get a wildcat, they always prefer them to tame monsters." "Stop stuffing us," one of the girls exclaimed. "I don't believe a word of it." "It's the truth," he insisted. "That very young lady over yonder on the footbridge could tell you so. That isn't a kitten she is carrying. It is a young wildcat." The next instant the girl was splashing through the water across to Mary, calling, "Excuse me, but is that a wildcat? I can't believe it." Mary had heard the conversation, and her face dimpled with amusement as she held Matilda up to view, saying, "Certainly, see how beautifully she is marked." She pointed out the various signs which proved her claim. The girl gave a little shriek. "For mercy's sakes!" she exclaimed. "Suppose it should get loose! What a dreadful country! Aren't you afraid?" Assured that Mary was not in the least afraid, she dashed up to the bank after her laughing escort, who thereafter had no trouble in convincing her that his most daring tales were true, since Matilda had proved the truth of his first one. Mary looked after them almost enviously. When she first came to the Bauer, she had faint hopes of sometime being able to join a riding party like that. She had girls going by often from the hotel, and had told herself that, before the winter was over, she intended to find some way to earn enough to hire a horse one afternoon of every week. In that time, when she visited Gay, and Roberta talked off saddles when she combed Mary's hair, Roberta had said that she would ride up to Bauer sometime after Christmas. All her crowd would go, and they would stay several days at the Williams house, and Mary was to show them the country. Gay had promised several visits, and Mary had looked forward to them more eagerly than she knew, till word came soon after New Year that the Bauer trips would have to be postponed indefinitely. Roberta had gone to the coast for the rest of the winter, and Gay expected to spend several months with her sister Lucy, Mrs. Jameson Harcourt, in Florida. It seemed to Mary that there had been disappointment for her in Texas winter every way she turned. True, Gay was home now, and they had 2 pleasant days with her, once when she and Alex Shelby came up to announce their engagement and cheered Jack up so wonderfully, but Gay wasn't interested in horseback riding with the crowd any longer. Besides, the Ware fortunes had taken such a turn that the money she had succeeded in earning had to go for more necessary things than saddles and horse hire and a pretty habit. As Mary glanced after the departing cavalcade once more, the sight of them suggested a new picture that appealed to her as an interesting way to meet Phil in case he should come. It would be so picturesque to be galloping down the road on a mettlesome black horse in a pretty white riding habit like those girls were wearing. White, with a scarlet four-in-hand and a soft fold of scarlet silk around the crown of her wide-brimmed white hat. Phil had been such a dashing horseman himself, and had owned such a beautiful animal when they were out in the desert, that maybe he would be more interested in an approach made that way than one in a boat with a cargo of wild flowers. She walked along slowly, considering the question, till Brud and sister hailed her. Meanwhile, Jack was saying to his mother that it wouldn't have been fair to the kid to let her get away without some inkling of the truth. She'd have been so terribly upset if I'd have told her that they are due here this afternoon, and she'd have been equally upset if they had walked in on her without any warning, but the hint I gave her will start her to thinking about them, so she will not be altogether surprised when she sees them. Had he waited until Mary left the house before breaking the news to his mother that he expected Alex Shelby to come sometime during the afternoon, bringing Dr. Tremont and Phil, but even then he did not mention the faint hope which had buoyed him up night and day since Alex's first visit. He had faith in the young physician's ability, but not until the older one confirmed his opinion would he allow himself to share that hope with anyone else, lest it prove without foundation. With his eyes on the clock, he lay counting the minutes until their arrival. He was deliberately forcing himself to be calm, to take slow, even breaths, to think of everything under the sun save the one thing which set his pulses to beating wildly and sent a thrill like fire tingling through him. He lay there like a prisoner in his dungeon who hears footsteps and new voices approaching. They might mean that a deliverance is at hand, or they might pass on, leaving him to the blackness and despair of his dungeon for the rest of his life. In a like agony of apprehension, he watched the pendulum swing back and forth, and listened to the slow tick-tock, till his suspense grew almost unendurable. One hand clasped and unclasped a corner of the counterpane in a paroxysm of nervousness. He lay with his face turned away from his mother, and she, busy with her endless sewing over by the side window, did not guess what great effort he was making to retain his outward composure. She saw his eyes fixed on the clock. However, when she rose to get a spool that had rolled away, and feeling his restrained restlessness, she tried to think of something to talk about which would make him forget how slowly time was passing. Subjects of that kind are rare. When two people have been constantly shut in together for a year, and while she considered, a long silence fell between them. It was broken by a demand, almost querulous, from Jack, the same cry that had aroused her in the night, when he was a little boy, suddenly awakening from a scary dream. "Sing to me, mother!" It had been years since she had heard that cry, and the long form stretched out under the white covers bore small resemblance to the little one that had summoned her then, but she answered in the same soothing way. "All right, little son. What shall I sing?" She smiled as the same tremulous answer came now as it had then. "Why, sing my song, of course." She did not rise, as had been her custom, to go to his bedside and hold his hand while she lulled him back to sleep with her low humming, and the blessed consciousness of her nearness. He was a grown man now, and it was broad daylight, but instinctively she felt his need was greater than it had ever been, and her voice took on tenderest soothing quality as she began to croon the old hymn that had always been his chosen lullaby, when he was tucked to sleep in a little crib bed. "Pilgrims of the night," she sang. "Hark, hark, my soul, angelic songs are swelling o'er earth's green fields and ocean's wave-beat shore." Glancing across, she saw his drawn face relax a trifle, and he snuggled his thin cheek contentedly against the pillow. High and sweet her voice rose tremulously. "Angels of light, singing to welcome the pilgrims of the night." The song had many associations for them both. What he was thinking about she could not guess, but when she began the third verse, "Far, far away, like bells at evening pealing," her own thoughts were back in that time when she rocked in her arms the dearest little son that ever cuddled against a mother's shoulder. She was recalling time after time when she had held him so, telling him good-night stories, listening to his funny little questions and baby confidences, and kissing the dimpled fingers clasped in her own when he knelt to lisp his evening prayer. He had always been a comfort to her, even in the boisterous outbreaking days that are the most trying in a boy's growing-up time. There had never been a noisier boy, or one who threw himself into his play with more headlong vigor, but in a flash, scene after scene passed through her mind, showing him both at work and play she had prayed he might be, strong and manly and clean and absolutely fearless either of fists or opinions. Then she thought of his touching consideration of her when he tried to take father's place behind a plow. He had been a tower of strength to her from that day on. What a future she had dreamed for him, tired of his young manhood, when he should have years of conquest and achievement ahead of him. Here he was a helpless cripple. Rest comes at last, though life be long and dreary. The day must dawn, and darksome night be past. Her voice faltered almost to breaking now, as she sang on, rebelling at the thought that his life, which promised so fair, should have been made long and dreary, changed so hopelessly and so suddenly into darksome night. It seemed so cruel, she thought, with a tightening of the throat which made it almost impossible to finish the song. But supposing from the peaceful expression of Jack's face that he was falling asleep, she sang bravely on to the end, although the tears were dropping down on the seam in her now idle hands. "Angels, sing on, your faithful wretches keeping. Sing us sweet fragments of the song above, till morning's joy shall end the night of weeping, and life's long shadows break into cloudless love. Angels of Jesus, angels of light, singing to welcome the pilgrims of the night." Looking across as the last note died away, she thought he was asleep, and rose to draw down the window shade. Past him, he opened his eyes, and held out his hand to draw her to him. "Little mother," he said with a wistful smile that made her bend hastily over to him and kiss his forehead to hide the trembling of her lips, "I'd like you to know, in case anything should happen, sooner than we expect. That's the way I think of death. It's a going out into the dark, going as a pilgrim of the night. I don't mind it. It'll not be lonesome. They'll be singing to welcome me." In answer to her cry, "Oh, Jack, don't!" drew her cheek down against his, and as he felt it wet with tears, he said lightly, "Why, mother mine, that's nothing to cry about. I've always looked forward in a way that ever since I can remember. That song always helps bring up the most comforting picture to me, a procession of friendly white angels coming down the dark road to meet a frightened little boy and lead him home." She held him close a moment, not finding words wherewith to answer him, but feeling that he understood all that was left unspoken in her heart. She wanted to hold him thus, always so tightly, that he could not slip away on that pilgrimage he faced so confidently, that pilgrimage from which he could never return to her. While she clung to him thus, a noise outside brought them back to the things of earth. An automobile, speeding up the road, had stopped at the gate. Mrs. Ware glanced out hastily. As she saw the three men striding up the path, her first thought was one of housewifely dismay. She wondered how she could stretch the simple supper she had planned for that evening into enough for these unexpected guests. If Jack had only given her a longer notice. But that thought was immediately thrust aside in her pleasure at seeing Phil again. First time since the day she bade him good-bye in the little wigwam sitting room, out with her Godspeed to make a man of himself. His waywardness had given her a motherly interest in him, and now her quick glance showed that he had not disappointed her, that he had kept every promise. She welcomed him with a welcome that made him feel that this was a real homecoming, so that he called out to that distinguished-looking, gray-haired old doctor just behind him, "Now, Daddy, you see for yourself how it was." Mrs. Ware ushered them at once into Jack's room. She knew he was waiting impatiently to see them, but did not dream how much was at stake. It was nearly half an hour later when Phil discovered that he was thirsty and asked the way to the well. Mrs. Ware led him out through the kitchen, picking up a pitcher and tumbler as she went. The windmill was in motion. Water was gushing from the pump spout into the pitcher. Phil said meaningly, "Well, Aunt Emily, your prodigal has come back." "Yes," she responded. "It makes me glad and proud to see how my faith in him has been justified. But oh boy, why don't you give me a little warning, so that we might have time to make ready a fine, fatted calf? Jack never told me until a few minutes before you arrived that he expected you. I'd rather have the pleasure of surprising you all than to share in the fatted calf any day. Besides, there won't be an occasion for trotting out such a commodity. Alex will be going back to San Antonio in less than an hour. You see, he has only a few more days to spend with his lady love, as he is due in Kentucky the last of this week. He can't afford to miss even one of these gorgeous moonlight days. Daddy is so tired with his trip and thinking of the strain ahead of him that he is in no trim for visiting. On the way here, we stopped at the Williams house and engaged rooms for tonight. I promised him that he needn't stay up for supper in his room and turn in soon after we had made a short call here. You see, he didn't sleep at all coming out here, so he is considerably worse for wear. He's very much interested in Jack's case, and thinks something may be done to relieve his suffering, so maybe it will be as well for us to stay out here a bit and give them a chance to look him over." From the quick lighting up of Mrs. Ware's face, it was evident that such a hope was a new one to her. Jack had not mentioned the prospect of an operation, so Phil left the subject as quickly as possible, beginning to tell her of his last visit to Joyce. As he had come directly from her, Mrs. Ware found so much to question him about, that she was surprised, when Alex Shelby joined them, to find that they had been leaning against the windmill tower for more than half an hour, too interested to think of finding a seat. Alex's face was glowing, and he looked across at Phil with a nod of elation. "Your father confirms my opinion, Phil, so I'll be starting back at once." About Dr. Tremont's real purpose in coming, she was thankful that Jack had spared her all those days of anxiety and apprehension that would have been hers if she had known of the operation earlier, as it was there would be only one night in which to dread it. Alex was coming back in the morning with a nurse, and it would be all over by noon of the next day. Now she understood their consideration in going to a hotel. It was not so much that Dr. Tremont was in no condition for visiting, as that they knew that any guests, no matter how much desired, would be a burden on the eve of such an event. Jack's room was already nearly as bare and clean as a hospital ward, but there would still be much to do before the surgeons could begin their delicate and vital task. So when Alex Shelby went away, Dr. Tremont went with him as far as the hotel. Phil was to follow later, after he had seen Mary and had the pleasure of surprising her. End of Chapter 12. Recording by Marya Anastasiades.
Chapter 13 of Mary Ware in Texas. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by AnnaBae. Mary Ware in Texas by Annie Fellows Johnston. Chapter 13. A Wissachi tree leaned over the old stone wall which separated the hurt pasture from the road, and here Phil took his stand. He had started to find the bee tree, following Mrs. Ware's direction, but shrill little voices floating across the meadow made him pause. It was evident that Mary and her small charges were somewhere near. A moment later they came in sight, and for once in her life Mary moved on towards a meeting, often rehearsing in thought, which did not end ridiculously. It would have been joy to her soul could she have seen herself as she looked at Phil, coming across the field of blue bonnets. The fresh blue and white dress she wore repeated the color of the waves of bloom through which she had waded. Sister had twined a wreath of the same flower around the crown of her Mexican hat, and she carried a great sheaf of them across one arm. The inevitable alarm clock swung from the other hand. Brud was carrying a butterfly net. Sister, as a great favor, held Matilda, and Melisse brought up the rear with the big basket of blue bonnets, which they had gathered as a special act of courtesy for the guild ladies. Their voices blended happily as they drew nearer. But when they were close enough for Phil to distinguish their words, the procession stood still. They had reached the place where a path crossed the one they were following, and the cross path was a short cut to the footbridge. "Here's the parting of ways," called Mary gaily. "So run along with Melisse now, and be sure to give Mrs. Rochester my message." "We will," answered Brud, in a voice that was almost a happy little squeal, it was so high and eager. "And we'll have another good time tomorrow, won't we, Miss Mary?" "Indeed we will," was the answer, given so heartily and convincingly that it was easy to see how she had obtained her hold on the two little friends who seemed so loath to leave her. They stood talking a moment. Then Sister deposited the kitten on Mary's armful of flowers. With a farewell squeeze, the parting ceremony began. 4 voices, for Melisse was taking the part of Black Panther this afternoon, repeated gravely and distinctly the words of their daily benediction. "Wind and water, wood and tree, wisdom, strength, and courtesy, jungle favor, go with thee." Then Mary called, as they started down the path, "Goodbye, Mowgli and Mowglina. Goodbye, Panther." And a trio of happy voices answered, "Goodbye, Baloo." It was a childish performance, but Brud and Sister went through their part so seriously, as if it had been an incantation of some kind, that Phil did not smile as he watched the little byplay. It was proof to him that Mary had accomplished what she had set out to do. She had inspired them with an ambition to always keep tryst, just as Edrin's widow had inspired her. Feeling that she had a particularly satisfactory afternoon, Mary answered their last wave with a swing of her hand that held the clock, and started on towards the stone wall. If her attention had not been engrossed by her efforts to hold the big armful of blue bonnets, the clock, and the squirming kitten without dropping one of the 3, she would have seen Phil stepping out of the shadow of the Wissachi to meet her. But the kitten struggled out of her arms and climbed up on her shoulder, catching its claws in her collar and biting playfully at her chin. "Matilda, you little mischief," scolded Mary affectionately. "How am I ever going to get over this stone wall with you acting so?" "Come on, I'll help you," spoke up Phil from the other side. The expression of utter amazement which spread over her face when she looked up and saw him standing in front of her was even more amusing than he had anticipated it would be. Despite Jack's hints and the fact that they had set her to picturing Phil's possible coming, the surprise of his actual presence was so overwhelming that she could scarcely speak. She let him take the clock and the wildcat from her and put them down on his side of the wall with the flowers, but not until she had climbed to the top of the wall and felt the firm clasp of his hands outstretched to help her down did she persuade herself that she was not dreaming. Then the face that she turned towards him fairly beamed, and he thought as he looked down at her that it was well worth the long journey to find someone so genuinely glad to see him. "When did you come? Have you been to the house?" Was Jack very much surprised? The questions poured out in a steady stream as soon as she found her voice, and if he had not been looking at her, he could have well believed that she was the same amusing child she was when he found her running away from the Indian on the desert road to Lee's ranch. But he could not look away long enough to keep up the illusion. There was a charm about her face which drew his eyes irresistibly back to it. He tried to determine just what the charm was. It was not a feature, for much as she had improved, she did not at all measure up to his standard of beauty. Presently he decided that it was just Mary's own self, her interesting, original personality shining out through her eyes and speaking through every movement of her mobile lips, which made her so attractive. Her years of effort to grow up to her ideal of all that was sweet and maidenly had left their imprint on her face. Naturally unselfish trouble and hard times had broadened her sympathies and taught her a still deeper consideration for others. Loneliness and dearth of amusement had developed her own resource for entertainment and taught her to find something of interest in every object and person about her. As he looked at her, he thought it a pity that more of the girls of his acquaintance couldn't have a course in the same hard school of experience which had developed Mary into such a lovable and interesting character. He felt that in the 1 year since he had seen her last, she had grown so far past his knowledge of her that it would be well worth the wait to cultivate her acquaintance further. It was some distance from the pasture to the cottage, and as they walked, Phil had time to tell her of his trip to Warwick Hall, and to deliver the mixture of messages from the girls, which by this time had resolved into a ridiculous hodgepodge, despite his effort to keep them separate, and his reference to the memorandum that Betty had given him. Then he presented the ivy leaf which he had plucked for her, as proof that he had actually walked in her beloved garden. Up to that time, there had been so much to say that Mary had not discovered that Dr. Tremont was in Bauer also. The explanation came about when they reached the gate, and Phil, after opening it for her to pass through, stayed on the outside himself. Her surprise at his not coming in was fully as great as it had been when she first saw him. "The idea of you going to a hotel when you've come all the way from New York to Texas to see us," she exclaimed, "and then not even staying to supper! Jack will be so disappointed." "No," answered Phil. "He knows the reason why Daddy and I are putting up at the hotel. So does your mother, and they both think it a good one. You run along in and ask them, and they'll convince you that I am right. I'll come over for a few minutes after supper, though, just to show you that there's no hard feelings between us." He laughed as he said it, lifting his hat and turning away. Thoroughly mystified by his manner, Mary stood a moment looking after him. It was all so strange and unreal, his sudden appearance, and then him walking off in such a mysterious way. She could hardly believe the evidence of her own eyes. Yet the tall, handsome figure striding down the road was not of such stuff as dreams are made on. Her fingers still tingled with the warm clasp of his strong hands that had helped her over the wall. When she went into the house, it was Jack who told her of his coming ordeal, and he told her in a way to make it seem of little consequence. He said that Dr. Tremont wanted to experiment on him. He had known of a man injured in the same way, whose suffering had been entirely relieved by the removal of a fragment of bone which pressed on his spinal cord. It would be worthwhile to go through almost anything to be rid of the excruciating pain he had suffered at times, and Dr. Tremont assured him that it would pass away entirely if the operation proved successful. Not a word did he say about the greater hope that had been held out for him. As the time drew near, he was beginning to lose faith in it being possible. It seemed too great a miracle for him to expect it to be wrought for him. Mary went out to find her mother in a daze of mingled emotions. The prospect of Jack's being freed from the pain that had racked him for months made her inexpressibly happy, but she had a horror of operations. The nurse they had in Lone Rock after Jack's first one had spent hours telling gruesome details of those she had known which were not successful. Or, if they were successful, from the surgeon's viewpoint, the patients usually died from shock later. She wanted to stay in Jack's room every minute of the time after she had heard what was to be done, for she had a sickening foreboding that it might be the last evening he would be able to talk to them. Still, she was so nervous that she was afraid her frame of mind might be contagious. She wondered how her mother could sit there so calmly, talking of trivial things that filled the round of their days, just as if tomorrow were going to be like all the commonplace yesterdays. It was a relief to her when Phil came back, according to promise, and turned their thoughts into other channels for a while. As he rose to go, Jack motioned to a letter lying on the table beside him and asked Phil to post it on his way back to the hotel. Phil slipped it into his pocket, barely glancing at the envelope as he did so. It was addressed in such a big, plain hand that the Miss Elizabeth Lewis on it caught his attention as if the words had come out to him. Several other letters lying on the edge of the table fell to the floor as Phil's coat brushed them in passing. He stood mechanically to pick them up, for he was busy talking, and without being conscious of having noted the address, laid them back on the table. But afterwards it occurred to him that they were all addressed to Jack, and by the same hand that had made the memorandum for him about the girls whom he met at Warwick Hall. Mary wondered afterwards how she ever could have lived through the next morning had it not been for Phil. She was all right as long as there was anything to do, or while she sat listening to Dr. Tremont talk to her mother and the local physician, Dr. McKay. But as soon as Alex Shelby arrived with the nurse, she fell into such a tremor of nervousness that she could scarcely keep from shaking as if she had a chill. There was a cluster of umbrella trees in the farthest corner of the yard, and carrying some chairs out to their dense shade, Phil called her to come and sit with him there. He had a glove that was ripped, and he hoped she would take pity on him and sew it up. She understood perfectly well his object in putting her to work, and although her hands trembled at first so that she could barely thread a needle, she had to acknowledge inwardly that it was easier to compose herself when her hands were busy. One finger was ripped the entire length, so it took a long time to mend it neatly, to buttonhole the edges on each side, and then draw the stitches together in a seam that was stronger than the original one. Gradually, she became so interested in her task and what Phil was telling her of his adventures in the past year that she stopped glancing every moment towards the house and no longer jumped nervously at every sound. Once or twice she smiled at something he told her, something that would have been uproariously funny if she had heard it any other time. Just now, she could not forget the fact that Jack was lying unconscious under the surgeon's knife, and the stories the Lone Rock nurse had told her came back to haunt her with terrifying suggestions. "I am to meet your friend Miss Gay Melville," Phil said, when she had been sitting there a long time. "Shelby is to take Daddy and me up to the post tonight to dine at her house. The Major came down to the train with him when he met us yesterday morning, and delivered the invitation in person. He's a hospitable old duck, the Major. He's kin to some people that are intimate friends of Daddy's, and he's almost ready to adopt us both into his family on the strength of it. Alex told me on the side that I am invited specially to meet a very particular chum of his fiancée's, Miss Roberta somebody. I can't remember the name. Miss Melville thinks I will find her my affinity, judging by what she knows of her and has heard of me." "Roberta Mayrill," prompted Mary. "Oh, I don't think you'll find her that. She's a fascinating sort of girl, but she's such a different type from... I think. Well, she was floundering desperately to turn her sentence. I can't imagine you'd care for her to the affinity point." What she had almost said was, "She's such a different type from the Little Colonel." She had remembered just in time that she was not supposed to know about that affair. Had she not been an unintentional eavesdropper, she could not have heard the offer to Lloyd of the unset turquoise and all that followed. Phil noticed her embarrassment and wondered what caused it, but the subject was immediately forgotten. The door they had been watching so long opened at last, and Dr. Tremont came out and stood on the step. Phil beckoned, and he came across to the clump of umbrella trees where they were sitting. One glance at his face showed Mary that she had nothing to fear. He stood with his hand on Phil's shoulder as he said kindly, "It's all good news, Mary. We found exactly the state of affairs that I expected. If he follows the other case on record, it will not be long till he is as strong and husky and active as this young rascal here." He gave Phil's shoulder an affectionate grip. Mary looked up at him, trying to comprehend all she had heard. "Strong and husky and active as Phil?" she repeated in dull wonder. "You can't mean that he... Will he be able to walk?" The question came in dry, sobbing gasps. Yes, just that. She stood up. The news was so stupendous, the reaction so great that everything turned black. She sat down again giddily. The sympathetic faces, the trees, everything seemed to be whirling around and around. She heard Phil's voice, but it sounded as if it were miles away. "Brace up, little Vicar. You're surely not going limp now, just when fortune is making such a tremendous turn in your favor." "No," she said, shaking herself and fighting off the faintness. Such a feeling had never assailed her before, and she did not know what to make of it. "You see, nobody ever told me. I didn't know such a heavenly thing was possible. I can't believe it yet." "Oh, are you sure?" She looked up, into the strong, calm face of the gray-haired old surgeon, as if his answer meant life or death. "As sure as anyone can be about any operation," he answered. "He has everything in his favor. There's the clean life he has always led back of him, his splendid constitution, the fine aseptic air of these hills. Everything is favorable. The paralysis and all the other trouble was caused by one thing. We've removed the cause, and I see no reason why he should not recover completely in time. He's rallied from the anesthetic, and is so happy over the result, so buoyantly hopeful, that of itself, with the dogged determination to get well, will go a long distance toward pulling him through." The tears were rolling down Mary's cheeks, but she did not know it, nor did she know that her face was ashine at the same time with the inward light of joy too great for telling. "To think that he'll be able to walk again," she exclaimed, over and over, as if trying to grasp the greatness of such a fact. "And you did it, oh, Dr. Tremont! There isn't anything good enough in heaven or earth for the hand that could bring a happiness like that to my brother Jack." As she tried brokenly to express her gratitude, the good old doctor tried as hard to deny any obligation on her part, saying he had only partly squared himself with the Wares. Phil slipped away. The scene was coming near to upsetting his own equanimity. Besides, he had some telegrams to send. There were 3, and save for the address, they were identically the same. "Operation successful. Every reason to expect a complete and rapid recovery." Stuart Tremont received his just as he was driving in at the gate of his country place. A messenger boy on a wheel handed him the yellow envelope. He hurried into the house, catching up little Patricia and swinging her to his shoulders as she ran to meet him. Eugenia was coming down the stairs. "Good news!" he cried boyishly. "Hurrah for Daddy! He's brought the year of Jubilee to the Ware family, root and branch, to say nothing of the professional laurels he has added to the house of Tremont." Eugenia answered. "Sometimes I'm tempted to wish you hadn't followed in his footsteps, Stuart, and chosen such a hard life. But when I think what just one cure like that means, I wouldn't have you anything else in the world than what you are, for all the kingdoms of the earth. Oh, I'm so glad for all of them. Joyce will be nearly wild with joy. She's been so broken up over Jack's condition ever since the accident, that now her happiness will be something good to see. I must try to go into the city for a short call before we start west." Joyce's happiness was good to see. When her telegram came, she was starting out of the studio on her way to an interview with the art editor of a magazine that had published one of her sketches. She could not turn back because the appointed hour was too near at hand and the interview too important. So she stood in the corridor after she left the elevator, wiping away her happy tears until she was composed enough to go out on the street. And because she had to share the good news with someone, she told the janitor's wife. The hearty sympathy of a motherly Irish woman sent her away as if she were treading on air. The art editor, who dimly remembered her as a very quiet, reserved young girl, wondered at the transformation when she came into his office looking like the very incarnation of joy. She had been afraid of the stern, forbidding man before, saying to Henrietta that she always expected him to bark at her. But today, to her own surprise, as well as his, she found herself telling him of her good news, just as she had poured it out to the janitor's wife, because she couldn't help it. That his congratulations should be quite as hearty as Mrs. Phelan's caused her no surprise then, for at the moment Jack's recovery seemed such a miracle that she felt the whole world must be interested in hearing of it. But she wondered afterwards what he might have thought of her pouring out her confidence to him about Jack as impulsively as if he had been an old friend instead of a stranger. Had she only known it, that impulsive outburst aroused a friendly interest in her that reserved man rarely felt in struggling young artists, and he bought all the sketches she had with her. An hour before, that of itself would have been enough to send her back to the studio rejoicing, but now it seemed such a drop in the bucket compared to the news she had for Mrs. Boyd and Lucy and Henrietta that she forgot to mention the little matter of her sale for several days. There was some delay in the transmission of Betty's message. It did not reach her until nearly sundown. She was passing through the lower hall on the way to the drawing room when the envelope was put into her hands. The house suddenly seemed to grow stifling. She needed all out of doors to breathe in. So running down the marble steps to the river, she walked along the circular seats surrounding the old willow. With the tree between herself and the hall, she looked out across the Potomac, that a gorgeous sunset was turning into a river of gold. The slip of paper fluttered in her fingers, but she feared to read it. Such lifelong tragedies can be told sometimes in the short space of 10 words. But at last she summoned courage to glance at the message, after which she read it through slowly several times. Then, looking up above the shining of the river to the glory of the sunset sky beyond, she whispered softly, as she had always done since she was a little child in the great moments of her life, "Thank you, dear God." The same afternoon, Dr. Tremont and Phil and Alex went to San Antonio, leaving the nurse and Dr. McKay in charge of Jack. The Tremonts, after dining at Major Melville's, were to take the night train to California. They had promised Elsie to be with her as long as possible before the wedding. She had seen little of Phil for several years. He was taking a month's vacation, the first long one since he started to work, in order to spend the most of it with her in the old Gold of Ophir rose garden that had been their earliest playground. Dr. Tremont did not expect to come back to Bauer, but Phil promised to stop off for a few days on his return trip, which would be in less than 3 weeks. After the departure of their guests, the family settled down to wait patiently and happily for time to finish the process of healing. Since such great cause for thanksgiving had come to them, the small ills that everyone is heir to almost lost the power to annoy. When Mary burned herself badly with a hot iron, when she ruined her best dress by spilling a bottle of ink, when the little wildcat, which grew dearer every day, was crippled so badly by a falling wood pile that it had to be put out of its misery, there were some tears and regrets. But the unfailing balm for everything was the thought, "But Jack's getting well. Nothing else matters much." As spring deepened, the wildflowers grew still more abundant. Acres of wild verbenas spread their royal purple underfoot, and the china berry trees hung answering pennons overhead of the same kingly color. Spiderwort starred the grass. Wine cups held up their crimson chalices along every lane. Mexican blankets spotted their gaudy strips of red and yellow, and even the cacti, thorny and forbidding, burst into gorgeous bloom. And then, just at Easter, a waxen blossom, snow-white and sweet-breathed as the narcissus, sprang up all over the hills. Rain lilies, Miss Edna called them. Norman and Mary gathered great armfuls of them and carried them to Mrs. Rochester to put around the chancel. They seemed to suit the little country church far better than the florist's lilies would have done. The casement windows stood open, and Mary sat looking through one of them, listening to the reading of the account of the first Easter. And very early in the morning, the first day of the week, they came unto the sepulchre at the rising of the sun. But it was not the green springtime which outside she saw. It was Jack's face, as she had caught a glimpse of it, earlier in the morning, when he lay listening to his mother read the same words. She had heard him say in one of the pauses, "Mother, sometimes I am so happy. I don't see how I can endure such blessedness. I've dreamed so many times that I was well, only to waken and find it all a cruel mistake. And now, when I realize it's going to be true, that life still holds everything for me, oh, I can't tell you." He broke off, a smile of ineffable happiness spreading over his face. "Now I know how Lazarus felt when the stone was rolled away and he heard the call, 'Come forth.'" The smile was still before Mary's eyes when the white-robed choir rose to sing, and she joined with all her heart in the chant, which swelled forth at the end of every line into a glad Alleluia. End of chapter 13.
Chapter 14 of Mary Ware in Texas. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Marya James. Mary Ware in Texas by Annie Fellows Johnston. Chapter 14, San Jacinto Day. It was the 12th of April when Phil returned to Bauer, and for the second time his visit was cut disappointingly short. The reason was that he had promised Major Melville the night he dined with him to be back in San Antonio in time for the carnival. The Major wanted to take him to a Mexican restaurant for a typical Mexican supper the night of the 21st. On the 22nd there would be an entertainment for the Queen of the Carnival at her Court of the Roses, something too unique and beautiful for him to miss, they all said. Then on the 23rd, San Jacinto Day, which all loyal Texans keep as a state holiday, the annual Battle of Flowers, would take place in the plaza in front of the Alamo, which they call their Cradle of Liberty. The flower battle was an old institution, the Major explained, but this was only the second year for the Queen's court, and it was something so surpassingly beautiful that he thought it ought to become a regular feature of every carnival. Roberta, who was also at the dinner, added her persuasions. "You'll think you're back in the time when knighthood was in flower," she insisted. "I wish every Easterner accustomed to poking fun at our state could see it. Nobody knows what I suffered at school from having people talk as if all Texans are longhorns." "Roberta was one of the duchesses last year," explained Lieutenant Boglin. "You should have seen her sweep up to the throne when they announced, 'Her Grace, the Lady Roberta of the House of Mayrill.' She certainly looked the real article, and was a far cry from a longhorn then." "Don't emphasize the then so pointedly, Bogey," ordered Roberta. When Phil hesitated to accept because his time in Bauer would be shortened so much thereby, Gay insisted that she was going to invite Mary down for the Queen's entertainment and the flower battle anyhow, and that if he refused to come, Mary would be cut out of the pleasure of coming, for, of course, she couldn't leave a guest behind under the circumstances. So presently the Major's program was arranged to his partial satisfaction. It was not complete, because he could not persuade the old doctor, who intended spending several months in California, to return also. Gay went up to Bauer that same week, directly after Alex Shelby's departure. She wanted to deliver her invitations in person and to spend the day with the Ware family. She liked to hear them sing Alex's praises. He was the one who discovered that something could be done for Jack, and it was he who had summoned Dr. Tremont, and every discussion of the subject always brought out the gratifying fact that had it not been for him, Jack would not now be on the high road to recovery. She had found, too, that Mary made a most satisfactory little confidant, much better than Roberta, for she seemed really interested in Alex and all that pertained to him, and never laughed at Gay's rhapsodies and made cynical remarks about before and after taking, as the worldly wise Roberta did. Two thoughts gave Mary the utmost satisfaction in accepting the invitation. One was, there would be time before San Jacinto Day to make up the white dress for which her mother had embroidered the lovely rosebuds. The other was, that an occasion had come at last when it would be appropriate for her to wear Lloyd's gift, the beautiful chiffon scarf spangled with the crystal beads which sparkled like dewdrops. With only a day and a half to spend in Bauer, Phil could do few of the things she had planned for his entertainment. Now that Jack was better, she did not like to take him away from the house long enough to ride out to the Barnaby Ranch and pull up to Fernbank and such things. Instead, all the time was spent so that Jack could have his full share of the visit. She would have been greatly disappointed had she not known she was going to see Phil several times during her visit to Gay. He went down to the Mexican supper on the 21st, and she followed the next morning. He was to take luncheon with the Mayrills that day, so she did not see him till night, when they all went in the same party to the entertainment, Phil and Roberta, Gay and Billy Mayrill, Mary and Lieutenant Boglin. The stage of Beethoven Hall was turned into a bower of roses on this eve of San Jacinto Day, and a great audience, assembling early, awaited the coming of the Queen of the Carnival and her royal court. In the patent of nobility given by her gracious Majesty to her attendants was the command, "We bid you to join with all our loyal subjects in the mirth and merriment of this festival of flowers, which doth commemorate the glorious freedom of this our Texas, won by the deathless heroism of the defenders of the Alamo and the victory of San Jacinto." This call for mirth and merriment struck the keynote of the carnival, and everyone in the great assembly seemed to be responding with the proper festival spirit. Back in the crowded house, in a seat next the aisle and almost at the entrance door, sat Mary Ware, completely entranced by all that was going on about her. Lieutenant Boglin was beside her, and in the chairs directly behind them were Gay and Billy Mayrill. Roberta and Phil were in front of them. They had come early to secure these chairs, and the men had given the girls the end seats in order that they might have unobstructed view of both the aisle and stage. They all turned so that conversation was general until the house was nearly filled. Then Roberta said something which drew Phil's attention wholly to herself, and he turned his back on the others, beginning to talk exclusively to her. Gay, who appeared to know at least every fourth person who came down the aisle, sat like most of the audience with her head turned expectantly towards the door, and kept up a running comment to Mary on the acquaintances who passed her with nods of recognition or brief words of greeting. The thrum of the orchestra, the sight of so many smiling faces, although they were strange to her, and the blended colors of fashionable evening gowns would have furnished Mary ample entertainment after her dull winter in the country, but it was doubly entertaining with Gay to point out distinguished people and give her bits of information, supplemented by Billy and Bogey about this one from the post and that one from the town. She wished that Phil could hear too. She wanted him to know what prominent personages he was in the midst of. Once when some world-known celebrity was escorted up the aisle, she leaned over and called his attention to the procession. He looked up with a smile to follow her glance and made a joking response, but returned so quickly to the fascinating Roberta that Mary felt that his interest in everything else just then was merely perfunctory. She remembered what Gay had said about his finding his affinity and stole a side glance at Roberta to study her in the new light which Phil's interest threw upon her. Now in the days when Phil worshipped at the Little Colonel's shrine, Mary was perfectly content to have it so. She would have walked over hot plowshares to have brought his romance to a happy consummation. It seemed so eminently fitting that the two people in the world whom she had invested with halos should stand together on the same pedestal in her affections. To her doting eyes, Lloyd was such an angel that she knew Phil must be happy with her, and Phil measured so fully up to the notch on the sterling yardstick which indicated the inches and ells that a true prince should be, that she was sure no girl who wove her cloth a web for him could fail to find the happiness that was written for her in the stars. Mary had grown accustomed to the fact by this time that she had made a mistake in her reading of the stars. Lloyd was destined for somebody else. But it had not occurred to her before that maybe Phil was, too. The thought that he would carry a secret sorrow with him to the grave invested him with a melancholy charm that made him all the more interesting. It was somewhat of a shock to her to see him watch the downward sweep and swift upward glance of Roberta's pretty eyes in such an admiring way, although Mary herself had heretofore found pleasure in watching them. Of course, she didn't want him to go on suffering always. Still, she didn't want him to forget. In her passionate loyalty to Lloyd, she resented his bestowing a second glance on any girl who was any less of an angel than she, and yet her loyalty to Phil made her want him to have whatever he wanted. Knowing how many men had fallen victims to Roberta's flirtatious little ways, she longed to save Phil from the same fate. The growing alarm with which she watched them was almost comical for one of her years. It was comical because it was so motherly. Not a particle of jealousy or a thought of self entered into it. A hush fell on the great audience, and the curtain rose on a tableau of surpassing loveliness. The stage seemed to be one mass of American Beauty roses. The walls were festooned and garlanded with them. They covered the high throne in the center and bordered the steps leading up to it. They hung in long streamers on either side from ceiling to floor. Grouped against this glowing background stood the noble dukes, the lords-in-waiting, and their esquires. The gay-colored satins and brocades of their old-time court costumes, the gleam of jeweled sword hilts, the shine of powdered perukes, transported one from prosaic times and lands to the old days of chivalry and romance. The jester shook his bells, the trumpeters in their plumed helmets raised their long, shining trumpets, and sounded the notes that heralded the first approach. Then the Lord Chamberlain stepped forth in a brave array of pink satin, carrying the gold stick that was his insignia of office. "That's my friend," whispered Gay, "the man who originated this affair. I tell him he must be one of the Knights of the Round Table reincarnated, or else the wizard Merlin come to life again, to bring such a beautiful old court scene into being the way he has done." She stopped whispering to hear the impressive announcement he was making in a voice that rang through the hall. "Her Grace Lady Elizabeth of the House of Lancaster." Immediately every eye turned from the stage to look at the rose-trimmed entrance door. The orchestra struck into an inspiring march, and the stately beauty, first to arrive at the Court of Roses, began her triumphal entry up the long aisle. She passed so near to Mary that the tulle bow on the directoire stick she carried almost touched her cheek with its long floating ends, light as a gossamer web. And Mary, clasping her hands together in an ecstasy of admiration, noted every detail of the beautiful costume in its slow passing. "It's like the Princess Olga's," she thought, recalling the old fairy tale of the enchanted necklace. "Whiter than the whiteness of the fairy lily, fine like the finest lace that frost elves weave, and softer than the softest ermine of the snow." The long court train that swept behind her was all a-glisten, as if embroidered with dewdrops and pearls. Mary watched her, scarcely breathing till she had ascended the steps to the stage. Then her appointed duke came forward to meet her and led her to the steps of the throne. The music stopped. Again the heralds sounded their trumpets, and the Lord Chamberlain announced the next Duchess. "You see," explained Gay hastily as all necks craned toward the door again, "each girl is a duchess of some rose or other, like Killarney or Malmaison or Marie Chalmiel." One after another they passed by to take their places beside the throne, all in such exquisitely beautiful costumes that Mary thought that each one must be indelibly photographed on her memory. But when they had passed, all she could remember of so many was a spangled procession of court trains, covered with cascades of crystal and silver and pearls and strung jewels. Each time a new duchess swept slowly and majestically by, Mary turned a quick glance toward Phil to see if he were properly impressed, but when the queen was announced, she had no eyes for anything but the regal figure proceeding slowly up the aisle, amid the admiring applause which almost drowned the music of the march. It was at this juncture that Phil glanced back at Mary. Her face so plainly showed the admiration which filled her that he continued to watch her with an amused smile, saying to Roberta in an undertone, "Look at Mary's rapt expression. She's always adored queens and such things, and now she feels that she's up against the real article." "I don't wonder," answered Roberta, herself so interested that she turned her back on Phil until the royal party had passed by. Two little pages in costumes of white and gold, with plumed hats and spangled capes, bore the royal train, and Roberta tried to upset the dignity of one of them, who was a little friend of hers, by whispering, "Hello, Gerald, where did you get that feather?" In Mary's estimation, it was not the diamond crown that marked the queen as especially regal, not the jeweled scepter, nor the white satin gown, heavily embroidered in gold roses and gleaming with brilliants. It was the fact that the long train borne by the little pages was of cloth of gold. To Mary, cloth of gold was more royal than ermine or purple velvet, and lovingly associated in her thought with the white samite of Tennyson's Idylls. It was cloth of gold that the lily maid of Astolat had worn to her burying, and the only piece that Mary had ever seen was the drapery over the bier of the fair Elaine, when Lloyd took the part of the lily maid in the tableau at the Beeches. When she caught sight of it, she clasped her hands still tighter, and never took her eyes from it until the queen was seated on her throne, and the long shining folds swept down beside her, the full length of the steps. The presentation scene followed. In the name of the Order of the Alamo, the queen was given a magnificent necklace with a jeweled pendant. After that, the visiting duchesses were received, representing many towns of Texas, from El Paso to the Gulf. They came with their maids of honor, and when they had been met by their lords-in-waiting and their esquires, the entertainment for the queen began. Grecian maidens bearing garlands of roses danced before her. The second group was of 7 little barefoot girls, carrying golden lyres, and forming a rainbow background for another small maid who gave a cymbal dance. The Grecian dances were followed by a gavotte of the time of Louis XIII, in which all the dukes and duchesses took part. "They danced the minuet last year," commented Gay. "This is the end of the performance, but we'll wait to watch them go out, on their way to the Queen's ball. I went to that, too, last year. These are good seats. We catch them coming and going." The audience, remaining seated until all the members of the court had passed out 2 by 2, had ample time for comment and observation. Bogey, who, seeing Mary's absorbing interest in the scene, had considerately left her undisturbed most of the time, now leaned over and began to talk. As Gay had once said, when it comes to giving a girl a good time, Bogey is quite the nicest officer in the bunch, and Phil, overhearing scraps of their conversation, concluded that Mary was finding her escort as entertaining as the pageant. A backward glance now and then showed that she was not watching the recessional as closely as she was listening to him. As they all started out of the hall together, moving slowly along with the crowd, barely an inch at a time, they talked over arrangements for the next day. Lieutenant Boglin could not be counted in. He had to ride in the procession with the rest of the troops from the post who were to take part in the parade. Billy Mayrell had another engagement, so Phil proposed to take all 3 of the girls under his wing. It was too late to secure seats in the plaza from which to watch the flower battle. The Major had been able to get only 2, so Phil said the Major and his wife should occupy those. He would come around for the girls in an automobile, and they could watch the parade seated in that. There was a blockade near the door, but as soon as they could get through it, they all walked up the street to a building in which the Major had secured the use of a 2nd-story window from which they could watch the parade of the Queen and her court on the way to the ball. The time spent in waiting was well worth while when it finally appeared. The horses of the chariots were led by Nubian servants, and each chariot represented a rose wherein sat the Duchess who had made it her choice. The Queen's chariot was surmounted by a mammoth American Beauty rose, and as she smiled out from the midst of its petals, Mary had one more entrancing view of the royal robes. This time they were lit up by the red gleam of torches, for 8 torch-bearers, 4 on a side, accompanied each chariot, and added their light to the brilliant illuminations of the streets. "You must see the river," said Billy Mayrell, after the procession had passed by. "Nobody can describe it, with the lights strung across it from shore to shore, all down its winding course. It makes you think of Venice." He led them to a place where they could look across a bend and see one of the bridges. It was strung so thickly with red lights which outlined every part that it seemed to be made of glowing rubies, and its reflection in the water made another shining ruby bridge below, wavering on the dark current. Mary leaned over the rail, watching the shimmering lights, and feeling dreamily that this city of the Alamo was an enchanted city, that the buildings looming up on every side were not for the purpose of barter and trade. They were thrown up simply as backgrounds for the dazzling illuminations which outlined them against the night sky. The horns of the revelers answering each other down every street, the music of distant bands, the laughter of the jostling throngs, all deepened the illusion. It did not seem possible that this could be the city through which she had once tramped in the rain, discouraged and forlorn in search of a home. It was a realm given over utterly to mirth and merriment, where a gracious young queen held sway, where illness and trouble and grief had no part. "I don't wonder that the Major wants everybody not already a loyal Texan to see this," she said to the lieutenant. "It's enough to make one want to live here always." She made the same remark to Gay next afternoon as she sat beside her on the back seat of the automobile. Roberta was on the front seat with Phil. He had ordered a machine which he could drive himself, and they had taken a run through the principal streets to see all the decorations, before coming to a standstill to wait for the procession. It was an inspiring scene, the grandstand packed with applauding spectators, the plaza crowded from park to curbstone. Shops and offices had closed for the day, schools were dismissed, and all work abandoned as far as possible, in order that everyone might share in the carnival playtime. The wise old town knows the full worth of holidays, and makes the most of each one. The chariots Mary had seen in the brilliantly lighted streets the night before lost some of their glamour seen by day, but the duchesses and their ladies-in-waiting were dressed now in the colors of their chosen roses instead of the court robes, and there were many new features in this parade, floats and handsomely decorated carriages, and a long line of troops from the post with the famous military bands. It was hard to sit still when they played so inspiringly. Back and forth in front of the Alamo went the 2 divisions of the parade, meeting and passing and turning to meet and pass again, all the while pelting each other with flowers, till the plaza where they rode was covered deep with them. And the bands played and the people cheered, till the smallest schoolboy in their midst felt a thrill of gratitude to the heroes whose deeds they were commemorating. He might miss the deeper meaning of it all, but he grasped one fact clearly enough. that had it not been for the grim battle which those brave fellows fought to the death, there would have been no San Jacinto Day for him. No pageant-filled holiday to make one feel that it is a great and glorious thing to be a son of the Lone Star State. Phil dined at the Major's again that night, and Roberta was the only other guest besides Mary. Gay had objected when her father proposed others, saying that they intended to devote the entire evening to music. Since they had discovered what a magnificent voice Mr. Tremont had, and he had discovered what proficient accompanists she and Roberta were, they had decided to treat themselves to a musicale given by the three, with only Mary for audience. The family could listen, of course, but with the understanding that there was to be no conversation. As the Major had an engagement which took him out immediately after dinner, and Mrs. Melville had some friends drop in to call soon after, it happened that their audience was limited to one. Now, the one thing that Mary enjoyed above all others was hearing Phil sing, and quite the pleasantest part of her whole visit was that last evening spent in listening to him, with Roberta at the piano, and Gay improvising wonderfully soft and lovely accompaniments on her violin. Mary had heard 2 celebrated opera singers while in Washington, but in her opinion neither one equaled Phil. Phil's surprise would have been unbounded could he have known that she was comparing his singing to the angel Israfel's, whose heartstrings were a lute and who had the sweetest voice of all God's creatures. It would have been a matter of still greater surprise if he could have known the exalted position that Mary had of him. Not that any sentimental interest entered into her regard for him. Despite her 18 years and her womanly attitude towards the world in general, she was still a little girl, and a very humble little girl in her own estimation, as far as he was concerned. He was her ideal, the man whose good opinion she valued above all things, whose approval made her inexpressibly happy, and whose advice she eagerly followed. She had adored him for years, as little girls do sometimes look up to and adore grown men, and had stored away in her memory many a remark that he forgot as soon as it was uttered. There was the time she confided to him her grief at being so fat, and her ambition to be an airy-fairy Lillian like Lloyd. He did not even smile, and he answered so gravely and kindly that she remembered even yet the consolation that his words gave her. Another time she overheard him referring to her as an angel unawares, because she had unknowingly done him a service by repeating something Lloyd had said about him. From that time on, that was the part she longed to play in his life. She burned to be the angel unawares who could help him to the attainment of everything he wanted. That was why she had been so bitterly disappointed when Lloyd's engagement to Rob Moore had been announced. She wanted Lloyd to marry Phil because she knew that was what Phil wanted. Now that that was not possible, she was just as ready to help him if he should ever love again. She hardly thought that he could do that, though. It seemed so incredible that he should ever find another as fine and high and sweet as the Princess Winsome. It was still more incredible that having once set his mark that high, he could ever look at anything less. His powerful, well-trained voice filled the room with a sweetness that brought an ache to her throat and sometimes tears to her eyes. Presently Roberta rummaged out some old melodies. Drink to me only with thine eyes, and the Bedouin love song. When she asked for that last one, Mary cringed inwardly, as if she had been hurt herself, so sure was she that it must bring up painful memories to Phil. She fully expected to see him lay it aside with some excuse for not singing it. She remembered as vividly as if it were only last night how she had sat on the floor of the library at the Locusts, listening to the notes of his guitar as he sang to Lloyd outside the porch. Till the stars are old, and the sun grows cold, and the leaves of the judgment book unfold. For the life of her, she couldn't see how Lloyd ever listened to any other wooing after that. Had anyone sung that to her in that voice, it would have won her so completely that she would have risen like the sleeping beauty at the call of the prince. Beyond the night, across the day, through all the world she followed him. To her surprise, Phil took up the sheet of music as nonchalantly as if he had never seen it before. But when he began to sing, it seemed to her anxious ear that he sang it more feelingly than anything she had ever heard. It was plain enough to her now that he had not ceased to care. It wrung her heart to hear him sing it so, pouring out his soul in a flood of noble devotion which he knew could never be requited, but which would live on till the sun lost its heat and the stars their light. "I love that song," said Roberta, laying it aside to pick up another, "but I'd like to meet that fiery old duck of a Bedouin when the leaves of the Judgment Book do unfold, and find out how long his devotion kept up to the high water mark." Then she trilled airily, "Men are gay deceivers ever." Under the circumstances, the remark seemed flippant, almost sacrilegious to Mary. She gave Roberta a disapproving glance behind her back, thinking, "Little you know about it. If you could see as I do now, how Phil is hiding his real feelings, you'd realize that there's one man at least capable of the deathless devotion you scoff at." The evening was over all too soon. Phil was to take Roberta home on his way back to the hotel, and when he rose to go, said, "I'll not make my farewells now. My train doesn't leave till nearly noon tomorrow, so I'll call sometime during the morning to pay my respects to the Major and see you all again." "You'll have to say goodbye to Mary now," said Gay. "She insists on taking that horrid freight car back to Bauer at 7 in the morning. "I must," said Mary. "You know they need me, now that the nurse is gone, and I've already been away 2 days. Roberta went out into the hall for her hat, and Gay followed as far as the door, talking as she went. "And I haven't had any visit with you at all," said Phil, who was standing, hat in hand, looking down at Mary. "I haven't had a word with you by yourself, and you haven't confided once in me, or asked me a single scrap of advice. It doesn't seem natural. But I'm not going to let you escape me this way. I'm going down to the train in the morning to see you off." Gay turned in time to hear the last part of his sentence. "That is," she corrected, "if you are called in time. They don't always do it at hotels when they say they will. I've had some bad experiences that way. So if he doesn't appear, Mary, you can console yourself with the thought that he's like Kathleen Wolverine, slumbering still." "I'll be there," was the confident reply as he smiled down into Mary's wistful eyes and held out his hand to say good night. "Electric bells are not as romantic as the horn of the hunter heard on the hill, but they're more effective when it comes to getting a fellow up in the morning. You'll see me sure." End of chapter 14.